Hey, okay, I had to switch my headphones. Hey, everybody. This picture on screen is a screenshot from this video. Oh, let me take the banner off real quick. There we go. I've never seen Mr. Vinny Politan quite that shocked. It's funny to me when he is surprised by a lot of this stuff that he has people on to talk to him about. He seems real shocked every single time he learns about some insane things that some of these law enforcement officers and judges are up to. I find it funny how after all this time he's still surprised every time. Okay. So, hi everybody coming in. I'm trying to figure out where to start because I've been going back and forth between two different, I guess, projects that are everything's always a work in progress with that folder. Anytime there's something to be updated, I start trying to update it. But there's a lot because every time I update any of the docs now, especially if it's from testimony that came from trial, I go through every single media report for the day that that person testified to see if any of them caught details another one didn't, and then to kind of find discrepancies. And there were a few people who went to the trial who want to stay private. I fully understand that. And they've been very, very helpful when there are certain discrepancies. It's been nice to be able to just ask them what they remember. And there have been a couple of times where we're both under the assumption that because of the hearing and how hard it was for them to hear in the courtroom, I don't know if it was the acoustics or what, or if it was just some people were too far away, or because Goal was asking some people to talk quiet, or maybe, I don't remember if it was Goal or the prosecutor. They were really not wanting people to speak up loud enough for some people to hear. But the obvious assumption is that people who didn't get to go examine the exhibits or inspect them or whatever, they were kind of just stuck relying on the people who were allowed to inspect the exhibits. And that was very frustrating because even though they went to go see things for themselves, they were still, even the people who were allowed public access were still restricted. And that frustrates me for a lot of reasons, because there were a lot of people who did want to go, and they probably would have been able to be credentialed media had they gone, but they might not have been able to endure the waiting in line. Some of them had physical disabilities that would have made it very difficult on them to actually go do that. And so they, even though they wanted to go participate, they really couldn't because everything was just so arbitrarily like dumb. Absolutely. It was just, it had to have been intentional for for a judge that bragged about how efficient she is. That was a fucking mess. It just, like nobody would do that the way it was done because they thought that was the appropriate, proper, competent, or efficient way to do it. Because it was none of those things. It was frustrating and confusing and made it impossible to clarify anything because it was just, he said, she said, well, I heard this, I heard that. And I've gotten to a point where I'm going to need the audio to even trust those transcripts. How do I know the court reporter is not one of the people who heard something different? There's too many people in that courtroom who've heard discrepancies. There's too many of those on too many days for me to feel comfortable. I know she's supposedly going by the audio, but if you're not a proactive person who is not actively taking measures to double check yourself, you're going to interpret things the way you already understand them. And I've just seen too many things that concern me about this court reporter that I just don't trust it. I think the judge is going to need to release it, because if they ever want any actual resolution and peace and quiet, they need to do the things that they need, all the all the ingredients for that recipe. You can't just tell people to deal with it when things are not adding up. And so that's partly why I've been kind of ridiculous about some of these discrepancies. And some of them are not, I wouldn't have known there was a discrepancy unless someone had reached out to me and said, I wrote this down. Do you think, because they want to stay private, and I'm happy to help them with that because I understand that too. And I've had a very difficult time getting clarification from some people. And I don't know if it's just because of the adversarial culture that Gull has cultivated and and fan the flames of, I guess you could say, that you can't even ask certain people to clarify anything without them taking it personal. And that's because there have been a lot of people who are very, like, I'm a pretty direct person. Usually if I ask, I'm trying to ask it very clearly so that they know exactly what I'm asking. And I forget that not everyone is comfortable with that as I am. And a while back, I asked someone if they thought it might help some people to know that I have brothers and I have a big family, and I have a big, wild, and crazy family. And so I'm more comfortable with disagreeing without it having to be because there's a moral failing with the other person. I think people who are, I don't think disagreements indicate a problem with the other person by default. That's why I have a hard time with this is a fight between good versus evil framing. I don't believe that. I think everybody, even the ones I do not like, and sometimes I get in the mud with sometimes just give them some busy work, really. I still think in their own weird way that they really believe a lot, at least, of what they're saying. They can't believe all of it because they clearly don't have anything to base it on other than what they think, which is fine. I'm not real sure that they realize that. But the point is, it took me a while to find some. Let me see if I can. Let me see if this is actually sharing. I also think it would be helpful maybe for some people to understand. The only reason I've really stayed private is because when I didn't really mean for this to be anything that it was. I was just trying to I couldn't email these videos that I had made to share with someone. So I uploaded it and I picked a name that was a nod to people who I didn't really even know their names yet. I think HCC was the only one I probably could have identified just because I had seen other videos of his. Like, I was familiar with who he was, but I didn't really know who anybody was at this point. I just wasn't real plugged in. And so, but I did like the fact that there were people going out there to talk about the issues with this case. I really don't understand why some people think that the only reason any of us would do this is if we were being paid by someone. I don't know where that's coming from, but like I genuinely do care about these issues plaguing the case, and it's not because I don't actually enjoy having a never-ending stream of things to be like, what the fuck about. I don't like it. I'd prefer that none of that was there for me to be worried about. But there's an endless stream of it. And one of the things I think might also help people understand where I'm coming from before I start getting into some of the more contentious stuff is come from like a nowheresville place in Texas from a real big family. And I found some that can't be reverse image, although when I tried to do it just to check, there were some pretty funny ones that came up. But I did check to make sure before, because I wanted to share some stuff just to kind of explain or maybe shed some light or help people understand that I come from a bunch of like middle of nowhere cowboys and ranchers, and such a broad range of things. And on one side of my family, I've got very evangelical, very conservative missionaries who spent decades overseas in former Soviet blocs, in the Philippines, in Latin America. I've got people who were in World War II and the Korean War. I've got several sheriffs. I've got journalists, social workers, teachers. I mean, we're all over the place. And that's really my frame of reference, is family and doing what you think is right, not ignoring things that you think are wrong. And one of the things that's been very difficult for me in this case is how defensive law enforcement is, because we call it ranch rolls. When you're on the ranch, it doesn't care whose fail son you are. If you were on the ranch, if you had a badge, if you had anything, if you jeopardized anybody around you while they were out, you're gone. Bye. And it's just nothing personal. It's just, we got to keep everybody safe. If you're not pulling your weight, if you are putting anybody's safety at risk because you're someone like Holman would have lasted a day at the most with these sheriffs. Where I come from, he would not have made the cut. Just, that's probably as nice as I can put it. And the other thing that I'm unaccustomed to is this notion that if you criticize law enforcement, the only reason you could be doing that is because you fell for something some dirtbag defense attorneys are putting out there, as if people don't have their own independent thoughts, as if, as far as I can tell, everybody that I've come across with this case were pretty confused, frustrated, and fed up before defense attorneys were ever appointed on this case. So the notion that it started then is kind of silly. Honorable men, where I come from, they're never perfect, but they're always accountable. And that's just what I'm used to. And I have a lot of, I have such a big family and brothers, and I'm just not used to having to. Oh my gosh, y'all, this cat's already starting. Let me open the door. How long did she give me? Like 10 minutes? Hold on. Okay, sorry. It was probably way too long of a preface, but I'm tired of having to explain that the reason I'm doing this because I am legitimately concerned about the issues that have been plaguing this case. I guess I'm not built the same as other people. I'm comfortable with that. I don't know why it is so concerning to others. And the other thing is, someone took issue because at some points I say my dad or my stepdad. I have several. My father passed away. The man who raised me was technically my stepdad, but I kind of used them interchangeably. But they were both, by all accounts, I have very happy, I had a happy childhood. But my dad was a wild one. He was in the service, and he was dishonorably discharged for being a wild child. That's, I guess, the easiest way to put it. So I have a lot of brothers, and they're all wild like my dad. So I'm trying to be more mindful that not everyone's comfortable with casual disagreements, or like if I disagree with someone, I move on with my day. And some people do not, and that's fine. But I'm trying to be more mindful. But I just would like to really, before I get into this other stuff, that I am aware some people do not see it the same way as I do. But I'm trying to stick with what I can verify, what I can actually follow up on. I don't know things about caves and all this other stuff. I've looked, and like with this Dawn Dirty stuff, I'm aware she made a lot of statements after the arrest, after the fact. She's saying, "Oh yeah, for sure. I totally knew who Richard Allen was this whole time. That's exactly who I was talking about." She didn't write his name anywhere, and neither did anybody else. I don't think people quite understand how much time I spent trying to find all of the people from that group and the things they were discussing and the cases that they might have thought were connected, any of those things. I wasn't doing it for any other reason than I wanted them to be right. At the very first time that I started looking into that, that was the first time I thought, "Oh my God, if this is true," and I've been skeptical. Now I've been saying I want something, anything, because this PCA is ridiculous. I know for a fact how ridiculous, just from my own frame of reference, that was some bullshit, and I needed something. I thought, because when you see something wrong, you can't just be like, "Well, best of luck to that man." I would want people to care if that happened to someone in my life. So I do care. And I think what happened was, I don't think they got the right guy. But I thought, okay, we're finally going to, when they have the right guy, stuff starts falling in place. You start finding out more about them. And you're like, okay, I can start seeing there's some sort of profile to work with, some sort of history that will make this make some sense. So I thought, okay, if somebody was actually concerned about him in 2020, here we go. I might be able to, if they're good to go, like I can stop worrying. I can walk away and go back. I can log out of this account and go back to my old one. And we're good to go. But I couldn't find anything to support it other than I don't remember if it's Indianapolis Predator Catch or something. It was a Facebook group, but I found a lot of the things that they talked about in that Facebook group that was taken down. There's tons of screenshots from that Facebook group on all kinds of other threads because some people were doing that before the Facebook group was taken down. Others were not. But Facebook wears me out, y'all. I only signed up for it so that I could track down old posts and send some messages to try to ask people directly, can you help me understand this? And I found just about all the old posts I was looking for, but when it came to Dawn Turdy, I asked her. I just was like, can you help me understand? Because I had had a very brief exchange with the Captain Howdy, and he was helpful. I think he genuinely believed everything he was saying. I think that's genuinely what someone might have told him, but I need things to add up. And even though I don't think anybody was trying to be dishonest, I do think, I am skeptical about this lady taking credit, pretending she knew this whole time after the fact. That's hard for me to accept. But I do think everybody else who had found that post and were talking about it, at least initially, they were like, oh, this has to be Richard Allen. So they asked her, and she's like, oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. I totally knew about it. And then it kind of created this cascade of lore that people started just confirmation biasing one thing after another after that. And that's when the 4chan thing started coming back up, where this person was talking about Richard, except that person was not. There was no Richard. There are still, I dug up that old post. There's thousands of posts on it. I spent a lot of time reading through all of it. It was one of the most cursed threads I've read in a long time because it's 4chan. But I read through all of it because I was trying to understand and see if there was something I missed. And it was a lot like the Facebook threads, where if you take one screenshot of one part of the conversation, you're going to get a screenshot of people who didn't take the time to read all of the other posts where that question they're asking was answered, or someone came back around with an update. Like, oh, I posted this here, but I just saw an update from a different media report. It was actually this. And a lot of people do come back and correct themselves, but those don't always make the screenshots. So I was going back through to find the original posts to just dig all these up to try to make some sense of it. It was a very tedious process, especially with 4chan, because there was just more there than any of the other ones. But this dude he was not calling anybody Richard. He was saying, he tried to type Richly, and it autocorrected to Richard. And he didn't even catch it until someone was like, who's Richard? And he's like, oh, my bad, there's not a Richard. And so, of course, for like the next however many hours on that thread, they would only refer to the man as Richard. But the original poster was very clear in the type of person that he was speaking to. And it was not a random person. It was the person he was saying all of this information about was about someone from a family in Delphi they were wealthy, they had influence, and they were kind of a powerful family. Richard Allen is just from a regular family, not from Delphi. He's the assistant manager at CVS. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not really someone who he's not real interested in power. We learned at trial the reason he left Walmart was because he felt like they didn't care about the customers and it was too bureaucratic. And he thought they cared more about timesheets and filling just micromanaging corporate stuff. Nobody likes that shit. But he doesn't fit any of the stuff that people have tried to dig up and attach to him. We've even got that Dan Howard post where these people, I don't know who originally blurted out, but it was a public post on a media Facebook report. It wasn't some private person's account. It was like anybody can see it. It's a public post from RTV6 or WTHR. And these people are commenting on it publicly, but there are people who went and blurred out the name and tried to say that he was this person from, he was actually confirming that the person on the bridge was Richard Allen. Well, no, I spent so much time trying to make sense of these things because a lot of them would have brought me comfort if it was true. I would be like, okay, maybe they do have the right person. I wanted it to be true because I did reach a point where I was very burnt out. And all I wanted to be able to do was walk away without feeling guilty. Because if they've got the right guy, I can check in from time to time and see procedurally how things are going. But I wouldn't have to be actually concerned about the case not being solved, which I am concerned about it. At this stage, my oldest is around the same age as the girls. I just think it bothers me that they had 2 years to prepare for trial and they doubled down on them having no clue what happened until the assistant manager from CVS showed up and explained it to them. I cannot get past that. That is the dumbest, laziest shit I've ever heard. I can't believe that is what they went with, because that's not how you solve a crime, especially when you have to walk back all your evidence that you said you had more, you had all this stuff. What they had was nothing. They didn't even have the bullet. I still can't believe that hasn't gotten more attention, but we found out that report saying there was a match did not. The report sure said that, but the work notes and the actual experiments that this person did showed us there was a documented insufficient agreement. There was no match. So that's already out. They cannot place this man on the trail later than 1-something. I'm still up in the air about that even. I don't know if that is his car on Hoosier Harvestor, but I think it would make a whole lot of sense if that was his, and maybe he did leave closer to 1:30, but he's on everybody else that they mentioned on video that day were driving to the trail or away from the trail. We also learned that they never had anybody placing a car that he was driving or the truck that he could have been driving. They cannot place this man there. They don't even have mere presence. Even if they had presence, that would be a problem, but I will recommend everybody going back to watch Trial 4. I think it's on Netflix. Maybe I don't know. It's on one of the streaming platforms. Sean Ellis, he had to go through a trial like this 4 times before they finally let it go. And to this day, the Boston Police Department still whine that he got off on a technicality as if innocence is a technicality. They will not give it up. They do not like admitting when they're wrong, which is so dumb. If you have cops who can't admit something so basic that the rest of us do, like a normal person, they shouldn't be in those positions. But these ones are. But he was convicted the first time on mere presence. If that's all you've got, circumstantial cases bother me because it could be, but it could be something totally different. And juries are not good about when they're presented with information, but there's another explanation that could go towards the person's innocence. You should go with that one, because we are supposed to hold these officials to a standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm really struggling with this jury. I feel like they lowered the lowest bar I've ever seen. And I am curious to know if they regret it or if they are like, no. I think most jurors are under the impression that they're hearing things that nobody else ever got to hear, that everybody's been waiting to find out about. They know less than anybody else. What they were allowed to know was they were given a very meticulously curated narrative. And defense was not really even allowed to explain why they couldn't bring certain things up, let alone mention it or allude to it. So these jurors have no clue how uninformed they were about the investigation and how clueless they might have thought that this was all done. This case was solved with some police work. And this man finally just broke and confessed. That's not what happened. There was no police work from following the crime scene evidence that led to this man. That's normally how you solve a crime. Not in Carroll County, apparently. But, yes, I know the jurors are not gagged, but for some reason, the families aren't gagged either. They're not a party to the case. She can't gag some of the people that she tried to gag, and it's weird to me that they are, like, I don't think even having your name in documents makes you a party to the case if you're just referenced in there. Even still, law enforcement has disregarded that a lot. But let me pull up this other one. One of the things I'm going back and forth a lot between is, hang on just a second. I'm going to share this one while I pull it up. So one of the things I would like to do, but probably will not ever get to do, is talk to the afternoon witnesses, Cheyenne Shelby, Daniel Pearson, even Dave McCain, because I don't think they were asked a whole lot of questions that would have cleared up so many things. And hang on, let me see. It is, I think, in this folder. Okay. So one of the things I've been trying to do is go back through and just fill in details. I finally got through the last of all the trial notes, like every single outlet, every single person who sent me their notes. I went through all of them, got all of the mentions for each different witness. And I think, it'll make it easier when the transcripts are ready to fact check it. But I do feel a little bit more like there's more clarification on some of the things before that were just not clear to me. And I've gone through, I put this one in the description too if anybody just wants to go through it. But on September 21st is when Kathy Shank found whatever that was. Hang on, what is this? I think I accidentally hit the keyboard. She finds this report. And one of the things I realized when I was going through all of the trial notes, looking just for Kathy Shank stuff, which I didn't link to it. I don't know why. I probably started and didn't finish. She did not just, she didn't just find something in a drawer and look at a handwritten note or a folder. There was at least a very specific mention about her looking in the system to check. And that is what was marked cleared. I have a draft started to gritty because I want to say I think she was there on that day. I'm not sure, but I really want to talk to the people who were. because there's discrepancies with the media reports about what Kathy Shank said, where she found it, if she found it in a drawer, a file cabinet, a banker box. But there are mentions in some of the notes that she looked it up in the system after she found it and was trying to make sense of it. And it wasn't until I saw that I thought, well, if he mentioned anything about Peru, coming back from his mom's house in Peru, and when he was talking to Doolin, because they were talking about family and how he didn't have grandkids and all this other stuff, I've been trying to figure out why Kathy Shank was dumpster diving through these tip reports. She's not supposed to be reading stuff and doing all that, and she clearly was. And the other thing that's funny is within days of her finding this tip, now that we know, we've got a report from Doolin. Here, let me see. I thought it would at least show me the preview. Here we go. There's an internal report provided to the defense and discovery from Lieutenant Dan Doolin concerning his interview with Richard Allen. In the report, Doolin wrote the following: I checked my audio recordings and cannot find one for him. I'll keep looking because I'm sure I recorded every interaction I had related to my assigned leads. Well, we know now that after this, he started stalking Mr. Allen, looking him up every which way he can, which is funny because it's just such a different reaction to the same report, supposedly, that he wrote for himself in 2017. I don't think it makes any sense for him to just leap into action immediately the way he did in 2022 when he didn't do that in 2017. They were conducting an active manhunt. He interviewed this man after they released this image and were telling the whole world, we are looking for this person. We are looking for a man who was on the same trail around the same times as the girls went missing. That was the media. Every single media channel was repeating it over and over and over and over. Looking for a man on the same trail around the same times as girls went missing. If you interviewed someone who said, I was there from 1:30 to 3:30, when at the time it was believed the girls were dropped off around 1 and they missed pickup around 3, if someone tells you they were there from 1:30 until 3:30, and the whole reason you're interviewing them is because y'all are doing an active manhunt, and this is one day after he supposedly was scouting the crime scene all by himself, and he's like, hey, you guys missed some sticks, you got to come back and get them. Even though apparently we also learned at trial that one of the CSI guys said he took pictures of the crime scene back on the 15th and went to collect them. So what was Dan Doolin talking about? And what was the other one talking about? We still have these discrepancies that are driving me crazy, because then we've got reports that they also went back in March to do that. I don't know which one it is, but Doolin clearly was like, well, I would have recorded all of them, and he didn't. And his story has changed a couple of times, which if we were Dan Doolin and we were investigating him, we would call that suspicious. That would cause us some concern, and we might need to get some more information. We might need to get ourselves a search warrant to go look through his stuff and figure it out ourselves, because he's doing some suspicious stuff, that Doolin character. God, they're ridiculous. The next thing is, when I was trying to find out, okay, here's these 3 things that I found, because when I was going through, after Osbrook posted a thing, I think it was last night, about Fox 59 made a statement on October 28th that the suspect in custody had already been transferred to state custody for safekeeping. Well, that request wasn't even made until November 2nd, and I thought, I'm going to go back and look at some of these reports, and that's what I've been doing since, because there's a lot of interesting things. But I also found along the way statements from Doug Carter and ISP Lafayette on September 25th. Doug Carter responds to reports online that an arrest was made after previously unreported information was found. He called it nonsense, and ISP Lafayette released a statement calling it false. That was a lie from the superintendent and ISP Lafayette, which we all know is Holman and Vito's home base. Those two are a bunch of liars. That is what they do all the time. They don't seem to know the difference anymore. I think they lie so often that they just believe it, and I'm not sure they know what's what anymore. And I still think it's real funny that Holman and Mullen were allowed to stay in the courtroom through all of this because they were the ones who were in the weeds in this investigation, and they needed to be there because they were the right-hand man that Doug Carter was referring everybody to if they had questions. Oh, these guys will get you caught right up. Well, when they were both on the stand, all of a sudden they didn't know anything about anything. They weren't real sure about that. They were not sure about anything, even though that was the only reason they were allowed to sit in that courtroom. So even if they didn't know anything, which is probably the most self-aware thing either of those men have ever said, how did they not learn a thing or two while they're sitting there every day in the trial? They still don't know anything, really? That drives me crazy. So after I saw that, I'm like, well, what rumors were they talking about all over social media? And this is what I found. Apparently, Greeno was arrested on the 21st. And I couldn't get back on Facebook. It wears me out. But I'm just going to take these people's word for it that it was probably the Facebook groups and probably Greeno's arrest that people thought that. But I did think it was very interesting because I think he was in Georgia when he was arrested. He wasn't in Carroll County at the time. I think they were going to extradite him. But where did the information come from about previously unreported information was found? Because that was true. Who was running around talking about that? And there was another, when I was going through the early days of the arrest footage, there was only one, and I think I marked it down here, but they made mention of the fact that he was interviewed in 2017 before that information was released. So somebody else saw the PCA beforehand, even though as of the 28th, we have a verified request to prohibit public access had been filed. So we were told that that was very important to the prosecutor, and he was the only one who had access to this. So how other people ended up with this information when there were not even defense attorneys appointed to the case yet, you're going to have to forgive me for thinking anybody else could have been responsible for it. Because if not him, who? So the other thing that's interesting, I wanted to pull this up. Hang on. Oh, I might need to I don't know if it's going to let me share the audio before I switch. Let me see. All right, I'm going to remove this and then reshare my screen so that I can pull it up. But it's real interesting. The same media outlet on the 26th, how unclear things are with this investigation, and then 2 days later, hold on. Okay, share the audio. All right, let me play this.
Someone who worked inside during the early days of the Delphi double murder investigation. He says he disagreed with the direction that case was taking.
Yeah, he says speaking up cost him. Now there's a federal lawsuit being filed. Fox 59's Russ McQuaid has a look at that lawsuit, and he joins us now in studio with more. Russ.
And good afternoon. This federal lawsuit filed by a Carroll County Sheriff's deputy, Michael Thomas, claims he unsuccessfully ran against the sheriff's choice in next month's election and spoke up early on about problems with the Delphi Murders investigation, and now he's paying a price. Chief Deputy Michael Thomas wanted to succeed his boss, Sheriff Tobe Lesenby. There are only 12 deputies in Carroll County. And a pair of unsolved crimes, the arson deaths of 4 little girls in Florida and the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German below the Monon High Bridge outside of Delphi in 2017, continue to rock the community.
Our county was hurt. It was, and they're looking for someone to fill the position to make the county better.
That's why Thomas says he ran for sheriff in last May's primary, but lost to the man Lesenby picked to succeed him.
3 days after the election, I was demoted back down to the road.
Thomas claims the sheriff targeted him for political retaliation, and that was a violation of his civil rights. And he lists his involvement in the Delphi investigation as one reason why he rubbed the sheriff the wrong way.
In the very first few weeks of the double homicide, I wanted to bring experts in, and I was given that task by the Carroll County prosecutor, and basically they didn't like what I had to say, and it kind of went downhill from there. I just felt like there were certain individuals within the command structure that didn't want to go in that direction.
Former Carroll County prosecutor Robert Ives told us today, quote, "I do recall discussing with Chief Deputy Mike Thomas the possibility of seeking additional experts in the Delphi case. I thought there were aspects of the investigation that needed experts that the team had not sought." Thomas says his community is frustrated by a seeming lack of progress in solving the Delphi murders and the minimal information revealed that leads to rumors and conspiracy theories in social media.
With all these theories and conspiracies and stuff like that, that it's law enforcement's job to try to put a stop to some of this stuff, because it's not doing the case any good.
Thomas said his lawsuit was not filed in time to have an impact on the sheriff's election November 8th. He says he hasn't worked on the Delphi investigation since the early days and doesn't know if the case will ever be solved. Russ McQuaid, Fox 59 News.
We have reached out for comment from the sheriff, and at this hour, we haven't heard back yet. So when we do, we'll let you know.
Okay, so hang on, hold on. There we go. Let me close that back out. So I'm going to go back to this one. So that was on the 26th. And we know now that about this time, Jerry Holman was in a little room yelling and screaming like a lunatic. And he tried to blame that on the witness. He said he was matching his tone. That was not true. Mr. Allen was not referring to these girls, two dead girls. He was not speaking very derogatory about women and using them as leverage, like they're just objects to fuck with someone. That's what Holman was doing. And I know people believe that that's just part of the job. But if you think that is the sole way to do it and the best one to choose, I don't want you with, I would prefer you do not protect and serve me. I would opt out of that. Holman is the last person I would ever want anywhere near my family, let alone investigating what happened. I cannot think of a worse person for a couple of girls to get stuck with as the person who gets to just run around explaining everything away. But that's what happened. So on the 26th, they eventually did take Mr. Allen back home. I was very confused about that for a while. And I think it's because they did not want anybody to know who actually did decide we got him. I know he did something. We've already searched his house and his car and all this stuff. This whole time they had that certificate of analysis. They had it the whole time. And if it was actual direct evidence placing this man at the scene. They could have just arrested. They wouldn't have had to play all these games with him. When you have probable cause, you just go arrest the person. You don't play phone tag. You don't lure them into the police post. You do if you want a confession because you don't have anything. And we were told, oh, wait for trial. We're going to be blown away by all the bombshells. Turns out they didn't have anything more than they had when they arrested him. And the things that they did have when they arrested him was not what they presented it as. That's another problem. But one of the other things that people end up dismissing the election stuff over, that I think is lost on some people, is I don't think Holman did this to help Liggett get arrested. I think that's the wrong way to approach this. I think it's more of a, if someone makes a big arrest in this case that you have been unable to solve and you just lit $1 million on fire searching a river for nothing because you let some dipshit like Keegan Kline decide what direction you're going to go in instead of just following actual evidence. That's my problem with people just taking all these screenshots and running with them. Just because someone says it doesn't make it true. If, like, I understand if somebody says something, you might want to follow up on it. But if this person has a history of lying and just saying shit and there's really nothing to substantiate it, then you got to be more cautious. But these officers were not. They just wanted someone to show up and explain it to them because they sure as shit weren't going to investigate the crime scene or any of the evidence that was at the crime scene. They were collecting all this stuff, but they were not sending it off for testing. I don't understand that one still. But the next thing I didn't realize until I started going back through all this footage was there's this interview with Tobe where he's discussing the arrest. And I think it's probably the best framing for once Holman threw that hissy fit and lost control of his emotions and all his sense. And he was just mad that I don't remember when he got his little certificate from the FBI National Academy. They need to up their vetting game, by the way, because as soon as he came back from their academy, he's done nothing but throw FBI personnel under the bus left and right. That's not good. Branch rules would have got him tossed for that. Anytime he needs to save his own ass, he will just throw someone under the bus. He does not have any integrity whatsoever. He just doesn't. And he doesn't seem to have any remorse for having no integrity and throwing people under the bus. And everything he does when he gives these interviews, he's real soft-spoken and he's got one face. And then we get these transcripts from that interrogation and people got to see the video and he's a lunatic. He's a foul-mouthed, disrespectful, lying, scheming lunatic. I'm not a fan. I don't think there's anything redeeming about that man. But I need to find this one with Tobe. So on 26th, they take him home and then they go back and they get a game plan, a little conspiracy to go get him anyway, because Holman lost his shit. And Holman also in that interview fed this man crime scene details that nobody else knew about. And he also didn't Mirandize him. There's a whole bunch of problems with this 26 thing. And then he changed his story at trial. Before trial, he wrote a report that said, oh yeah, I totally Mirandized him. And other investigators totally heard it for sure. So we're all good. But when he was on the stand, he said that there was a glitch. It just, something happened. There's a delay or a glitch when he flipped the switch for the video. It just glitched out. And then I guess it unglitched itself. I don't know what he was trying to get away with that one. But he thinks things through about as much as Murder Sheet, which is probably why they were the ones who ran around with that this tip was lost or entered incorrectly or whatever you want to call it. No wonder they were the ones pushing that. But on the 27th, after they take him into custody at Carroll County, he stays there until the initial hearing on the 28th. What I also didn't realize is that they had this hearing in complete secret. They spent every one of these journalists, the reason it says Delphi suspect in custody, seems to be, the rumor is there's an arrest. I didn't realize that they did this hearing in complete secret on the 28th until I saw some of these early reports. So I'm going to pull this one up. I'm going to pull this one up first. Hold on. Because I got to unshare and share this again to make sure it has the audio. Oh, dang it. There we go. I think this is the one with Murder Sheet where them and the person that interviewed them kind of put it into context what this day looked like for everybody for most of the day before I show you the other report from this day where the person from Fox 59 is very clear that the suspect had been transferred immediately to state custody for safekeeping. We do know that he went to White County Jail first, but the fact that there's a broadcast on the 28th already saying that is very interesting. Hang on, let me make sure this did share. So let me play this one.
Indiana State Police say they are ready to reveal more information in the investigation. Let's get right to iTeammates Richard Essex live in Delphi. Richard, what have we learned?
Well, that they have made an arrest in connection to the Delphi murders. They have not released the name. Indiana State Police have confirmed they are having a major press conference in relationship to the Delphi murders on Monday. It has been more than 5 years since the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby German were found along a trail on the east side of Delphi. No arrests have been made and no charges filed. But today's announcement of a news conference has driven a lot of speculation here in Carroll County. Kelsey German, Libby's sister, who tweeted, "Just know how grateful I am for all of you. Today is the day," and said all comments would have to come from the Carroll County prosecutor. And I received a text message from Libby's mother, who lives in Kentucky, and she said that she would be at the press conference on Monday. iTeammate went to the prosecutor's office and was told the prosecutor wasn't available. We went to the sheriff's office and were met at the door by a deputy who told us the sheriff was also not available. We went to the clerk's office looking for court records, and again, no paperwork has been filed or made public. The announcement comes after a weeks-long search of the Wabash River by state police, one that included Kagan Klein. He's the man charged with using a fake social media account to get sexual pictures and videos from underage girls. The account has been linked to the deaths of Abby and Libby. Klein faces trial next year in nearby Miami County on 30 charges related to child pornography. There has not been a lot of information coming out of Carroll County today, other than the fact that we have learned through sources that an arrest has been made in connection to the Delphi murders. And I have been told that Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter will be at that press conference on Monday. Now, earlier, we talked to our news gathering partners at the Murder Sheet about their thoughts on today's activity. Kevin, you're a lawyer. What do you make of the lack of no paperwork being filed today?
It's very unusual and frankly quite disappointing because court proceedings are public proceedings and the public has the right to that information. And typically court employees are only too happy to share that information with the public. Today, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, we've been met with resistance everywhere we went today. Anya, you've been following this from day one. What do you make of this big announcement coming up Monday?
I think this is a seismic shift in the investigation. The fact that they are basically stopping everything to let people know that, possibly someone has been arrested and there could be a big development coming. I think that in a case marked by caution and sort of at times inertia, I think this is a huge deal.
In the past, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter has said that they felt like they had interviewed the person that might have done this. We will find out on Monday if he was right. In Carroll County, Richard Essex, Wish TV, iTeammate.
Okay. I don't know if y'all caught that. We went to the prosecutor's office and couldn't find anybody. We went to the sheriff's office. We were met at the door with the deputy, and we were told nobody's there. And then we went to the clerk's office. We went everywhere, and there's no paperwork anywhere, which is weird because we now know that all of these documents were dated the day before, and they had already had a hearing. And now we're going to go to this Fox 59 one. This is the one that Osbrook. Hang on. Hold on. Let me see. Let me play it and let me know if it does.
Right now to follow the breaking news
Y'all hear
in
that?
Carroll County, where Fox 59 has confirmed an arrest in the Delphi murder investigation.
But police have yet to give a formal statement on the suspect. And Fox 59's Courtney Spinelli joining.
Before I finish, did y'all hear the sound on that? I can't tell if I need to re-share it. Okay. Hold on. Where'd my tab go? Okay, there we go.
Joining us now here with more on what we do know right now.
Yeah, good evening. In a small community like here in Delphi, news travels fast, but even still today, many people tell us they were stunned by word of an arrest. But it also comes with many people who told us this brings with it a feeling of relief here in this community. The case against Richard Allen, who was arrested in connection to the Delphi murders, is sealed. No information about whether he has been charged or if an initial hearing has been set has been released. Multiple sources tell us after he was booked into the Carroll County Jail, he was immediately taken to a state correctional facility for safety reasons.
That was on the 28th. That request wasn't made until November 2nd. I didn't realize that until Osbrook posted it. I also didn't realize some other stuff. So after the 28th, from what I can tell, I guess we won't know until this gag order's lifted and we can ask basic questions. But what I'm thinking is that after this secret hearing that they didn't tell anybody about, and Diener probably took all of this stuff as his work product, the same way Gold did in November, to keep it from getting out to anybody. He probably took it as his work product, and then they transferred him to White County Jail. And there's one more media report that makes mention of him being in White County Jail on November 1st, and that's the same date that the letter sent from White County Jail was postmarked. I think, was it postmarked in Indianapolis? I think. Let me see. So I tried to find the shortest version of these clips just to kind of remind everybody what was going on at this time where he is in custody. And keep in mind that at this 28th hearing, if it hadn't been in his letter, I don't think I would have even believed it. I do think the only reason he wanted to try to contact a private attorney was because they were sort of using it as leverage after, they did take him back home, which is weird because they turned right back around and went and arrested him after that, after getting a little game plan, or I'm not real sure what was going on through their minds, because they didn't have anything at the end of that interrogation that they didn't have before it started. They didn't get anything new from it. So I have a lot of problems and a lot of questions with all that. But I do think when they picked him back up, at some point it must have been used as leverage, because this was at this stage over the weekend. And so he's like, well, fine, I'm going to try to call someone myself. Well, he wasn't really able to. He apparently got some paper and pencil, but I don't know if Kathy was the one making the phone calls trying to call attorneys, and then she was able to reach him and tell him, and he's like, absolutely not. I'm just going to do a court-appointed attorney. He probably didn't want, at that stage, I would assume he didn't want to even try. Or maybe, once you're accused of murder, even if you sell your house, it's not going to be worth as much. The judge and the prosecutor would know this, but whatever. So he writes this letter from White County Jail. It's postmarked on November 1st, which is the same day that Holman writes his report about that interrogation, saying, oh, I totally Mirandized him, by the way. The same day he's begging for an attorney, Holman, that's the day he prepares his report, saying, totally, I didn't skip that at all. And these other unnamed officers totally heard me say it. Ridiculous. But the 31st is when they had the press conference announcing it. Hold on. Let me pause this and make sure. Oh, hang on. I just clicked the wrong thing. All right. Let me close some of these tabs first. Okay, it is sharing. All right, let me play.
After their deaths, we expect to learn much more about the only arrest made so far in the Delphi murders.
Our Zach Myers is at Delphi United Methodist Church this morning, where today's 10 o'clock news conference will take place. Good morning, Zach.
Good morning, guys. And right now, as we've reported, the case against Richard Allen is sealed. And it's not clear that we'll get full access to court documents and those full details today, but we do at least expect to learn the charges or charge that he's facing. Richard Allen from Delphi was arrested last week in connection with the Delphi Murders investigation. However, his role is not yet clear. The arrest came after police served a search warrant at his home, seized his car, and dug through a fire pit out back. What they found as a result of that search remains to be seen. What we know is that Allen is being held in a different county jail for his safety after an initial hearing on Friday. We're told that he's not cooperating with authorities. Many here in Delphi say they were shocked to learn that the arrested suspect is one of their own.
One of my servers was telling me that he wouldn't speak much, that his wife would order the food, and that they would split it. He didn't really speak.
Today's news conference is expected to include state police, the Carroll County Sheriff and prosecutor, as well as U.S. Marshal Service and the families of Abby Williams and Libby German. They have said that they do not want to comment before the news conference, but Libby's sister, Kelsey, has tweeted that she looks forward to responding and saying more later. Again, this news conference here at Delphi United Methodist Church is set for 10 o'clock. We'll be here to bring it to you live on the air and online at fox59.com. Reporting live in Delphi, Zach Myers, Fox 59 News.
Okay, so as of the 31st, the reports are that he's in White County Jail. So sometime between the 28th and the 31st, he would have had to have written this letter. I don't know how long it takes to write a letter from a jail to give it to the prison staff for them to actually mail it out. I don't know if it's considered legal mail, if it's going to the court. I believe it would be read. I don't actually know for sure. I get mixed up when it comes to something like a letter to the judge or to the clerk. But still, it would have had to have been written and sent in time to be postmarked by the 1st. Should have been marked legal mail. Hang on, I think I have it on here. I can't remember what the envelope says. Hang on, let me pull On the first, it says no longer in custody at White County Jail. Or no. I don't know when that was stamped, though. Or it says no longer, if that means on the 7th he was no longer there. We know that. But I don't know what day they actually transferred him, other than all we know is that on November 3rd, there's an adult mental health order that, according to the filings, was on the 3rd. And it's very confusing, but I don't see legal mail on here unless, hang on. Mailed from. I don't see it on there. I don't know if that means they would have opened it, but if they did, then that would explain a lot why Holman wrote his report on the first saying, oh shit, I Mirandized him, by the way. We've got to give him an attorney. I should probably mention that because it's definitely not on video. I have concerns about that. All of that seems so shady. Okay, let me go back to this one. Hold on. Okay, so we're on the 1st. Holman's written his report. We've got this letter that's already postmarked. And some of these in the next, I think I only have videos for the next few days. But a judge from a different county was interviewed, and he said some very interesting things that make it real difficult to explain it away for the state about why they did what they did the way they did it, when these concepts are on the minds of everybody else in their field. Hang on. Let me switch this real quick. All right. Experts weigh in on why Delphi arrest court docs are still sealed.
There are still so many questions that family and friends of Abby and Libby still want answered.
Fox 59's Eric Graves talked to experts today about why court documents remain sealed and how long they could be withheld.
Suspected killer Richard Allen now sits in the White County Jail with 2 counts of murder for the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. The details why he was arrested still unclear. Law enforcement says the investigation is ongoing.
For that reason and for the nature of this case, the probable cause and the charging information has been sealed by the court.
Local attorney and former deputy prosecutor Ralph Staples says this is rare.
Honestly, I've never seen it before where you've got someone in custody and the documents still remain sealed.
Staples says the decision to keep these documents sealed comes down to the judge.
The public's right to know is sometimes trumped by law enforcement's need to maintain some secrecy.
In this case, the man who made the decision is Carroll County Circuit Court Judge Benjamin Diener. He ordered the probable cause affidavit sealed. Staples says this points to erring on the side of caution.
You got 2 dead kids in a very tragic situation. Nobody wants to screw this up. Not the police, not the prosecutors, not a judge.
As for what reason could have been given to the judge to keep the docs sealed, both Staples and former FBI Special Agent in Charge Paul Keenan say investigators could still be trying to make more arrests.
If there are other suspects out there, you want to have a chance to go after them as well.
Keenan now works at a security consulting firm called Factor. He says letting too much out to the public could tip off other suspects.
They may try to destroy that evidence, or they may even try and flee the jurisdiction.
As for when documents could be unsealed, Keenan says that is ultimately up to the judge. If that happens before the trial, Staples says it's unclear.
You just don't know. Sure. This is truly uncharted water.
In Indianapolis, Eric Graves, Fox 59 News.
Staples says there is a chance even Richard Allen hasn't seen this full probable cause document yet. Allen is due in court next January for a pre-trial hearing, and his trial should start on March 20th.
Fox 59 is working to get access to the documents filed in this case. As we reported, they've been sealed by the judge. We're filing a public records request with Judge Diener, who sealed that affidavit. Yesterday, Judge Dan Henke told us that sealing the document after a person is arrested isn't very common.
I'm also going to say somewhat unusual. I won't say unprecedented. It's typical that you're going to seal documents before you arrest the person who's the defendant named in a charging information. Then once they're arrested, you unseal it. To keep them sealed now after arrest is unusual.
Again, Fox 59 is filing a public records request to try and get the affidavit unsealed. To learn more about what led to arresting Richard Allen, who was once considered a witness in this case. So many people in the community still have so many questions about this. We'll certainly keep you posted on what happens next.
Anybody know how he knew that? How did he know? Because I was in the PCA. That a tip on the 21st was handed to the sheriff. Or to Liggett, whatever. I don't think you're sheriff yet. But how did that guy know that? Let me see. Again, I close this other one. So this is still November 1st. On November 2nd, we have an order acknowledging the public hearing. We have a request by the sheriff to transfer the inmate to the custody of Indiana Department of Corrections. And we have this. Before I start it, it's very strange to me how Carroll County is the lead agency on all this. And he was informed about all these events, and he just took their word for it. He clearly did not write the PCA. I don't even think Liggett did. I think Holman did. Possibly Vito. Those two dipshits are something else. When I look at all their other handiwork, they're something else. They're unserious people. But I'm pretty sure those two are why we got the PCA. I think Diener tried to clean it up. I think that is partially why we have page 8 gate. Diener signed the bond order setting bond at $20 gazillion. And that's what they included as page 8. And I think he probably forgot that when he edited the PCA the same way he did the safekeeping requests, he didn't get that. He sent it to them, the last page, to be signed. And he went ahead and signed all the other stuff because he was trying to prepare to recuse himself. I think he forgot to get that last page back. And he just didn't realize it because he signed the bond order and he just was not paying attention. I think that is just my theory, because that's what we have. We have no affiant signing their name to this document, cowards. But we do have the bond order included as page 8. So I don't really know what else I'm supposed to think happened now that we know that Diener also helped not Liggett. I think it was Tobe. He said he got something off the computer. He used motion on the computer, whatever that means. It's these dudes, man. And Diener rewrote it, which is why both of them sound like a hysterical little girl writing them. But let's just listen to how Tobe describes. They're asking him. He's describing the arrest. Well, he clearly was not part of it. Hold on. Let me let me share this one. Yeah, it's sharing.
Law enforcement leader who's been closely associated with this case.
Carroll County Sheriff Toby Lesenby has been on the investigation from its start. He spoke tonight with CBS 4's Lindsay Eaton.
Stuck on the side of the filing cabinet is one of the sketches, along with a printed off screenshot of the Delphi murder suspect.
For me, it was a constant reminder.
Since the start, these clues hung in Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby's office, and 5 years later, finally, a major break in the case. A suspect arrested in the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German.
I feel a sigh of relief for mainly for the families involved, and then for the community as a whole.
Police arrested 50-year-old Richard Allen on 2 counts of felony murder. He lives in Delphi, and all along, investigators believed they were searching for a suspect who was local.
And mainly from the aspect of, the area where those crimes were committed.
Allen worked at CVS. You can actually see the store from the sheriff's office. Sheriff Lesenby remembers seeing Allen there and having interactions with him, describing Allen as professional.
To make the connection now, it's just it's a very unusual feeling.
Last week, when Sheriff Lesenby got word that an arrest was being made in Abby and Libby's murders, we asked if there was some hesitation of getting his hopes up.
Based on what the investigators shared with me, my answer is no. I felt very confident with what they had gained.
What linked Allen to the Delphi double homicide? Is there anyone else involved? Just a couple of the several questions that are still out there.
I know people get frustrated about us being tight-lipped and not sharing information, but the way the criminal justice system works, it's the courtroom is the place, the arena, so to say, for that to be shared in.
In Carroll County, Lindsay Eaton, CBS 4 News.
Lead investigator didn't even know there was an arrest happening. It's just very strange to me. This was done not in Carroll County. It was done, I'm guessing, at the Lafayette Police Post. And did y'all catch the part where she's like, it's right across the street from the sheriff's office. Yep, it sure is. Let me see you. Get back here. Okay, so this is November 2nd, the day he gave that interview. They had just put in the request for the transfer. He felt very confident in that PCA, which is scary because that PCA was a joke. November 2nd is when we start getting reports on how often medical staff is checking in on Mr. Allen. On November 3rd, a day after this, all of a sudden we have filings that start telling us all of the things that started happening very quickly. Holman coordinated with a GTL and a correctional treatment liaison to set up 24-hour surveillance to preserve everything for future litigation. Everything but the doctor's notes, apparently. After RA was arrested, Detective Harshman from the Indiana State Police was put in charge of monitoring RA's communications. I have started wondering if Harshman was central office. Like, Unified Command is not an actual department or whatever. They named a little ragtag team of dipshits. I think Harshman might have been central office. I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that Holman, for some reason, I think I'm the only one that it drives crazy, but a correctional treatment liaison. Oh, I was trying to highlight it. Hold on. That's medical. These officers should not have a medical liaison at all. But he set up surveillance with GTL and medical. At this point in time, the warden was not informed. Let's see. The phone calls were monitored weekly or more often. Harshman primarily listens and documents calls. If something of interest was heard, they subpoenaed video from the cell, companion logs, The warden would eventually be informed about the monitoring, but it's unclear when he was told. Kind of like the sheriff wasn't told either until an arrest was made. The warden was not informed about what was going on with one of his inmates until things had already happened. On this same day that Holman is setting all of this up, we have an adult mental health order. He arrives at the reception diagnostic center. Walla began seeing RA daily. Her notes showed that RA was on suicide watch with close observation, monitored every 14 minutes. That's probably a typo. Let me highlight it so I can go back and check. I assume that's a typo. Hold on. Make it easier for me to see later. He was placed on suicide watch when he first got to the facility, and he stayed for 1 month before he was removed in December 2022. This little link here, I put this in the description so people can go back and find out which filing that came from. He obviously stayed on suicide watch longer than he should have. There was a lot of discussions about that with Walla's testimony, but the filings were quoting from prison records. And so at some point, we learned that Walla only recommended suicide watch for 24 hours. And nobody has taken responsibility for why he was kept on suicide watch even longer than that. But she is claiming that at one point she said it was just for 24 hours and then it kept going. And then once she learned about that, it apparently ended. This is why we need the transcripts. Because all I know is that's what the filings were saying, even though it said more than one thing. Anyway, I've documented what it says. At this point, his religious affiliation was not religious. Observations were that he was fragile upon admission and that he may be at risk of suicidal ideation. He was placed on suicide watch when he arrived at the reception diagnostic center. This occurred despite the fact that there were no underlying findings to suggest he was suicidal. He didn't sign anything because he wasn't allowed a pen. There's notes saying that he was code D. Supplemental information from all the different filings. I tried to group all of the information. All of this information was scattered across tons of different filings. I've tried to gather it and group it together in a way that kind of, instead of just having a random list of stuff on the day, I've tried to put it all together. SMI patients are typically placed in solitary confinement for 30 days per DOC codes. Exceptions to this 30-day policy are made for individuals deemed in extreme danger to others. He was not. Wallace's assessment was that RA did not fall under this extreme danger exception. Wallace said RA was placed on suicide watch for 1 day. Oh, here we go. 1 day at the RDC due to his high-profile status. It's unclear who issued the 24/7 watch beyond this recommendation at RDC. DOC records for RA do not document any formal mental health assessment or testing to establish an accurate baseline in terms of his mental health history or needs. That's because he wasn't actually evaluated by Martin until, I think, the following week. What I also done, or what's very confusing to me, is that we have this mental health order on the 3rd at the RDC. And then there's DOC video of him in his cell this same day at Westville. I don't know the location of the RDC. I don't know if anybody else does, but I don't know. From the filings, they just made it sound like there was a stopover at this place before he went to Westville. And I didn't see if that requires another van trip. I'm not sure, but I do know there's DOC video on the 3rd where he's in his cell. And that is when all of this 24/7 surveillance begins. At this stage, he had gotten a quote from some attorneys, but he had not had a single private conversation with counsel. He was arrested on the 26th, so 7, 8, 8 days already without counsel, without guidance, without having a clue what's going on, where he is, what his charges are, why he's there. And now he's under 24-hour surveillance. There was no hearing for any of this. I don't know if any of you can, even if you were a guilty person, you would still be entitled to the presumption of innocence, to knowing what the charges are against you, to having a hearing where evidence is presented and heard by a judge and taken under advisement before they are allowed to straight up kidnap you and dump you in a maximum security prison before you've had a single conversation with an attorney. This is insane. 8 days have gone by since the last time he was in front of a judge. There's no reason that he couldn't have stayed at White County Jail. The fact that they transported him twice and they said it was for legit, like, we know White County Jail was more than capable of handling this. The fact that they rushed him off here immediately is very alarming to me, is the only way I know how to put it. There's no sense to do all of this for someone who's had one initial hearing. He didn't have counsel there, and you just had a hearing without him. He was not, like, it's not even that he didn't have representation on the third. He was not there. And the first one they had was in complete secret. We don't even know if he was at that one either. We don't actually know that. So there's just, it's wild to me that this has been just swept under the rug. But part of the reason we make sure people have counsel, even if they are guilty, is to make sure the charges are fair and correct and that the law is being followed and they match the actual crime. All of these things, nobody was doing any of that, and he's already in a state prison under 24-hour surveillance. And the warden apparently doesn't even know that. How in the world does a warden in any state prison have inmates who, I guess he knows he's there, but he doesn't know all of this other stuff that has been put in place? The warden is supposed to be the one in charge of this stuff. He's not even aware of it yet. That's not normal. It's not right. So the next thing that happens is, hang on, where did I lose my place? So he's in his cell. He's located in APOD, one of approximately 60 individual segregation cells, all containing felons convicted of crimes such as burglary, robbery, child molestation, and murder. His suicide designation was the cause for the removal of even additional privileges, to the extent that the word privilege even applies, which in turn further fostered an environment that led to the deterioration of his mental and physical health. He is already in his cell, gone through RDC, and then Diener signs the safekeeping order after he's already in a prison. It breaks my brain that they did all of this with no shame whatsoever, and that even the second judge was not alarmed by any of it. Then he signs his order of recusal. So we're going to do the next, hang on. We're going to do this next clip and see what the rest of the world knows while all this is going on. This is what everybody else is under the impression of. Hang on, let me make sure it actually shared. It says it lost. Okay, I've got to close it. It says it lost. Let me remove this and redo it. Oh. Okay. Yep, we're good.
It's now 11 o'clock, and tonight there are more questions surrounding the Delphi murders as the Carroll County judge removes himself from the case. All of this follows several complaints from the judge about public and media interest in the sealed probable cause affidavit. So tonight at 11, we want to get right to Rachel Krause to find out what we know about the new judge assigned to this case. Rachel?
Yeah, and Scott, court documents show a Carroll County judge is recusing himself from court proceedings for one of the county's most critical cases. Richard Allen faces murder charges for his alleged role in the 2017 Delphi murders that killed Abby Williams and Libby German. Now, Judge Benjamin Diener has taken himself off the case, saying he didn't feel safe. The Delphi community spent 5 years waiting for an arrest in the case after the 2017 murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. Last week brought relief for families and for many around town after an arrest was made. Richard Allen of Delphi now facing charges of murder. A new court document showed Judge Benjamin Diener recused himself in the case, which the Indiana Supreme Court confirmed earlier this afternoon. In court filings, Judge Diener writes he was attempting to ignore the maelstrom of interest from the public, saying there was already content about his family on YouTube, including photos. Judge Diener writes, the public's bloodlust for information before it exists is extremely dangerous. And when the public peddles misinformation with reckless abandon, we all are not safe. A spokesperson for the Indiana Supreme Court says they're in the process of appointing Allen County Judge Fran Gull as a special judge in the Delphi murder case in Diener's place. Gull has served as a judge in Allen County for more than 20 years, overseeing several significant cases, including Bob Leonard's trial after the Richmond Hill explosion. That explosion set deliberately as part of an insurance scam, killing 2 on Indy's South Side and leading to the destruction of 30 homes 10 years ago, next Thursday.
The enormity of the case, the amount of destruction, the death, the descriptions that you hear, that it's like a war zone. So.
A judge doesn't have to give a specific reason for recusing themselves in the case. There are several reasons that would require a judge to step away, though, including personal bias or prejudice of a person or their attorney, if they have personal knowledge of disputed facts in the case, or having a close relationship to someone involved in the case. And while the future of the judge in Allen's criminal case now appears to be decided, information on what led to Allen's arrest is still under wraps. Those records are still sealed by the court. Court filings did reveal, however, that when the defendant appeared for his initial hearing, he was wearing protective gear. Judge Diener writes that was not to protect Allen from the court, but rather that protection was to protect the defendant from the public.
Just tonight, we learned that Richard Allen has been transferred to a state prison here in Indiana. The court says it's for safekeeping, saying that he's in imminent danger of being hurt or killed. Here's a look at what we also know tonight about the suspect in this case. Allen's initial bail was set at $20 million following his arrest. Several days later, the prosecutor said Allen is now being held with no bond. This case returns to court on November 22nd. That's when they'll hold a hearing to decide whether or not key documents in the case will remain under seal. And another development today, Kelsey German, Libby's sister, posted this. If you have a minute today, please sign this petition to keep the probable cause documents sealed. As we focus on the next steps in this investigation and the future court hearings, we're also looking back on how we've covered this story since February of 2017. Saturday night at 7, we'll air the Delphi Murders Arrest Special. This will feature a new interview with Indiana State Police. Again, that's Saturday night at 7 o'clock.
Moving now to developments in the case against Kegan Kline, the Miami County prosecutor is asking the court to dismiss 5 charges in the child pornography case against him. Kline's been in jail for more than 2 years, waiting to go on trial for 30 counts of child porn possession, exploitation, and obstruction of justice. Kline admitted to creating the fake Anthony Schatz profile online, which was one of the last to communicate with Libby German before her death. But to be clear, Kline has never been named a suspect in the Delphi murders.
There's some things to unpack in that one. Why is the family asking for this thing to be sealed? Are you kidding me? I feel like that would require some sort of conversation where you're informed in some manner and the information you were given would make you think there were other people involved. And it's just real strange. A lot of the reports from this day, they all went through the same thing. He's in a state facility now, and we're going to wait to hear about whether or not these are going to be sealed. By the way, the family doesn't want it to be unsealed. And by the way, Keegan Klein had charges. Like they're trying to tie all these things together, whether it was WTHR, Wish TV. There was definitely an effort. I don't know if this was just part of that's the talking points that came from ISP. So when they were reached for comment, they all got the same talking points, or if that is really just the last thing we heard before this arrest. Everybody thought Keegan Klein was involved, and they were searching the river looking for whatever that was. But it reminds me of when they had Mike Patty running around calling Keegan Klein a piece of the puzzle. He was never a piece of the puzzle. They knew that the entire time. And they still, like, I don't know why they were misleading the families even. I understand why they may have no qualms misleading the public or lying to our faces, but you would think they would feel somewhat hesitant to do that with the victims' families. Nope. Just, yeah, we totally found that guy and cleared him. Now we're looking for this younger guy. We've totally found first guy. And every time I think about that, I'm reminded of the prosecutor's filing about the geofence data where there were 3 phones. And in the filing, the prosecutor said that they found those 3 people, interviewed them, and cleared them. Well, that's what they said about Old Bridge guy. So that could have been more bullshit. Probably was. I don't know if that information was ever turned over to defense, because once it was eliminated out, I don't even know if they're allowed to request it at that point. I don't. It's very frustrating. But now we've made it through November 3rd. We've got I can't remember if this one talks about, hang on. Okay, actually, we're not going to do that one because it's kind of the repackaged version of what we just watched. So after the 3rd, there's really no information. We've got this adult mental health order. We've got Diener writing. Ah, man, I meant to ask DB for that clip of Mind Shock where he's talking. I know it's Doug Carter, but Doug Carter and Diener both are a different kind of dork than the rest. They're both sinister in their own ways, but they're also just dorks, but like they keep dragging the whole world into it. I meant to get that clip. That one cracks me up every time. Hold on. Okay, so on the 3rd, he's already gone through RDC. Still doesn't have an attorney. He's still under 24-hour surveillance. On the 6th, this is, hang on. Let me see if it's going to make me reshare it. I'm going to play this one. Let me know if the sound doesn't work, though, after I play it.
It has been nearly a week since officials over in Carroll County announced charges in the Delphi double murder investigation. Abby Williams and Libby German were both found dead back in 2017 on the Monon High Bridge. Now, a Delphi man is facing charges. We don't know much about why investigators believe this man right here, Richard Allen, was connected to the killings. Now, we do know he still has to hire his own attorney, and a judge from Fort Wayne is now overseeing the case. Fox 59's Russ McQuaid spoke to a judge who is giving us some insight into this complicated case.
When Richard Allen was arrested on October 26th, that started the clock ticking on the case against him and also on the constitutional rights that protect his presumption of innocence. Last Monday's briefing by authorities was light on details, including the evidence and the state's case against Richard Allen.
I first thought, well, who's going to represent him? Who's his attorneys?
Allen's My Case file does not list a defense attorney, though in a judge's order last week to move Allen to state custody for his own safety, the court said Allen announced at his secret initial hearing October 28th that he would hire his own attorney.
But given the fact that he's been moved out of the county jail to a couple of different locations indicates he may not have access to counsel in order to go retain one.
Allen has the right to know the details of the case against him, but because the file is sealed, we don't know if he knows what he's up against.
The issue, though, constitutionally for Mr. Allen, though, is paramount. There's no circumstances under which he's not allowed to know why he's been arrested.
Allen has until November 17th to tell the judge if he has an attorney, and he must request a change of venue to relocate his trial to get an unbiased jury by November 26th. And his speedy trial deadline is set for next March 20th. But the Carroll County prosecutor's rare secrecy in pursuing this case complicates the state's protection of Allen's rights.
All of that in conjunction or in combination is extremely rare. Bits and pieces of it may not be.
Carroll Circuit Court Judge Benjamin Diener said he was overwhelmed and bailed out of the case, and Allen County Superior Judge Fran Gull was assigned by the state Supreme Court to take over. But that doesn't mean Richard Allen's case would necessarily be heard in Fort Wayne if it's moved because of extensive media coverage.
I'm not sure what the coverage of this has been in the Fort Wayne media market. I just know the Indianapolis media market has been fairly extensive in its coverage.
Judge Henke expects that the new judge assigned to this case, Judge Fran Gull of Fort Wayne, could hold a hearing as soon as this week to determine if Richard Allen needs to have a public defender assigned to protect his constitutional rights in this case. In the newsroom, Russ McQuaid, Fox 59 News.
Russ, thank you. And family and officials are still asking for any information the public might have on the Delphi case. The information to contact the Delphi tip line is on your screen right now. You can also find that information along with all of our coverage of Delphi right now on our website at fox59.com. Time right now is 10.
Okay, so they had already failed to protect his constitutional rights. He had sent that letter begging for an attorney. At this stage, at least 6 days ago. And it wouldn't be filed for another few days, which is weird because it doesn't take 2 weeks to get something in the mail. And I don't know when they actually received it. I just know when they filed it. And I don't know if Gold just looked at that first order. Oh, he wants his own attorney, so I'm not even gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna check anything. I'm gonna keep doing all my other cases. One of the reasons that hang on. I'm buzzing here. Hang on, I gotta turn this off real quick. There we go. We're on, where are we at? November 6th. He still doesn't have an attorney. All of the media is not even sure if he's been informed of the charges, if he's been making phone calls with attorneys, if he found one, if he didn't find one, but they're checking his my case and there's nothing there. The judge, of all people, is the only person who does not seem concerned about that. Even other judges are curious where's his attorneys? Who are they? What's going on here? Why is this still sealed? And one of the things I think that actually ran Diener off, he tried to say the public's bloodlust, but the only people at this stage that were making any requests were the media. And they weren't asking for anything outrageous. They were asking for the PCA and the charging information, which is available in every other case after you arrest somebody. Nothing unusual was happening. Everybody at this stage was very confused. They were arguing over why nobody knew he was even there, what he could have had to do with it. There was a lot of people trying to connect him to Keegan Klein. There's still people who to this day think there's some sort of connection there. And what they used to at least my understanding, why people think that is because of the interrogation from the transcripts. But what I don't understand is why they don't remember what Holman did that with Mr. Allen too. They say stuff, they lie. It's part of the technique. It's not very useful, but they don't seem to care. They use those techniques to get a confession. They don't care if it's valid or not. They care if they can clear the arrest or not. And it's one of the biggest problems I have with all this confessions, just taking people at their word. No, that's not a terrible idea. I feel like at the very least, even if you can't get past that, you should get past, you should be able, I think people should be able to at least meet me in the middle, that victims deserve more than that. Instead of saying, we let the person we think did this to you, we're going to let them write the end of your story. That's never not going to be the weirdest thing ever to me, that some people are like, well, he said this happened. There's no evidence of it. There's no indication that he was even there when it happened. This man was at home when this happened. But 6 months into it, in between involuntary tranquilizers, he said some things. He said a lot of crazy things too. I think it's telling that they're not charging him for the other crimes he confessed to. It's almost like they know it was bullshit. I'm not going to go off on that tangent though. On the 6th, everybody else except for the judge is talking about this clock ticking on his constitutional rights. Little did they know they had already been violated. November 7th, we have our first note other than the adult mental health order. We've got Walla's notes. Rosie said that Ari told her that there was no history of physical or sexual abuse. Wallace said that was what RA reported. He had a history of hospitalization for mental illness. Rosie asked her if he was already stressed about his prison conditions, and Wallace said yes. On the 8th, we've got a suicide form. Dr. Martin is the first encounter Mr. Allen has with this character. Martin talked about a November 8th assessment of RA. He said he asked RA a few questions and he did a mental exam. He was stable, Martin said, adding that he did not see depression or anxiety despite his history. Martin stated that from November 8th until April 13th, he was fine. He did not have any issues. The RA's mental health was compromised. Well, a day before, Wallace said he was already stressed. And on the 3rd, there's a mental health order that says he was fragile, very fragile. He was not doing well. Same day, on the 8th, Wallace saying, according to his intake documents, he was 5'5" and he weighed 173 pounds. Got the suicide form, the cell conditions, 8 by 12 feet, a window slit that was inside his cell, metal plate with a thin mattress and a suicide blanket, which is a hard blanket, which I still don't know what that means, all of which was in direct line of sight of other inmates and or guards assigned to his surveillance. He was also under video surveillance 24 hours a day, still has not had a single conversation with counsel and not a single private conversation with anybody. This is 14 days in now. He was kidnapped from his home and placed here. He still doesn't even know what charges he's facing. Initially, his rec time was he was allowed out approximately 1 day a week. He should have been allowed 1.5 hours, 3 times a week. But because of his suicide designation, it limited this privilege. He is provided with an anti-suicide smock, supposed to be like the little caveman thing, which was supposed to act as a deterrent for recreation. The restraints, anytime he was allowed to be removed from his cell, he was shackled at the ankles, his wrists. He was further confined by a belly chain, a cuff port, and guided around the prison on a leash. The observations made by prison personnel at this time was that he was being thrown in solitary confinement, led to a defensive reaction by him. He became verbally taunting, but also displayed signs of having an eggshell personality. He had companion inmates at this time already. November 9th, this is the day that the court finally filed his letter begging for an attorney. On this day, RA said he was concerned about what other inmates thought about him and what they were saying about him. He quoted other inmates as calling him a baby killer and telling him that they wanted to kill him. He told her that he thought it was part of a psychological game meant to break him down, and he's correct. Especially when you're in a state prison, one of the things they do for new inmates who have actually been convicted and just placed there, they have all had orientation and stuff in their prisons. None of that was done from Mr. Allen. He was taken to RDC and then put in his cell, and that was it. He never got the orientation that other people get. And he's around a bunch of people where we do know there was some gang shit going on in this prison particularly. One of the things that the new inmates are tasked with is going after people accused of crimes against children. And that seems to have begun immediately. November 10th, Walla's notes say that there were times when he refused to see her because he thought he was a burden. RA told her that he felt he was a burden and he didn't understand who he should be speaking with about his case because he had not been assigned a public defender, and Walla told him not to talk about his case with anyone other than his attorney. Lady, he just said he doesn't have one. Lights are on, but nobody's home with any of these people in charge of other people. He says, hey, I don't know who to talk to because I don't have an attorney. She's like, okay, well, don't talk to anybody but your attorney. On the 14th, he gets to talk to Kathy. And up until the 3-day hearings, we were told that he said he told her that if it ever became too much for her, then he'll call the detectives and tell them whatever they want to hear. That is what Harshman said at the hearing on August 1st, one of the 3-day hearings. That's because that's what he heard, because that's what he wanted to hear. What he actually said was that if it was too much for her, he would tell them whatever they want him to say. Because even still, even though he had no clue what was going on, he had people threatening him every day. He was still concerned about his wife, and he was even concerned about this lunatic doctor with a license seeing him every day. He was even trying not to burden her. I don't think you can burden someone who has no soul, but whatever. Then we have an order on the 14th. The day he tells her that, all of a sudden, Gold gets to it. She's like, well, cool. If he's ready to talk, let's get him some attorneys. That's some interesting timing. On the 17th, preparing for the hearing coming up. I think this is the last one out of the clips that kind of... I need to switch this over first. Yeah, I think this is the last clip before we get to... Actually, the last one is the murder sheet clip where they're the ones leaking private information that was under seal, and supposedly only Gold took it as her work product. So the fact that Fig Solves and Murder Sheet had this information is still a problem that nobody has addressed. But after this one, that's the last one. Let's see. Is it sharing? Oops. Yes.
Carroll County, where officials there and across the entire state are still waiting to learn whether documents with details of the case against Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen will soon be released. Thanks so much for joining us tonight live at 5. I'm Dan Spieler.
And I'm Birchelle Edmay. A special judge, Fran Gull of Fort Wayne, will hear arguments for and against the release of the probable cause affidavit. That's happening next week. And those documents will detail some of the evidence and the reason, perhaps, behind Allen's arrest.
Fox 59's Russ McQuaid joins us live in the newsroom with a look at what we can expect next week and why this is so pivotal. Russ?
And good afternoon, Dan. When a judge issued these orders this week, appointing 2 attorneys to defend Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen, it set the stage for next Tuesday's hearing. We've never seen Richard Allen in public or heard someone read the charges against him because on October 28th, 2 days after he was arrested, Allen's initial hearing was held without notice inside the Carroll County Courthouse, and the probable cause affidavit was sealed.
It'd have to be for substantial cause, and like I said, it would have to be of a very limited duration.
That duration may be up Tuesday when Allen County Superior Court Special Judge Fran Gull drives over from Fort Wayne to preside over the hearing, when Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McClellan can make his best pitch to keep the PC sealed or release it with certain redactions. With it being sealed, Judge Dan Henke, who is not affiliated with the trial, says Allen himself may not even know the full extent of the case.
He has a right to know the nature of the charges against him.
Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter says the release of the documents won't affect the case against Allen. If released, the probable cause could explain why detectives recently came back to take a second look at Allen. As I previously reported, he was interviewed as an initial witness in 2017 when he admitted being on the bridge the day Libby and Abby were killed. It could also indicate whether investigators think Allen is the man on the bridge captured on Libby's cell phone, or if he played a role in the killings, or if evidence found in his home connects him to the crime scene.
When a year down the road, you find out, oops, we just found out he was there at the time and he is involved. So you have to add that back to your investigation, and it's almost like restarting the whole thing again.
Judge Henke told me it's possible the prosecutors or defense attorneys could request Judge Gull to issue a gag order to keep anyone connected with the criminal trial from talking to reporters for the months or years it will take for this case to move to a conclusion. We've been told Judge Gull is inclined to release the PC pending those arguments next Tuesday. In the newsroom, Russ McQuaid, Fox 59 News.
Oh, hang on. Let me reshare. There we go. It's just real funny going back to these early days, even when I go back to the 2017 reports. Like, how did we miss that? How did everybody miss that and that and that? And oh yeah, what about that? How did Russ McQuaid know that he had been, he's the second person now in the reports that knew something that was only in the PCA? How did he know he had been re-interviewed? And why is, if it was so important for that thing to be sealed, why are people running around with that information? And it drives me crazy. So that's the 17th. On the 18th, Wallace notes, I still don't know if this was a typo or like from the notes or from the reports. I tried to check. I think it might have been from the 8th, but it said 18th because the intake document was done on the 8th. The first intake doc was actually done on the 3rd, but the suicide form was on the 8th, and there wasn't another visit as far as I could tell from the filings on the 18th, so I'm not sure, but I left it here because that's what it said. But they covered this on the 3rd and the 8th, so I do think it's the 8th, whatever. He had major depressive disorder, and Martin was like, well, he seems fine, though. But we also know that Martin said that he was up and talking until he saw the video, and he was strapped to a wheelchair, looking like he was at Abu Ghraib. He was like a vegetable at this stage. And this man was like, no problem, he's good. The rest of this document, you will see that Dr. Martin says one thing, Wallace says another. A lot. And a lot of times, Walla just, her notes that she supposedly took after visiting with him really is just a rephrased version of what the log sheets said. So a lot of the stuff she just took from the guards. She doesn't even know if he actually said it to the guards. She just copied down what the log sheet said. That's dishonest, insane. Makes my blood boil when I think about that lunatic having a license and how many people she's treated before and how many people have whitewashed her. It's definitely one of the strangest things that's come up in this case. On the 21st, Wallace says that he was being treated as if he'd already been found guilty. Yeah, no shit. He's in a prison in solitary confinement where they put people who are in trouble at the state prison. It's punitive. RA told Walla he didn't commit the crime and he would never admit to something he didn't do. He said he was glad that the evidence didn't point to him. He doesn't know what they have. He only knows what Holman told him. Holman fed him crime scene details on the 26th, and that is all Mr. Allen knows about the crime. And he's like, well, that wasn't mine. I've never been on that property, and I didn't even have my gun that day. So obviously, they don't have anything on me. And on this day, I think Baldwin is the one who filed the petition to let bail. And this is when the media starts filing briefs to intervene for the PCA and the charging information. On the 22nd, we have the hearing. We have the prosecutor filing that ridiculous motion for prohibiting the parties, counsel, law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and family members from disseminating information or releasing any extrajudicial statements by means of public communication. Well, we've already got several reporters who were doing that this whole time. And we had a whole contempt hearing because the prosecutor would not stop crying about how clear it was on this day to everybody that they were going to try this in a court of law and not in the court of public opinion. And we've got Steve Mullen and Jerry Holman submitting affidavits in support of this motion. And they are saying that if this is unsealed, our real strong case is going to be jeopardized. People are not going to come give us information, and there could be other people running around out there. Well, Gull had access to the PCA. She should have been able to read it for herself and know that that was untruthful. There was nothing in that PCA to support anything in their affidavit, and she didn't care. I'm not sure. I think it was around the safekeeping hearing that I started realizing, I don't even think, not the safekeeping hearing, the one where she vacated the safekeeping hearing eventually after upholding it for a year. I don't even think she was reading the state's motions. I think she was just granting them because it was the state and not really actually reading them, because as she made very clear, she had a very full plate. When she was appointed to this case, it was supposed to go to trial in March, and she was known for like 4-day trials. She didn't think this was going to go on very long, so she was not paying attention. She thought it was going to be case closed. They finally have an arrest. It's probably good to go. I don't think she read it. I don't have the Fig Solves video where he's talking about the bullet. I keep meaning to do that, but I have it in here because I saw a transcript from it where he's talking about information that is, as far as we know, is only in Richard Allen's head because Holman had fed it to him in October. It's in the PCA. At this hearing, Gull took the PCA while she was trying to decide whether to unseal it and release a redacted version or keep it sealed. She says in the transcript that she's going to take it as her work product to keep it confidential, and the only people that will have access to it is her and her staff. But for some reason, in the next week, Fix Solves and Murder Sheet are running around talking about information that is in that confidential document. He posted a video disclosing those details about his gun and or the bullet mentioned in the PCA. I just said all this. On the 23rd, the media files another intervener's motion to access the prop. After she takes it at the hearing, they file another one, a post hearing brief explaining all the reasons why she shouldn't really be taking this under advisement. She should just be releasing it. On the 24th, Wallace says that he expressed concern about his suicide watch companions. Yeah, they're threatening him for the last month, and it wasn't until 2 days ago at this point that he finally got to have a private conversation with his attorneys for the first time in close to a month. On the 25th, Wallace says that he presented as selfless and concerned about his wife. That's because he was. On the 28th, there was a motion for change of venue from the county. On the 29th, Martin's notes regarding a November 29th exam. He said that everything seemed to be fine and he saw no problems. So they finally, on the 29th, they release the redacted probable cause. Hang on. I don't know if this is sharing. Hold on. No, it's not. There we go. Hang on.
Were just released in the Delphi Murders case. Now, these were originally held back, of course, at the prosecutor's request. Well, now we are getting our first look at exactly why investigators charged Richard Allen with the murder and the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. This is something we've been waiting for quite a while, the first insight into years of questions about exactly what happened to these young girls. Right now, we have all of the documents with us. We are digging through them right now. I'm actually here with our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, who is digging through them as well. These are redacted documents. We should make that clear. The judge making that decision not to release all of them, but to definitely give us some clues as to what happened there.
Right. Since Richard Allen was first arrested more than a month ago, this is the document that everyone has been waiting to see. It is the probable cause affidavit. That type of document links a defendant to the alleged crime that police think that that person committed. So this probable cause affidavit, again, it's essentially been sealed for the last month. And just a few minutes ago, we got word that the judge had decided that this was no longer to be sealed. So we have the document, and it does pretty much walk through why police believe Richard Allen is linked to the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German.
Yeah, and so, you know, this is 12 pages long, so it's kind of a lot to go through, even though there is some redacted information that the judge requested. But the first section, Bob, it looks like it kind of lays out the scene, talks about the geography, where Abby and Libby were that day, and kind of the timing of what happened the day.
It does. I'll read a little bit here from the probable cause affidavit. It talks about victim 1 and victim 2, which we are assuming with good cause would be Abby and Libby. They were found deceased in the woods approximately 0.2 of a mile northeast of the Monon High Bridge in Carroll County, and their bodies were located on the north side of the Deer Creek. So this is information that is very consistent with what we have heard before. And then from there, it really gets into who they talked to and some of the witnesses, and then why they think that Richard Allen is linked to these murders.
Yeah, it talks a little bit about Richard Allen and his wardrobe and the vehicle that police believe he was driving that day. And of course, we have been seeing the video and at least the images from Libby German's phone for years now of the man police say did this. And this seems to connect it, at least as far as police are concerned.
So there is his voice that we have heard before, the voice of the person who they've identified and think was the killer, saying down the hill. So what we see here now in the probable cause affidavit is it says a video from victim two's phone shows that at 2:13 p.m., and this would have been on February 13th back in 2017, it says victim 1 and victim 2 encountered a male subject on the southeast portion of the Monon High Bridge. The male ordered the girls, quote, guys, down the hill. And then it goes on to say that a male subject wearing a dark jacket and jeans was behind her. And for the first time, we're getting information here. It says, as the male subject approaches victims 1 and 2, one of the victims mentions gun. So this is the first time that we're hearing word of a firearm involved here and that we have any evidence of that. And then it goes on, some of the most interesting parts of this probable cause affidavit then go on to talk about the gun involved. It says that investigators received prior tips encountering a tip narrative from an officer who actually interviewed Richard Allen all the way back in 2017. Back then, and I'm going to quote here from the probable cause affidavit, it says, Mr. Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30. So that's between 1:30 and 2:30 in the afternoon. He parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the New Freedom Bridge. While at the New Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was smaller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember description, nor did he speak with them. He walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. He did not see anyone, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. He stated there were vehicles parked at the High Bridge trailhead, however, did not pay attention to them. He did not take any photos or video. And we then hear later that police here in this probable cause affidavit talked to some individuals who it seems like he described here that he passed walking in the woods, and they described a person who then has the clothing that is described in the probable cause affidavit and the police have released earlier.
Right. Police talk about 3 juveniles, 3 young people that say they saw Richard Allen, or they saw a person there who then turns out to match the description of Richard Allen, walking on the trail toward Freedom Bridge. One of the girls, it says in the court documents, described to police the male as, quote, kind of creepy, and advised he was wearing blue jeans, a really light blue jacket. His hair was gray, maybe a little brown. He didn't show his face. She told police, according to court documents, that he was wearing a duck canvas type jacket, advised that she said hi to the man, but he just glared at them. He had something covering his mouth, she told investigators, and described him as being not very tall, not bigger than 5'10", said he had his hand in his pockets. And we see here, this is the video, that was the video that we saw for years. It did show a man wearing jeans, wearing a blue jacket with hands in his pockets.
Let's get into the part about the gun here and why police believe that there is a direct link between these murders and Richard Allen.
Yeah, this was kind of the most stunning part, I think.
So in the probable cause affidavit, it says there was a .40 caliber unspent round less than 2 feet away from victim 2's body. Between victim 1 and victim 2's bodies, the round was unspent and had extraction marks on it. So as we move a few pages further in the probable cause affidavit, they sent the ballistics off to the Indiana State Police Crime Lab. And see if I can find this section here. It says the laboratory determined the unspent round located within 2 feet of victim 2's body had been cycled through Richard M. Allen's Sig Sauer model P226. And the laboratory remarked an identification opinion is reached when the evidence exhibits an agreement of class characteristics. It gets into some of the details there. But the bottom line is, it goes on to say that Richard Allen spoke with investigators, stated that he never allowed anyone to use or borrow that particular firearm. When asked about the unspent bullet, he did not have an explanation of why the bullet was found between the bodies of the victims, and he again admitted he was on the trail, but he denied knowing victim 1 or victim 2 and denied any involvement in their murders. So the idea here that you have a bullet that was specifically matched to his gun found so close to the bodies, that certainly establishes what would be considered probable cause for why police decided they were charging Mr. Allen with 2 counts of murder.
And, as we go through all of this, we also have to be mindful. This has got to be difficult for the girls' families. We're talking
Absolutely.
about details now that, granted, they have been waiting for, and so many community members have been waiting for. But this has to be difficult for the families to hear too, knowing what police allege happened that day.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been more than 5.5 years since
Yeah.
what would be described as just absolutely unthinkable. These, 2 friends, walking onto the Monon High Bridge and, going out to spend a warm February afternoon, out in nature, and what happened from that. So again, so many questions over the last 5.5 years. This document, again, for the first time, gives the families and it gives the public some idea, certainly more idea of what happened that day, and specifically why they believe Richard Allen is linked to these murders.
And again, this is a 12-page document, and we were just kind of going through it as well. We'll have lots of information for you on WTHR.com and later on 13 News at 5. But Bob, seems like the takeaways here, at least what police are alleging as far as the connection for Richard Allen, they talk about the clothing he was wearing, the car he was driving, young people who were interviewed who kind of witnessed the car and a man matching that description, and then a description of a gun that he owned and admitted that no one else borrowed or used, and a bullet from that gun, police allege, was found near the girls' bodies that day.
Yeah, and one other important part, it says investigators believe Richard Allen was not seen on the trail after 2:13 p.m. that day because he was in the woods with victim 1 and victim 2. So again, they lay out, we just received this literally just a few minutes ago. We're working our way through the probable cause affidavit. I should point out, there are sections here, there are names, and there are areas that are redacted. The judge made very clear she is honoring the prosecutor's request to not release the original unredacted version of the probable cause affidavit, which has the names of some witnesses in there to protect them. But that whole argument about whether or not this information should be released to the public, the judge determining that the benefit to release this publicly outweighed any idea that this might harm the public or the attempt to prosecute here. So we now do have this document, and we'll certainly have a lot more on this later today.
And the backdrop of all of this as well, we also got some new information today when it comes to releasing information publicly and, the amount that all of us know about this case. And that's the attorneys for Richard Allen, wanting a change of venue in the case.
Yes, they did request that change of venue. They want it far away from Delphi. Because so many people in that community have been following this so closely, as we have all over the state. So many people went out on February 13th and 14th to help search for the girls.
And a lot of people knew him from the CBS as well.
Absolutely.
That's the argument anyway.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Before I forget, Andy, Cindy, I've replied to you about the document, I think, on like the day, either the day or the next day after I saw your comment about the date. I went and looked at it and double checked all the dates and stuff, and it is updated now. I'm pretty sure I responded right after I double checked it and updated it. But some of those dates, because I had a previous document that had some of the information, but I was trying to merge numerous documents into one to have it all in one place. And so I did some copying and pasting because it was easier to just copy and paste the reformatted like blocks of time and then go through and edit the name and the date or whatever. But there was one block from, I think, like 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. or to 2 a.m. It was one of those two. But I just missed editing the date, but it's fixed now. They're all correct. But yeah, it's the whatever version is in each folder is the most up-to-date one. But yes, I did fix it. I saw your thing earlier. I find that video we just watched incredible because none of that panned out. 3 is not the same as 4. He saw a group of 3 girls. A group of 4 girls saw someone. Nobody saw his car. The reason nobody saw him on the trail later than that for the rest of the day is because he was at home. He did not park at the Farm Bureau building. And it's just that bullet was not linked to his gun. Melissa Oberg perjured herself in her report and then on the stand talking. Okay. Bob also called it a ballistics report. There was no shooting. It's not a ballistics report. It was a tool mark analysis. And we now know, thanks to trial, that she disproved it being a match at least 3 times when she fired it. I think it might have been 6 total, but at least 3 times it was proven to not be a match. But even still, even though she ignored that minor detail, when she put it under a microscope, her work notes documented an insufficient agreement, which is not a match. And thanks to trial, we also know that she used research from a similar gun, but it was not even the same make and model gun that Mr. Allen carried. That is what she used to get her over that, well, these marks are insufficient, but this research says it actually could be sufficient. There's a whole reason she even included any of that information when she submitted her reports without any of the images, which should have been a red flag for people in the first place and wasn't. Hallman was apparently running around telling people it was as good as a paternity test. That man, I swear to God. He is one of the few who is dumb and dirty. It just is. He's so dumb. How do you run around telling people it's as solid as a paternity test? I don't know if you'd have to be real dumb to believe it in the first place to have the nerve to run around telling people that. Nobody, I don't think, would even have the nerve to lie about that unless they were dumb enough to believe it in the first place. But whatever. We've also got this Oberg lady who's running around telling people that she has 100% perfect record 100% of the time, which is not a thing. And so that is the only reason they were allowed to get as far into the process they were is because Gold Rubber stamped it every step of the way. When I listened to them retell all of that PCA, he didn't place himself there wearing the bridge guy costume. Now that the video has been seen, he thought he might have been, he's probably wearing tennis shoes. We don't even know he had his gun. He kept it in his nightstand. And that thing is like a very solid, nice precision gun. It's not something you're just going to go take to the park. You're not going to stop by it. And it's fucking heavy. He was going out there to check his trades. He wasn't, that was the only thing on his mind. He had just gotten back from his mom's house. A lot of people went out there that day. A lot. And he didn't even stay very long because he didn't have real good reception. So he wanted to go back home and use the computer. I assume in my mind he either, I'm guessing he logged on and was like, screw it, I'm tired, because he went out and like walked around. Like the older I get, I'm like, man, okay, I'm going to lay down first and then I'm going to do that. Like I'm always looking for a reason to go home from whatever I'm doing because I'm always tired. And I'll start doing something and I'm like, I'm going to lay down for a minute. But I've also had to learn to set timers so that I don't lose track of time because I have no concept of time a lot of the time. But still, the other thing that's always driven me crazy about the way people are talking about his time frame is because I think this is probably the best community to even bring this up because so many of us are ADHD. My husband is too. If he says I left around 8, it could have been anywhere from like 7:30 to 8:30. And in his mind, that's around 8. And he might say, yeah, I've got to be at work at this time. And he'll still be at home not having left yet, even though it takes longer to get there than how much time he's got left. But he'll still say he got to work at time. Yeah, I still want to work. Like that's an ADHD thing. I do it all the time too. I have especially when I'm outside. And one of the things my family gets very frustrated with me about is I'm always looking at my phone because I'm always reading something or doing something. I read more than I sleep, but I'm not looking at the time. Notifications give me very real anxiety. If I have to make a phone call or do a text message, and that's why it's one of the reasons I'm so behind on all the All Eyes stuff, because once I log into that, like it's a whole other level of anxiety trying to keep up with all of it, because it's hard enough for me to keep up with just like the daily stuff with the girls and husband and life and all that stuff. I'm not great at it, and they get frustrated with me because they're like, how did you not see this? Like every time I see you, you're reading something. I'm like, I know, but I'm reading something. I'm not checking text messages. They're very different things. And so for the people who watched that first interrogation where Liggett and Mullen are going through Dan Doolin's report line by line, the way he seems to be describing what time he was there, he's like, well, I left per around this time. I got there. I don't think it was longer than an hour. So maybe 1:30. I don't know. He wasn't saying 1 to 1:30 or 1:30 to 3:30, but they were also putting words in his mouth. He didn't say I was wearing jeans and a blue Carhartt jacket and boots. And if you note, I don't know if anybody else remembers this, but in the PCA, the way they worded it was, quote, some sort of head covering, end quote. Most people just say hat, but they said some sort of head covering. And then they turned around and said, see, he admitted he was wearing the bridge guy costume. He didn't. When he told them what he was probably wearing, like a sweater like he had on that day, they just kept asking him the same question. That's part of what they do in these interrogations. They don't want the truth. They want the answer they need. So they're going to keep asking and keep, oh, so you meant this, even if that's not what the person meant or even said. That is what happened in this interrogation, and that is what they put in the PCA, and they made it, they just lied. They said that he said that's what he was wearing. No, that's not what he said. You guys just kept questioning him until he finally got to every combination of what he could have been wearing, until he finally listed that. He was trying to be cooperative. He still, that sweet dummy, still thought that they were, oh, this case went cold. They're finally going back to the beginning. They're probably trying to do some work now. They want to talk to people who were there that day. Finally, I talked to one guy, and then 5 years went by. In my opinion, any normal person would have done the same thing he did. If I would have thought, well, crap, I could have been wearing this, I could have been wearing that. There's only so many combinations of colors of jackets, but he also said if he was wearing a hat, it would have been a skull cap, because he always kept one in his pocket. He didn't say he was wearing it. He said he probably had it with him. He was trying to empty his brain of any detail that he could think of that might assist them for some reason. And that's what most people do when they're trying to be helpful, is they're trying to think of anything, because for 5 years they've been saying anything that you can remember that day, anything useful. Just tell us, even if you don't think it's important at all, tell us and let us decide if it's important. So that is what this man was doing. And the only reason he went and talked to Doolin in the first place is because his wife knew he was there. And when they announced the new tip line, she was like, hey, they announced a new tip line. They want to hear from people who are out there. So he's like, okay, I'm going to call. Apparently he actually went to the sheriff's office That's not someone who is like, oh no, I've been caught. This man who went in 5 years later, after this interview, he was kind of frustrated. He's like, oh, I think we're done here. You guys clearly don't know what you're doing. You guys are fishing. Like, once he got wind of what they were doing, once it occurred to him, because he kept making excuses for them. Oh, they're just doing their job. They're just doing it. No, they're being dirt bags is what they're doing. And when he finally realized that he was giving them too much credit, he was like, okay, no, take me back home now. Yeah, we're done. And then everything he did after that was the opposite of what someone who thought they were caught would have done. Someone who thought they'd been caught would not turn around and be like, give me my shit back. This dude started calling. He's like, when can I get my car? Because he thought, okay, they don't know what's going on. Clearly, they don't have it. Like, the way he reacted is how I would react is, oh, you're going to give me my stuff back. Now that we're all on the same page, that you guys don't know what you're doing or what you're talking about, like the things that they were saying in that interview, if it had been me in his position, that's how I would have taken it. And that's probably how I would have talked to them too. Because it would be clear to me and everybody else who was in that room that I was aware that they had no clue what they're talking about. And he didn't start packing his bag or disappearing or getting rid of stuff or any of that. Everything was still there. He didn't get rid of anything. And we do know that they did extractions on all of his devices that were taken. And after those extractions were done, there was zero digital information connecting him to the crime or the murders. I'm assuming, since he told them that he went home to check his trades, that if there had not been some sort of history of that, we would have never heard the end of it. He said he checked his trades, but when we went and checked his stuff, it wasn't on there. That would have been real compelling, even to me. I would have been like, well, fuck. Maybe he did do it. Like, that would have made me start thinking, okay, maybe we're onto something here. Every time, like the Don Turdy stuff, there have been a few things where I'm like, if I could just have something, because I started on the opposite side of the fence than I am currently. And I really thought this must be some serious dark shit, because they've sealed the PCA, they've done all this stuff. Like, I wonder how bad it would be. Like, hopefully they found all the people causing the need to keep this sealed, and this is crazy. Because I am used to honorable men, so it didn't even occur to me. I had no familiarity with this county and the very long history of corruption and shitfuckery and lazy police work. So none of that ever crossed my mind for a very long time. It was a very lengthy process for me to go from where I was to where I am now. And it's because they made it impossible for me to keep making excuses for them. I kept giving them the benefit of a doubt, and they kept taking that away from me. And that's just the reality. But when I look back at it, it's infuriating how they've just been bluffing their way through this the whole time and confirmation biasing their way one step of the whole time. And the fact that Gold just rubber stamped it every step of the way. This is the most unserious investigation I've ever seen, at least when we're talking about Unified Command. There were clearly a lot of people in the early days who were doing some actual police work. They were staying late. They were probably taking time that they should have been at home. And one of the things that really frustrated me and made me realize that Nick McClellan is an absolutely morally bankrupt piece of shit is how quick he threw so many of those law enforcement officers under the bus just to save his own ass. They did so much work and he's like, thanks, trash. don't give a shit. He just didn't even look into it. He didn't care. That's not normal. Had Unified Command brought that to him, we would have never heard the end of that theory. But he doesn't actually care what happened. He just wants to close the case. And when you look at his behavior and his choices and the fact that he is responding to Unified Command one way and another group of law enforcement officers that actually went and did some real police work. Liggett and Holman and them, they didn't do any police work. They waited until this dude confessed to the prison psychologist. They had nothing on him. They sent some stuff to the lab and it came back and it wasn't. They didn't find anything. They didn't follow up on anything else. They just kind of just spied on him in a prison cell and twisted everything he said while he was in the interrogation room. And they didn't back any of it up with anything. They just twisted his words. And we're like, that case closed. He said he was there. He said he was wearing the Bridge Guy costume. And he saw a group of girls and they saw him too. They just blurred so many lines. And it's so disrespectful to these victims and the other potential victims that could be linked. And I think that is why I'm like, I dislike them so deeply, is because it's not right. Like this, there's so many things wrong with all of this. And the fact that they don't care about finding out what happened, they're just going to throw anybody and everybody under the bus, even if it's law enforcement officers who put their actual blood, sweat, and tears into this. And then it was just arbitrarily closed. It was never, they keep saying these people were cleared. They were never cleared through police work or verifying anything. It was arbitrarily closed because one of the investigators was shot dead. And so that's another problem. I have no idea if the Frank suspects actually had anything to do with any of it. I think I have a very big problem with the circumstantial evidence that was not explained. By the time they went to go verify Brad Holder's alibi, he had already dumped his truck and his phone. And I don't even think the surveillance video was still available at that point. He worked at a dump site. He could have gotten rid of all kinds of stuff before then. And the person they sent to go verify his alibi 2 months after they had been clearing him with new information coming in. So they were clearing new information that was coming in without verifying it because Liggett cleared him on the 1st with no police work to clear him with. The person they sent to go verify his alibi was one of their Asatru bros. And so that's another problem. And it's just all this stuff where this is not what a solved case looks like. And the fact that they will dismiss all of that. Like when Click said that he felt their investigation was more compelling, what he meant was it's more compelling. Their investigation was more compelling. It just was, because this PCA, it does not tell you what happened whatsoever. It leaves all the people who were out on that trail while it was happening. They're not even mentioned in the PCA. None of the cars that those people drove there were mentioned in the PCA. And several of them were misquoted. They had 2 years to get all this worked out, and they didn't. There's even, I forgot to upload it to the folder. I was digging up some old posts in the early days, trying to find all the different mentions of Brad Weber. And the earliest anyone anywhere ever placed him arriving home was around 3. Everybody who either spoke to him or his mother, nobody said anything about anything earlier in that day, and nobody ever confirmed what van he was driving in. But if you look at my 213 doc, the search where it goes from where the PCA starts and all the phone pings until they released the crime scene for the first time. I even track like which police post the different evidence was sent to, because I'm just trying to, this doc that I'm going through now, the prison timeline and the actual crime timeline, I'm trying to really zero in on these details and all the errors. And I'm so frustrated with, like, I didn't even realize that Cheyenne had sent a letter to law enforcement saying these men came to visit me, and I tried to tell them which person I was out on the trail with, and they kept saying, "Oh, the other person though," and she's like, "No, this person," and they're like, "Oh, the other one with the same first name, different last name." She's like, "No," like they were trying to pressure her to say she was with a different person. They did the same thing, I think, with Bree. They tried to get her to say that the person she saw was younger, and she was like, "No, he was older." And they're like, "Are you sure?" And as soon as she wouldn't go along with it, they told her to, they're like, "Thanks for nothing." And that's what they do. They only, like, as soon as these people are no longer confirming the bias and the bullshit and the bluffs, those witnesses are no longer of any value to them, to law enforcement. And then they just discredit them. And it's weird that anybody thinks it's normal for law enforcement to treat all the various women and girls who came forward to try to help, only to be dismissed. Like, even with Mary Jacobs, they just dismissed her as crazy. They never even called Elvis to follow up on it. They were just like, "No, she's crazy though, so it's probably dumb. Who knows?" He tried to give her a jacket, and he confessed to being on the bridge with two girls who got killed. He named one of the victims, and he knew that there were sticks and leaves on the girls. Even regardless of the horns or the antlers or whatever, the sticks and leaves part, he was saying that when everybody else still thought these girls were missing. Nobody else knew they were dead, and he was busting into his sister's house, rambling, borderline incoherent, all hyped up. And she thought he was crazy. She didn't know what he was talking about. She didn't know any girls were missing. They lived in Rushville. It wasn't until they took the campaign national a few weeks later that she heard about it, and she's like, "Oh shit." All of the things that people from the FBI and a lot of different experts who assisted with this investigation took time out of their day to help these men, help these families. They put together a very thorough profile, and they were going all out. And they were begging people with very specific information to please contact them. And the ones who contacted them with that specific information were just dismissed. But now we're supposed to believe that the one person who showed up saying, "I was there at the exact same time it happened, wearing the same costume as the guy in that picture," and Dan Dillon just never thought about it again. Just didn't even click in his mind. People from all over the country were writing checks to increase this award fund to incentivize anybody with any information about anybody they could think of who may have been on that same trail around the same time as the girls went missing. Just totally lost on Dan Dillon. And not only him, but the person who answered the phone, whoever answered the tip line when he called, whoever he spoke to face when he went to the sheriff's office, the person who read Doolin's report after he submitted it. That's a whole lot of people who just, if this tip narrative said what they're telling us it said, that's a whole bunch of people who dropped the ball. Like, a lot. And what's frustrating to me is the people who've been accusing the defense theory and Ferenczi's investigation, saying, "Oh, you think if this was a conspiracy, somebody would have talked." Well, several of them did, first of all. But they're not consistent with their logic. If you apply their logic to their own theory, they don't have one. And the other one that they're refusing to even entertain is actually stronger according to their own logic. So it's just usually very frustrating to try to talk to anybody who just keeps repeating those things from the PCA and repeating things that law enforcement said, because they will not acknowledge the fact that we now know none of that was true. Like, he didn't say he was wearing the same clothes. He didn't place himself there at that time, but these people cannot unlearn it. Some people are coming around to it, but there are some people they just cannot. It's kind of like once you picture something in your mind, your brain can no longer tell the difference between what you're looking at and what you're picturing in your mind. And so if you look at that bridge guy video and you imagine Richard Allen, your brain fills in the pieces. Like, you no longer can make the distinction unless you become aware of it. Then it's still difficult. Like, for a long time, I couldn't unsee Ron Logan. I saw a bunch of those image analysis videos, and I couldn't unsee his face and his mustache. And then I started messing around with the images from, like, I went to the ISP website and downloaded all of it on my phone, and just on my iPhone, I was messing with it. And I found one frame, and it's on one of my shorts. But there's this one random frame where it is a clean-shaven face of a young person. And it's a lot more clear than any of the other ones. I don't know which frame number it was, because I just grabbed a random screenshot because I was just scrolling through it in a video editor, just taking different screenshots, just trying to see if I could recreate some of the stuff that other people were doing, to see kind of like what we'll be doing when, if and when the original video is released. We're all going to be getting Axon 5 and like trying to recreate the enhancement, which I wish people would quit calling it an enhancement, because it's artificial. That is a more accurate way to describe what they did. When it's interpolated, it's artificial intelligence. It's not like it's artificially guesstimated. That's what they mean by enhanced. If it's missing pixels, it is not an enhancement. It's no different than all of those things that people used AI to look at. That the one where they enlarged it. If you take that and run it through another AI program, a lot of people got a lot of different things. If they had given that video to several different people at ISP, they would not have come back with the same enhancement, because it wasn't an enhancement. It was artificially filled in by software guessing. And so when people talk about they're just so sure they see Richard Allen in that, I'm like, no, you don't. We don't know who that was. We don't even know how much of that face was filled in. The outline of the gun is very strange. In the jacket, for a very long time, I never knew what people were talking about, because I was always looking at the hip, because I've never seen anybody carry a gun in their pocket like that. And I don't know of any Carhartt jacket that has I don't know how the pocket is, the slit for the pocket is big enough to fit that size gun in there, but even the dimensions in the picture are off. I don't know if that was part of the enhancement, or they were trying to say you can hear a gun. The day that they played the unenhanced audio, there was not a single media report from the people who were inside the courtroom who heard anything about a gun. Not a single report. It was not until they put the Liggett and Chapman on the stand that people started saying, oh yeah, that be a gun. Totally hear it now. That is not heard in the audio. Was also artificial intelligence, not an enhancement of existing audio. And it really frustrates me that those are the things that the jury asked to re-see, to compare against some of the other DOC video, to compare the voice and stuff to Mr. Allen. I doubt they would have done that if they realized the extent of what was done to that evidence. But at the same time, they saw the unenhanced version, like the real video. So I've run out of excuses for the jury even. Don't talk to police. Do not ever leave your hands to juries, because some of them will clearly lower the bar even lower than it already is for what law enforcement's job is and what law enforcement is supposed to deliver to victims. The state did not do right by those girls. That's just how I feel about it. But when I look at all this, when I think about all of this in the context of this person has been in custody for the last 2 years, and this is the case they came up with while he's in custody. They did not come up with any new information. They did not receive any new tips about him. Even the stuff that people are saying that in 2019 and 2020, even the state says that the last time anybody said anything about him was in 2017 when Doolin filed that report, and then they looked up that report in September of 2022, and there was no mention of any of the other reports. It's not anywhere in 2 years of filings, 8 years of investigation. There's none of this. By all accounts, he was at home by the time those girls were even dropped off. Hang on, where's this other one? So on that last video we watched with Bob Siegel, where they're going through that whole PCA of nonsense, where they are outright lying about the things that you can tell the reason they did that is for even when they were going through that PCA on the air, they're like, oh yeah, well, he did place himself there and he did say he was wearing the same clothes and he did see those. Well, yeah, if all those were true, that I guess that would be compelling, but he actually didn't say any of those things. And so it's very frustrating, because if you go back in time, if it didn't say those, what else do they have? They have that bullet. Well, we obviously know now that it wasn't a ballistics report. It was just a tool mark analysis, and it wasn't matched. It was insufficient. So you don't have that either. So if he's not wearing the same thing as the guy on the bridge, and he wasn't even there, and it's not even his bullet, how we got from there to where we are is terrifying. But the next thing that happens after it's released is defense releases a short press release, because they are in the same way Diener, they can't really recuse themselves once they're appointed, especially when they've only had one hearing and they have no, like, getting requests from the public. They didn't cry about it. They were like, okay, what we'll do is we'll make a press release. And I think it was Criminality who went through it line by line and then went like side by side with the rules of professional conduct. And the last time I went back to reread it, the rules, it was a textbook example of how to meet your obligations to your client within the rules of professional conduct to the letter of the law. How anybody turned it into some sinister thing is beyond me, because they did need to respond to the 5 years of press releases. And after what y'all just saw from WTHR, all pretense of presumption of innocence was gone after they read that. So yeah, they did need to respond. And the fact that the judge took offense to that is also terrifying. The fact that she, in her wise judgment, professional judgment, whatever, how she managed to turn that duty of theirs to the client into a violation or a potentially violative, I think is what she called it, that's a problem. That's already, we got a problem with her judgment. She's already she's already biased against him from the get-go. Because on the same day that they released that, Murder Sheet is running around giving interviews about how that tip got lost. That wasn't specified in the redacted PCA. Fig had the information about the gun and the bullet before anybody had the unsealed PCA. But Murder Sheet had this clerical error story, and the only other place in any of the filings that the same story comes from is Holman at his deposition. When he's asked about what happened, what do you think happened with Dylan's report? You think it got lost? He's like, oh, no, it was entered incorrectly, clerical error, lost in the shuffle, whatever you want to call it. When I went back and rewatched all of Murder Sheet stuff, they were saying the same thing, but they also tried to blame it on an FBI. It's one of Holman's favorite go-to. Oh, is it FBI person did it? He likes to throw them under the bus left and right when he's the one who did something wrong. I don't like people like that. When instead of just being like, fuck, I did, let me fix it. Like when somebody tells me, hey, in this doc is whatever, I'm like, oh shit, let me fix it. And I go fix it. And then I let them know, I'm like, hey, I fixed it. Because that's just what normal people do. Like they don't make a mistake on purpose. And if they are actually trying to get to the truth or the right thing, when you tell them about that, usually the indication is they're like, oh, let me fix it, because they actually just want it to be correct. They aren't going to take it personal. They're not going to do all this other weird stuff that Gull and all the Unified Command continued doing. They're the strangest bunch of adults I've ever. I'm sure we could find some stranger ones, but their reasoning, like even on the stand, when Rozzy was asking Liggett why he thought the sticks were used to conceal the girls, that simpleton, he just said, well, nobody saw them, so it must have been used to conceal them. And like, apparently Rozzy was like just stunned by that reasoning. It's very lazy and just it's difficult to understand how not just an adult, but someone with a badge and a gun is like, well, if we couldn't find them, it's because that explains the sticks. The sticks were clearly used to conceal them, and that's because we didn't see them. Like he is circular or something. Like it's very it's terrifying that they are in charge of anything with that kind of critical thinking skills, because it's more terminal than critical. Anyway, Gull signs a gag order the next day. Like on the 1st, she entered an order saying, we'll talk about the gag order in January. But after defense put out the press release, she got angry and she put a gag order out that day because she lost control of her emotions. She just didn't like it, and so she used the color of law to put a gag order that there had been no hearing on or evidence presented, and it was marketed as something that the defense she had to do because defense did something potentially violative of the rules of professional conduct when they didn't. Like none of that was true, but because she let her emotions get to her judgment, it's just what is it? Le tot c'est moi, that I am Oh, I think that's I am the state. It's very I am the law is me. That's how goal is. It's not normal. It's not impartial. But one of the things about people who are biased is they have the most warped self-perception. People who think they're not biased are usually really alarmingly biased, but because they have a warped self-perception, they don't see that. So that's, of course, she's not going to recuse herself. She declared her bias from the bench and entered it in orders, and she still didn't recuse herself. I'll never get past that. Like, how she can't see the contradiction there is beyond me. But when you start getting into December, I'm going to go through these last things very quickly, because the early days are really my concern, because his constitutional rights were violated from the get-go. He wasn't even Mirandized before they took him into custody. I mean, from the get-go, this was a problem. And everything they did after that was to just, instead of correcting any of the errors, they just covered them up. One thing after another, and then they started gaslighting people. And there's just no getting around it. When you actually break all this down and look at it, they didn't fix anything. They just doubled down on one bluff after another and used one white lie to explain away another one. It's very infuriating. But the 6th, we've got Walla writing that RA said he was an innocent man and he felt he had already been convicted. That's true. We just watched that video where they basically took all presumption of innocence away. And then a day later, Gold gagged everybody. So his defense attorneys couldn't even come out and start combating any of this stuff. They got one shot at it, and it was just enough to make a statement and like tide people over, because they also hadn't seen any evidence yet. They couldn't really make any declarative statements because they didn't have anything. On the 7th, the discovery notice turned over, as far as I can tell, was just a couple of intake documents, but they still didn't even have the unredacted version as of the 7th. But that was the first discovery notice. But the thing is, that was the discovery deadline of when everything should have been turned over. And defense had like 20 pages of stuff, I think, at most, or at least that's all that's mentioned in the filings. And those are the state's filings, where they were trying to say, well, we turned stuff over. But the list of things that they said they turned over was not very many things. On the 8th, defense files a motion for leave to proceed ex parte on defendant's motion for public funding. They need to talk about experts and costs. Goal enters an order on, on this order, it's the one where she is saying that any ex parte motion that is accessed or handled by court staff or anybody, like the way it should, she goes over how it should be filed and talks about anybody who violates any of that information is in contempt of court, and there's going to be harsh punishments. Well, the prosecutor did a contempt like 3 times according to this order over the next however many months, and nothing happened to him. But he had a whole contempt hearing because he's mad about that press release, even though on the same day his investigators are running around feeding extrajudicial statements to Murder Sheet. On the 21st, there's another motion that is to authorize a fact-finding investigator. On the 22nd, this is the day that Baldwin accidentally emails Brennan Woodhouse. It is addressed to Brad. The fact that anybody thinks this was done on purpose is ridiculous. And we didn't hear anything about it until Brendan Woodhouse was befriended by an absolute weirdo who was befriending other people at the same time, like a year later. Around Christmas time, the defense goes to visit Mr. Allen. I think this was Max Baker's first visit. Most of the information we have from that visit is from his affidavit that was submitted with the Franks memo. But when they saw him at this visit, Max described him as hanging in there kind of thing. Like, he obviously was stressed and worried and confused because of the circumstances, but like, all things considered, he was as okay as he could be. After they go visit him, they file let's see. Oh, before they file it, Walla does one last visit with him for the month. He asserts his innocence. He was fixated on his wife and believed she was misrepresented. That's because Holman and people were running around saying that Kathy knew about it and she was helping him cover it up and all this other dumb shit that these absolute spiteful, disgusting people are still running around saying. I'm not going to get into that because I cannot be nice about those people. So I'm just going to keep moving. But she was being misrepresented. She is still being misrepresented by at least one person who is so batshit crazy. They tried to stalk Kathy Allen outside of a hearing in the courthouse. These people are they're not normal. But yes, I would have been mad if my spouse was misrepresented too. That is a normal thing for people who are in healthy, happy marriages to be concerned about. When someone misrepresents someone, it is irritating. He emphasized that he was being treated badly. He was. Walla wrote that Ari said he couldn't get a toothbrush or charge his tablet. That means he can't brush his teeth in a disgusting place, and he can't talk to his wife because his tablet was his only communication to the outside world. He told her that he was treated worse than the convicted inmates, and he was, because when you're on suicide watch, you are subjected to even worse conditions, and the few privileges that you do have are gone, and even the privileges you do have are not actually privileges. They're arcane. He complained that he couldn't visit with his wife. The setting, this is according to mostly the affidavit from Max Baker and the state's response to all of this, but sometimes they were down the hall for more involved sessions. Oh no, this one's Wallace. In a 2x3 triangular cage made of concrete walls with a gate in the front and a see-through grate. The comparison at the Wabash Valley. This is in here. There was pictures of it in the folder. It links to those in every one of these listings in this document. If you go to the December 29th folder, it has all of the citations. But the reason I started this doc was because I wanted one that was not as cluttered. When you have all of the citations in here, it's already kind of an overwhelming document. But I have the individual document for each one of these individual listings, and it has all of the filing information that it came from. So focus was on basic conversation, medication management, and general talk about his condition. We talk about suicide to make sure they're safe. In addition to providing a handout resources on depression and anxiety, she also gave him mandala, a memory book, crossword puzzles, and crayons. There was no formal evaluation of any kind to date at this point. On December 30th, defense filed this motion for discovery where they were asking for all of the information that was happening during his stay up until this point, specifically about all of the dates before he had representation. It's a very detailed document, and the state's response to it was pathetic and kind of embarrassing. We still don't have an official date on this because the lead detectives don't apparently document anything and are pretty lazy. So it was sometime in late 2022 or early 2023, and apparently the prison's really lax on documentation as well because they couldn't help narrow this down for these people who are leading the investigation. That is so important. They went to go try to interview him at some point in late 2022 or early 2023, but apparently we're not given access to him, or he said no, I'm not real sure, because none of them were very honorable about what happened and why and when this occurred. Apparently the warden didn't even know about it. People were coming in and out of his prison and he didn't even know about it for months, supposedly. On the 12th, the state responded. I'm not going to go through it because it really irritates me how slimy it is. especially now that we know all of the stuff that was happening now. I guess he just thought it was never going to get to that point where people would find out how slimy it was. On the 13th, the first hearing since November was held. And that's when they discussed, okay, yes, we're going to keep the gag order in place indefinitely at this point. And they scheduled the petition to let bail hearing that was filed months ago. He's been in a solitary confinement this whole time after requesting bail and trying to lower bail and just do normal stuff. This man was not a flight risk. The fact that he's in this situation anyways is ridiculous. On the 17th, Walla talks about him complaining about the conditions in his cell and that he did not get any letters from his wife. He complained about severe heartburn, rodents, and ants. On the 24th, Martin visits, and there's another exam. It's the first one, it looks like, since the end of November on the 29th. At this stage, he's lost 30 to 40 pounds since November 29th. And he was asking to go to a state hospital. And Wallace said it's because he thought he could see his family. And that might be true, but he was also sick. We know he was in bad shape. Like, he also might have needed to go to the hospital. Two things can be true at once. And there's discussion about feigning tests because he's being honest with them. I want to go to the hospital because I'm not feeling well. And he, silly him, thought it was someone who has no ill intentions is not going to think there's anything wrong with admitting, I hope my family can see me. At the very least, if I'm going to be in this shit condition, I got to go to the hospital, maybe I can at least see my family. I don't have a toothbrush, I don't have a charger, there's ants and there's rodents. Like, the fact that they were acting like that as some sort of sinister desire or anything is, I feel like it tells me time and time again more about them than it tells us ever anything about Mr. Allen. This woman's conclusions that she draws from this stuff are so backwards. I think it's terrifying that she has ever been allowed to make decisions for anybody ever, and they're at her mercy. At this point, there was daily visits for the first 4 months, according to Walla's notes. According to Martin's notes, he said that he needed Ari to sign a consent form for medications, and that informed consent was very important to him, and that Ari signed a consent form for Prozac. Martin said that since RA was doing well in January, protocol would allow him to see RA again in April. Later this week, the state responds to the defendant's petition to let bail, and it's basically just, no, he shouldn't get it. No real reason why, nothing other than we think this guy we have no evidence against is actually him, so we got him and we're keeping him. That's pretty much all that says. In February, there's very little information about what was going on in February. According to earlier reports from Wallace's testimony, I assume February is part of the first 4 months where she was visiting him daily. On approximately the 5th, Rosie contacts Cass County Jail to get him moved. And Cass County Jail is like, we don't want him, but yeah, we obviously can take him. On the 7th, defense has to file a motion to continue the bail hearing that they have been requesting for months. And if you read this motion, it is because the state still had not turned over discovery. It was due in December. January came and went. And we are now into February, and they still have not turned over more than a redacted PCA and a few intake documents, but I'm not even sure that much. They didn't want to continue it. In the motion, they even say, we expect the remainder of discovery by the end of the week, because at this point, still, the trial is scheduled for the next month. They were supposed to go to trial a month from this. And all they have at this point is the redacted PCA and a handful of other very not informative documents. On the 10th, the media files another motion, renewing the previous motion. At this point, they want access to Nick's verified request to prohibit public access, because in the beginning, if you remember that first, I think it was the first video, he said the only reason it was sealed is because the judge decided, and he was trying to act like this was just the judge's preempted, unprompted decision, when it turns out he requested it. But because Diener kept it, assuming as his work product when they went to the clerk's office and everywhere else, this information was nowhere for them to verify this. Well, media is starting to catch on at this point. And on the 13th, the state requests a protective order. On the 17th, they have a hearing that was scheduled at the January hearing. This was supposed to be the petition to let bail hearing, but because discovery still had not been turned over, because then Nick was saying, well, now the media is requesting stuff. Oh, I can't turn this over. Now he's using the media as an excuse to not turn it over to defense. And he's like, well, until you rule on this protective order, I'm not turning anything over. Well, so they ended up, Gold canceled Mr. Allen's transport order. It would have been the first time he got to see his attorneys in person in a very long time. He's had no privacy for the past 4 months. He's been under surveillance the whole time. Every call he makes is recorded. A defendant should have private access to their attorneys, and he's not really getting that. Even if he's on the phone and stuff, I wouldn't trust it, because we also know that the warden said all those, when they were following the attorneys and the defendant around for safety reasons, it didn't have any audio. The warden said that 6 different times at the safekeeping hearing. Well, we found out that was a lie. There was audio. They didn't play it for the jury, but it did have audio. It was capable of audio, but they lied about it 6 different times at the safekeeping hearing. It's just one thing after another with these people. But later that month, Gold cancels the jury trial because they don't even have enough for a bail hearing. They don't even have enough discovery to have a basic bail hearing. So obviously they can't have this jury trial. And I think this is where Gold just checked out, because when she was appointed, she thought they were going to be done by the end of March. And the state hadn't done anything whatsoever. And they were dragging their feet, and they were coming up with all kinds of excuses left and right. And she let them get away with it. So she kind of created this problem. But then we get into March, where he's only having weekly visits. And then he finds God and all this other dumb shit. The day he finds God, within a week or so, someone is going into his file after 4 months and changing his religious affiliation from not religious to very religious. And he's given his discovery on March 24th. But defense drops it off on this date. As of April 3rd, he still hadn't received it. But we've got both the prison psychologist, who's a lunatic, and the warden, who's a liar. They are both starting with this narrative that he was eating his discovery and confessing because he didn't like what was in it. And then he broke his tablet, because he broke his own tablet apparently after this, because he tried to confess to his wife and then she hung up on him or something. So and then he didn't talk to her again for a very long time. And that was when April rolls around, that's kind of the narrative that we're presented, when it does not seem to have gone down that way. And from April until June, I just am real skeptical of everything that has come from DOC, because Wallet and Martin's notes are in conflict with each other time and time again. They are not even on the same page about when he was given what doses of the injections, when he was taking his Prozac, when he wasn't taking his Prozac. And the other thing that still bothers me is The warden signed an affidavit on April 6th saying that the tablet was broken. In Rozzi's filing on the 5th, he makes no mention of that, about the tablet being broken. He actually says that he's got a tablet, and that is how he communicates. He's able to make calls and messages. He filed that on the 5th. So if it was broken, nobody told him or his attorneys. And in Nick's April filings, the way he describes it is that these confessions happened on the 3rd and the tablet was broken on the 3rd. But his defense also visited that day. Like, why would he start confessing on the day he met with his attorneys? That makes no sense. But then all of a sudden, we're told that he starts confessing like up to 60 times in between this point and June. But then at the safekeeping hearing, the warden testifies that after he broke his tablet, they didn't issue him a new one until approximately 2 weeks earlier, which would have been the first week of June. I don't know how he was making calls. There are some mentions in some filings, or not the filings, in some of the trial notes that I don't know where they got this from. One person said he had a handheld phone. In one of the media reports, they said handheld phone. Another one said that Walla had to go get him something to call his wife on at one point. And then there was another media report that mentioned him leaving his cell to go make phone calls. And that might be true, but this whole time we were told he was recording on his prison-recorded GTL tablet. Well, that was broken. But then you have this letter from Robert Baston around some of this time where the guards are taunting him, saying, you've got a phone call on your tablet. So was it broken or was it just taken? Like, I have questions about whether or not the warden might have been told he broke it when really they just took it from him. And it does sound like they were taunting him, because a couple of these degenerate corrections officers who were doing some of the most depraved things, and the fact that Harshman called it, he was impressed with their professionalism, the way they were treating him. I don't even know how to process it. It's so deeply disturbing. It's like those movies where, like the old battle movies, where some of the soldiers are just not, like, they're all hopped up on adrenaline. They're just doing, like, they're just acting like animals. And in that moment, like in their environment, that's where their mind is at. It's like none of them were disturbed by their own, like the way they were treating another, like this living, breathing human being. The fact that it didn't disturb them, I don't know if they're just desensitized or if they're actually deranged. But the fact that Harshman could watch all this stuff, when you read through even just the descriptions of the DOC video, the fact that Harshman could watch hundreds of hours of it and say he was impressed with how professional they were, the level of professionalism. That is the sick fuck who told us there were 61 confessions. I just do not trust their judgment, their perception, anything. I don't trust their moral compass. And so it's difficult for me going through all of these, trying to make a timeline of this man's time in prison, because I have to rely on the statements of the doctor who's a lunatic, who at one point was dumpster diving through DOC records for an unrelated POI to look at his personal information, and then she was going around and feeding it to YouTubers. If anybody ever emailed me that, I don't think I would be able to be kind to them. I don't understand how she had more than one place to go to share that information, and she did not get her head bitten off and dressed down and told her what a fucking lunatic she is for sharing any of that. No, Murder Sheet turned it into like a bunch of like they spread that out, gray, fake, like all of that. Like the fact that none of these people see the problem with all of this, I have a hard time being kind about it and understanding about it, because if this was my son or my husband, she would not be showing her face anywhere. We'd be having until we dealt with all of this. None of this has been dealt with. All of this unethical, deranged stuff has not been dealt with. We've got people who are supposed to be enforcing the laws and abiding by the laws and being civilized and all of these things. They're not doing any of that, and they're not seeing the problem with all of this. There's like a mindset where they don't think it's misconduct when the state does it. It's only like if anything the defense does by default is bad because they're the defense. And anything the state does, even if it's deranged and unethical and a gross violation of someone's rights, it's fine and justified. That is how they seem to proceed with all of this. And some of the statements that some of these guards made, at least according to the reports, it's truly stunning that they don't even have enough self-awareness to be mortified. They were almost like bragging about, like, oh yeah, he said that to me. Oh yeah, he told me this. And they almost thought it was funny. None of this is funny. But I don't know if they've got some marbles loose. I don't know what is going on with some of them, but I'm very concerned with the other people who are in these facilities. I understand a lot of them are, they have actually been convicted of some really terrible crimes. This is not what that conversation is about. Like, regardless of what anybody else does, there are still laws that are supposed to govern our behavior. We don't get to start acting crazy and unethical and we don't get to dehumanize someone else just because other people are out there breaking laws. Like, we are still bound by the same laws to keep us all civilized. And they just don't seem to realize that in this county, in this facility, and in this judge's eyes, apparently. But I don't think people understand that, at least not everybody. Some people are just like, he was not in a coercive environment. He was confessing. He was totally in his right mind. He's being shot up involuntarily. He's not in his right mind. He didn't know what planet he was on. He thought he was starting World War III. Did anybody ever figure out who Kevin, Chris, and Roger are? The other night, I think it was on Alex and Adrian's stream. They said that he mentioned a Don. After that, I spent a long time going through all of the media notes and all of the people who were there on that day's notes, where they were talking about the confessions, and I could not find any mention of a Don. I found a Chris, a Kevin, and a Roger. And where's justice for Roger and Chris and Kevin? Where are they? When are those charges going to drop? If we're supposed to take all this stuff seriously, this is what the state actually brought as actual evidence are these confessions. Okay, then when's the trial for Chris and Roger and Kevin? And when are we going to deal with R.A. killing his whole family? Where's the justice for his dead family members who are alive and well? I mean, when you look at these confessions, I finally got to the last of all of them. It took a while to go through all the media reports because some of them were able to report some of the confessions that the other poll reporters didn't get. When the transcripts come in, I'm sure we'll get a few more, but they seem to all be on there now. But when you read them in their entirety, I'm not going to go through all that now because this document is it just started getting longer and longer and longer. And it gets into the inmates. But according to the companions in the log sheets, he molested the girls and shot them in the back. The corrections officer, like, this is them paraphrasing, by the way. They're not writing down direct quotes. That's another thing I have a problem with. And a lot of times he's like, when he's talking to his wife, he's like, I did it. I think I did it. Because he's got people telling him every day, you did this, like they're taunting him with the information every day. And he's every day more and more losing touch with reality, because that's what happens when you're in solitary confinement. Even longer than 15 days has very serious long-term effects. And he's like 5 or 6 months into it at a certain point, and he's saying, I did it to give my family more time to live. And if you go back to Max Baker's affidavit, he talks about when they go to visit him, he keeps asking, is my family okay? Are they still, like, he thinks his family's dead. He's got people threatening him and his family. And he's mixing up all of the information that he's reading in Discovery, that people are shouting at him, because he's not kind of like babies who, those horrible, they're not experiments, but they're, I guess, studies where they compare babies who've been nurtured for the first year of their life next to babies who were not nurtured for the first year of their life. If you are confined for extensive periods of time, a lot of people who, when they get older, like elderly older, that's probably a more relatable example, is when you're older and you are not as active and social as you were, and you're retired or you're in a home, like, you're not as connected to reality as you used to be. And if you become a shut-in, like, you're not, like, even in those environments where they're not confined in a way that they can't leave, like, they're still able to communicate with people. But someone in solitary confinement, like, he's not supposed to be talking to them, even though they're allowed to yell at him. And he can shout back, but, like, that's not really that's not really his developmentally functional arrangement. And he apparently also doesn't have a tablet this whole time. I still can't get past that. If he didn't have a tablet between April and May, and these are the only people he's talking to, and this lunatic with prison psychologists is the only person coming to visit him every day, and she's telling him stuff she saw on social media. I mean, what she's sharing, did she tell him about Keegan Klein too? After dumpster diving through his records, I can't get over that one. That is such a violation of privacy, and such a creepy, it's beyond creepy to look at things that are not your business. Of all people that we should be able to trust to have that very basic concept and abide by it, she didn't. You can't undo that. The things that she did, you can't undo it. And it did have lasting effects on this man's mind, they were messing with his memory. And she's just writing down, if you go through and look at their log sheets, she's just repurposing their log sheets. I'm not even sure that she visited with him all the time she says she did. But even when she does, her conclusions about what he's doing are the most unsympathetic, ungenerous, warped ways to view it. He's trying to get something. Okay. He's trying to cooperate. You're asking questions. He's trying to answer questions. Like, she ascribes all of these things to him that when you look at it in its entirety, it makes her look crazy. for thinking it, because he has very normal response. Like someone, if you factor in the circumstances that he's in, it makes perfect sense. Someone who is in this dire circumstance, you'd have to ignore that to come to the conclusions that she is coming to. And I can't, I have no more excuses for her. Let's see. This is one of the times where because we don't have transcripts for her, there are notes between various people that the first involuntary medication administer is on April 2nd. I've put it on here because until we get transcripts, I'm not going to ignore it. On the individual document, there's a note of that, but that's also why I highlighted it and I linked to it so people can go see. But on this day, he had a head injury and self-harm. That was the reason given for it. But he also has a phone call with his mom where he tells her he's found God. But a couple days later after this, some of the notes she wrote is, let's see. Hang on. I can't remember which day specifically it is. But I'm going to end on this one because I will end up going for another 3 hours if I open up this door and start going into this stuff. She, at one point, it might be the 5th, but I can't remember exactly. She tells him, "Did you know you've been confessing to people?" And he's like, "What? Did I sign anything?" She's like, no, but you probably shouldn't do that. But you know you did, right? And when he said, "Well, I didn't sign anything," right? She took that as a sign. She was the one that unprompted. She brought that up unprompted. She's like, "Hey, by the way, you're confessing." And he seemed like, the way, this is all according to her testimony, by the way. She tells him that he confessed. He does not seem to be aware of it. But then he's like, "Well, fuck, did I sign something?" And when he said that, she took that as a sign, kind of like Holman, where he was like, "Well, he was looking down, and that's a sign of deception." These self-important lunatics, they think they're picking up on things. And it's just stuff they are actually inventing in their mind. But they think because they are in the position that they're in, that it's just by default credible. Just like any thought that pops in their head, because it's their head and because of the position they hold, is by default special, I guess is the only way I know how to put that one. And it's not. That is a misconception. Even law enforcement officers who receive specialized training, they are no better than you or me at detecting lies or whatever. That's why it's important that they substantiate these things and not just go based on circumstantial evidence and confessions, because they are terrible at detecting these things, whether it's truth or not, and they ascribe these intentions and these things there that may not actually be there. And it basically starts a system of confirmation bias, and it just spirals from there, because these are not the types of people who take time out of their day to self-reflect and try to think, let me take a step back and reevaluate this and make sure I'm on the right track. They just always assume they're right. From Melissa Oberg, who said she's 100% right. 100% of the time, she's never been wrong. That's a red flag. That is a lunatic. It's not a thing. None of these people, anytime they're challenged, are like, no. This is all normal. It's on the up and up. I don't have any concerns. No. I wouldn't change my mind. Nope. I don't see anything wrong with it. Anytime they're questioned, that's not normal. Like, I question everything. No matter how many times I have made up my mind, I still am like, I'm going to go check. I don't trust people who don't have anxiety about getting things wrong. Because if they just assume that they're right all the time, that's terrifying, especially if they're in a position to be able to go testify against someone and influence a jury as if it's true, as if their professional judgment should be taken. I understand the jury is allowed to decide whether or not to do that, But I think that's terrifying when you shouldn't have to be on guard about, well, I wonder if this person is a lunatic. Like, most people are not going to, they're just going to assume the best of the person talking to them and that this person is trustworthy, because why else would they be in this position? And it's just, sometimes it's overwhelming because it's like, where do you even begin to fix all these wrongs? And just the way I work, I'm like, well, I guess we're going to start at the top. That's where we're going to start. But it can be overwhelming, especially when so much of this does require getting into the weeds, and most people don't have that kind of drive, I guess. Like, for me, I want real answers, and that's what drives it. I can't let it go, because none of this, the state's whole case was reliant on them having no clue what happened for 5.5 years, until the assistant manager at CVS showed up and then denied it, but then a year later explained it to this prison psychologist who turns out to be a lunatic, who dumpster dives through people's records and doesn't seem to be even self-aware enough to know that that's a creepy, very creepy, vile. It's creepy to do that, and she did it several times and periodically. Oh my God, this kitty. Hold on. Y'all give me a second. I gotta get this cat. She's trying to get back in. Okay. I'll let her outside, so hopefully that'll buy me some more time. I have a feeling in a few minutes I'm gonna hear her leap up on the window. She's pitiful. So it was Leesenby. Well, I don't know if it was Leesenby's first, except I guess they did transfer the Flora case to, I don't remember if it first went to White County or if it went straight to ISP. I've purposely stayed out of at least commenting on that case because there are some very uppity people in that space. If you know, I just don't even, like, I'm interested in it. I care about it. But because I do get under certain people's skin so bad, I don't want to do that to another case. I just like that one has enough people at odds, I guess, over what did or didn't happen. But it is definitely one of the reasons that I am always concerned about the credibility of the officers in the Delphi case, because a lot of them are the same ones who, like Holman, for instance, I have never I don't have words for that interview he gave where I guess it's probably been 6 years now, where he said they had a strong person of interest. 6 years ago. They just say whatever pops into their head when they're being interviewed. They don't care if any of it's true or not. They are always just waiting on someone to show up and explain it to them, apparently. at least this core group, I've learned firsthand, there are some very honorable men in and around these circles, but none of them are the ones that these girls are getting stuck with. I think that is, it makes my heart hurt in a way that I don't have words for. And I know my sparkling personality is not always like, I wish I could be kinder and nicer about it, but anybody who's still here, who wasn't here earlier, I got a big, wild, crazy family. And I'm used to brothers, and I'm trying to be mindful of it, but I'm not used to having to be so, hang on, let me see if I can find this other thing real quick. Hang on, let me pull this up. Hold on. Oh, okay, I think I found it. I blurred it out just because I still don't want it to be like face recognition. I still blurred it out because I do, even though like I think it would be helpful for some people to know that like I grew up with brothers and way too like a gazillion cousins. And they're all from the country, cowboys, rangers. Like that's just what I'm accustomed to. People with no boundaries, like a wild and crazy family, and nobody agrees all the time, and it's fine. Like we still are on the same team. We're still family, whatever. But my dad was a wild one. He just was. We do not all have the same mothers, and we all still get along just fine. But like this dude is like this. He's like he's a character. That's what I'm used to. And we're just direct. We're a direct people. Even if things are not perfect, they're still fine, and we can always fix them. And that's just kind of, for me, I'm like, if something's wrong, you fix it. And if it's your fault, you own up to it and you move on. And so this case is plagued by people who will just double down. I say people, I mean like the core team of Unified Command. Some of the stuff they've doubled down on is unbelievably unserious. And everything is everyone else's fault, from the judge to that's my dad. He's I don't know how to describe him, but he was wild. He is always wild. There was never a dull moment. He's passed now, but like there was always an adventure. There's always something wild going on. And I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did in the military before they dishonorably discharged him. But like, you know, he's just he's just wild. I don't know. That's the only word I know how to describe him. But I actually don't know when this was. This was before this. I don't know how. I'll have to ask my mom how many years it was before I was born. I don't even know if they're married yet. But this picture cracks me up because it's just it's blurred. Just because even though I don't think you can reverse image an old Polaroid picture, you never know. But like I understand that sometimes I'm very harsh or whatever. But he used to tell us, like, especially when you're talking to a dude, you've got like 6 minutes, and that's about all before they're like, okay, then you're gonna have to try again tomorrow to bring it back up. Because they've got shorter attention spans, and that's true. But I'm just used to being very direct and clear, like get to it. And I'm also just not used to saying something true and being a problem. Usually nobody likes hearing stuff that needs to be fixed or something that was done wrong, but I don't know if that's a normal or not normal thing when you have a big family, but like, you got to fix stuff and just like move on with the day. Like, we'd never move on with our day ever if, I don't know. But the other thing, when people are like, I would never confess to something I didn't do. I'm like, I grew up doing that. Like, sometimes you're like, oh no, it was me, just to like save a sibling or your cousin. Like, we all do that. I do that still sometimes. Like, with my husband and kids, sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, it was me. Can we get out the door now? Like, if we're in a hurry, 'cause sometimes that's the only way, like, especially if it was one of the girls and they don't want to fess up to what they, like they took their sister's whatever. I'm like, okay, well, her sister's not going to apologize. And she, when they're real little, you're like, oh, it was me. I'm so sorry. Like, you want them to feel better so that they're not like butt hurt while they're moving on with the rest of the day. But like, it is false confessions. I hate to break it to people, but like, in some ways it's a form of conflict resolution. And people who are just used to going along to get along because at the end of the day, everything's fixable and you forgive and you forget. Like, it's almost easier to you're like, okay, well, in your mind, you automatically assume, well, even if it was the other person, like, they didn't do it out of hate or spite. But then there's also the other thing that I always think about. Oh, hold on, this kitty. Hold on. I wish I had been more, like, at the time I was just reading it for my own sake. I don't even think I had started the channel to upload stuff to at this point. But I was reading studies about the different types of confessions. There's voluntary confessions, coerced confessions, even delusions of grandeur type confessions, like just all the different types that have ever been studied. And I never bookmarked it, and I have not been able to dig it back up since. Had I had my folder set up by then, I would have it pulled up by now. But there's some research to suggest that some people confess when they lose hope. Like, if they've been incarcerated and they've given up all hope of anybody ever believing them. Innocent people are usually good people, and they think, well, if nobody's going to believe me, the only thing I have left to contribute to this world is at least giving the family some sort of solace and giving them the closure they deserve that they're never going to get. And so there were some, I can't remember if it was a macro study that combined several different studies or if it was this one individual study, but it was people who they were eventually exonerated, and they were giving interviews, and it was just one person, the way they described it. And that's why I go to this example a lot, because I felt like it was a useful one. But if you've ever had someone who had dementia or Alzheimer's, especially if you've been around them enough in the early onset stages where they still have good days and bad days, one day they're fine, and then they have so many good days that you almost forget about the bad days until they have a bad day, and you're like, how did I forget what this is like? Like, one minute they're lucid, one minute they're not. But when they think you're someone else in that moment, you just go with it. And you just say whatever will give them comfort and to help them feel grounded. And a lot of times those people are cranky and volatile because they are confused and they don't really understand it and can't vocalize it. And it's a very traumatic experience for someone who's experiencing Alzheimer's or dementia, because they are lost and confused all the time. They're losing their words all the time. And so sometimes you just, even though you're not going to tell someone in that mindset, it's me, you're going to keep correcting them. You're just going to go with it to give them some comfort. One of these people who was eventually exonerated, I want to say this case was out of Sweden, but I don't. It was most of these cases were European countries where they actually fund this kind of stuff. In America, they're just like, no, they confess. That's case closed. So we don't have as many of these types of studies, but I think about that a lot. And one of these days I will dig it back up. I know it's on Google Scholar somewhere, but for some people, I feel like Mr. Allen fits that profile. And one of the things that bothered me about the state's theory with them going with there was an undoing angle. He felt bad, and it's because he found God that whatever. The monster who committed these crimes, they do not have a conscience. That person does not feel bad about what they did. They don't need to clear their conscience or get it off their chest. And if they do, they're not going to go tell the first person you tell is not going to be the women in your life. All of this is in conflict with decades of data and bodies of literature. None of the state's theory adds up or makes any sense. And I understand there can be outlier cases and stuff, but even on its own, it makes no sense. And that bothers me because usually when you've solved a crime, it answers questions. I don't think we'll always get every answer to there's some stuff we may never know, but we should at least have something to point to tell us the time and place someone was actually there for sure. How it was committed, what time it was committed, what time they passed. We should have some sort of information that does not rely on the perpetrator. Because in this country, we place that burden on the prosecutor, not criminal defendants. I'm just pretty set on that. I think there's very good reasons for it. But in this case, the state is like, no, we don't have any clue. We're just going to accept what this person we're saying committed the crime. We find him trustworthy enough and reliable enough that we're going to take his word for it. Except for Kevin, Roger, and what's his name? And Chris. I don't know if those are real people in his life. I don't know if those are family members. But this man, after he got his discovery and these people are taunting him with more specific details, he's like, at this point, his mind was already mush. He didn't receive that discovery until his mind was no longer reliable. His memory was no longer reliable. When someone starts messing with even people who've been in a bad relationship or people who have parents who shouldn't be parents, and they gaslight their kids or their significant other, and they start trying to make you question your own eyes and ears. I think everybody at least knows someone who's been through that. It's painful to watch them go through that because the person doing it to them is very uncharitable about the person. Even Wallet was like, I think he's pretending not to remember. Because she was so overconfident in herself that it never even occurred to her that he might not have known what anybody was talking about, and he might not have remembered actually, because he was at home before the girls were ever dropped off. So the fact that they can't even entertain the notion that he might not actually remember. And these are the people who are visiting him every day and messing with his mind every day. I'm very concerned about that. But even with all of that, he still is like, I need to apologize. Like, he was still trying to take responsibility for it once they were convincing him and gaslighting him after months in between involuntary injections. Like, Walla told him he confessed. He was like, well, okay. So then when he starts looking at it, he's like, there's experts saying that's my voice. No, there weren't. Holman lied about that. Like, they were feeding him crime scene details and lies. They were messing with his memories, and then they were acting like his reaction, trying to make sense of it, is what solved the crime. That is not how you solve a crime. It's disrespectful if that's all you show up to trial with, to offer the victims. But that's what this state did. I don't think I'll ever be able to. The level of audacity that takes is incredible. But I think the reason the prosecutor was going with that undoing Engel is because this person was like, well, if I did do it, then I need to apologize. He's in some of these confessions, he's like, Kathy, I did it. I didn't run. He's like, if I did it, then I don't want to hurt anybody. You know, he's like, when you look at it in the actual context of who he appears to actually be and the condition his mind is in at the time, I obviously don't think this man did it. I don't even think he was still there when the girls were dropped off. But when I try to make sense of all of these gross violations of this man's rights, his dignity, and everything, I don't know how the state, like the prosecutor and Martin and especially Holman, I don't know how they are not mortified to show their face anywhere, because they should be. Harshman especially, just straight up changing this man's words and what he was saying to his wife and mischaracterizing it, and then getting all these people just misinterpreting everything after that. But when you take all that away, I feel very strongly that some people there's types of people who, like with me, I'm like, if I've hurt someone's feelings, I'm like, I definitely didn't mean to, but I am sorry. Like, that was like, I will try to explain to them for just so they know that, like, it wasn't intentional. Like, that I've apparently hurt some people's feelings recently. So I think maybe that's probably why tonight I thought, okay, maybe I should tell people, like, I'm used to brothers. I'm sorry. I'm raised by wolves. Not really, but you know, like, I feel like that explains a lot, maybe. And so I forgot this picture was still up. I was on another tab. I'm gonna leave it up now. But there are certain types of people who will take responsibility even if they didn't mean to do it. And they're like, if that is the result of something, even though I didn't mean to, I still feel bad, because I definitely, had I known that, I would have done it different, because that was not my intention. So, like, it's normal. Like, people with healthy, happy brains will still feel bad, even if they, in their mind, they didn't do that and they definitely didn't mean to. They will still feel bad, because they're like, okay, I hear you, I see you, kind of stuff. And so, like, but I'm used to normal people. Like, in my family, we've got everyone from very evangelical, very conservative people to very liberal to, I mean, there's too many of us for us to all be like, we all have very different points of view, and it's fine. We are able to I mean, it's almost fun. That's just what I'm used to. Even if I disagree with them, like I still love them. I still respect them. And so that's the kind of mindset I have. I'm used to people who do that. And if they were to mess up or do something, I don't ascribe it to their religion or their politics or a moral failing. I'm like, it's a human thing that happens. And when they feel bad, like it's real, we don't get hung up on it, and we don't drag it with us everywhere we go, because we just move on with our day, because it's just what people do. It's not what someone who committed this crime would do, though. And so that is why I'm having a hard time even entertaining these confessions as anything other than more evidence of severe abuse that was done to this man. The fact that he endured as much as he did for as long as he did is incredible to me. And I just wish there was a more concise way to have these conversations, because some people just cannot get past, well, he confessed. Okay, well, so did Elvis. And they're able to get past that one. But like, even with me, I'm like, I don't even think that means he did it. I mean, I think it means that we need to finish that investigation, because I do not like to dismiss stuff without something to dismiss it with. And I don't like to proceed with something there's nothing really to base it on other than leaps. And so I think that's probably a lot of the contention in this space. But because in my mind, I always thought that the jury would do the right thing or see the right thing. But I don't think I was prepared for how curated the information was going to be that they received. I was not prepared for Gold to deny certain experts while allowing others. I didn't foresee that. And so the closer it gets to sentencing, once you let it get this far, it's just going to be twice as hard to right all of these wrongs. It's going to be even harder. These families should have been able to give these victim impact statements a long time ago. They shouldn't have even had to wait this long. But they did, because these Unified Command was not doing their job this whole time. And it's just such a complicated dynamic, because these people are all trauma bonded and they trust these men anyway. It's kind of like trying to convince, like when you're in college, if you had a friend who's like, you saw it, like, you know, their boyfriend's doing something, and you're trying to tell them like, hey, you should probably dump this to him. You can't always convince them. And you're like, okay, I'm not going to, if she wants to work it out, good. You just kind of hope it works out, even though you know it's not going to. Like, that's the feeling I have with this hearing that's approaching. And it's like eating away at me, knowing that the only time, for the first time, that they're going to be allowed to speak and give these statements is going to be at the sentencing hearing for someone who was not there when it even happened. And it's just, I'm struggling with that one. Hold on. They're not mental health experts. I just saw a woman's comment. They're skilled witnesses, which is terrifying, because when you look at their log sheets, I'm not even convinced they should use scissors unsupervised. One of them might be all right. I think there might have been one of the guards who's not. He might be redeemable. I'm kind of joking. I think there should be a path to redemption for everyone, or else what is the point? But man, there are some people where I'm like, okay, at this point, it's just for the sake of argument that they might be redeemable. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to hold my breath for it, but I'll hope. I will always hope. But for some people, I will never hold my breath. But I don't know what they're skilled in other than they work around people that they are very biased against. They do not see as human beings. I don't really know what they're skilled in other than because they think anytime anybody needs anything, it kind of reminds me of those people who think toddlers are manipulative. Like, yes, they want something, but it's because they need something. Like, they're a toddler. Like, them wanting your love and attention and comfort and to be engaged and all of that. Like, that's not some sinister desire that they're trying to manipulate out of you. And it's just so weird to me when they frame it, and some people frame it that way. And like, they barely have object permanence. And like when they're, when they're first walking and they're like first becoming toddlers, and all this stuff that people they ascribe to toddlers sometimes I find funny. So I'm like, they're just a kid, man. I don't think they thought real hard about it. I don't think they're trying to get to you or like playing 3D chess with you. I think they just want to play, or they're bored, or they're tired, or they need a snack. Usually the answers are real simple and they're not sinister. And I understand these are inmates, but a lot of them, when you look at statistically, a lot of these people, there are more people who are wrongfully convicted than we are acknowledging. And the way we imprison more of the population than freaking China does. And that is by very conservative estimates and overestimate. Like, even if you it's not normal. I think I've said this before, but when you look at this, like, this is all police reported data. There's approximately 10 million arrests every year across 18,000 law enforcement agencies across the country. That's a lot. Less than 5% of arrests are for a serious violent crime, which means these conditions that we are justifying because they're all violent criminals are for a very tiny fraction of the population, but we are putting people who committed nonviolent offenses and who probably actually need, like, it's very strange to treat someone that requires a medical solution with a prison cell. But still, my point is, like, we make these prisons these very hostile environments when 95% of the people did not commit a violent offense. And there's got to be a way better way to segregate people who commit violent offenses from people who don't, but we don't always do that accurately. And considering it's such a small fraction of people that are arrested every year that actually are arrested for a violent crime, like, you would think it would be some sort of manageable problem, but we don't. We just create these very hostile environments and justify it because in our minds, they've all committed some violent crime. Some of them have never been violent. Some of them have done, I mean, not excusing, like, there are still ways to commit unforgivable acts that are not violent, but they're like, if you do fraud and you take someone's life savings, that is not something to dismiss lightly. But like, if you're not violent with someone, that is just a different issue. And housing them with each other, you're just creating a more, like, 95% of the people who are in there have to become violent to survive. And so then it's just feeding this very bad system, and the notion that it's not, that this man was not placed in a very coercive environment. I think it's strange that the state was able to say with a straight face, all three of those prosecutors at some point were acting like it was absurd to think that he was being mistreated in there, and they were acting like he was treated better than other inmates, as if other inmates are even treated okay. And it's just, not trying to go on a rant about that, but these are very real factors that play into this case. And the reason I care about a lot of this stuff is because it also affects other potential victims when crimes are solved in the manner this one was solved, because that's not actually solving it, it's just closing it. And so we don't know if there's another family out there still waiting for answers that they're never going to get because it closed a case that wasn't solved and the right guy was not connected to it. So we are depriving one family of answers to give another family a false sense of security. And I'm not even sure if that makes sense, but I imagine this family wants this over, and just, if I lost either of my girls the way they lost theirs, I would not recover. I don't think my brain would ever work the same. So for the same reason, I would never tell someone, I would never confess to a crime I didn't commit, no matter what. I don't care what they did to me. I'd never confess. I would also never pretend to be able to have a functioning brain while grieving, and to be able to, I would hope that I could let law enforcement and the state take care of it, because my brain I would not be capable. I just wouldn't. And so I try to be mindful of that. And I get this question a lot, especially about the Patties. And statistically, I understand people's skepticism and I don't discount it. But when the law enforcement shows up at your door saying, we got him, we got the guy, after 6 years, I don't know how I would even endure 6 years of just not having any answers at all. So if somebody showed up at my door and said, we got him, it would be very difficult for me to turn around, and my brain would probably try to protect me from it. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to excuse it. I'm just trying to, in the same way, I'm trying to understand why Mr. Allen may have said some of these things, even though I think it's pretty clear that the environment he was in explains most of it. The involuntary injections and tranquilizers explain. I feel like it's not a mystery, and it doesn't take any sort of leaps to understand it. I kind of feel that way about the families. I do have concerns about the young girls, the other young girls, the sisters, all of that. I have questions because statistically, I have always had a hard time. I think if you're going based on victimology, it's at their age, it's peer groups. Overwhelmingly peer groups who commit crimes against juveniles. And younger children, it's usually family. But once they get to juvenile age, the statistics start changing a little bit. And it's hard for me to, I almost wish I could lean one way versus another in any sort of way that, I wish I had the same sense of comfort that other people have when they found out about like when the PCA was unsealed, some people were like, okay, case closed, cool. I envy them because I have not. That's when I started not being able to let things go. When things stop making sense, I'm not able to just walk away from that. And I don't know, I understand where people are coming from. But I don't expect, it shouldn't even be their job to be the ones doing, like, I always choose to hold the people whose job it is to resolve this kind of stuff. That's where I try to aim my fire, even though I do have questions about, like, I'm aware that there was accusations of like mean girl stuff going on, and they were catfishing their own sister and that kind of stuff, and stuff was deleted. But I don't, like, I've heard it, but I can't really proceed in one way or the other based on that, because I don't know if that's just something someone said, if it was actually true. I don't know where it came from. And because of the way Goal has facilitated this case, it is very difficult to get information from anybody or ask basic questions, because everybody is on the defensive immediately because the stakes are so high. And what's really unfortunate is the fact that he's going to be sentenced before anybody can say anything. So even if somebody has something that could clear some of this up, a lot of good it's going to do after he's in there. Then we'll have to be relying on a third judge to overturn decisions of two previous judges. The hill is going to get instantly steeper, which is why I do think Gull has preferred to, instead of doing the right thing the first time, she's going to leave it for the appellate court, because she wants them to have to choose whether or not it's worth all the trouble to go against her or a fellow judge, let alone two, and a prosecutor, which I think is unethical and says more about her than I'm comfortable with. So I just, I'm trying. There's a lot of things I don't understand the family's reactions or decisions, like with Kelsey posting that thing about keep this sealed. That was very confusing to me. But she was like 17, 18. I think the same person who went into the interrogation in 2022 and was trying to treat the women in Mr. Allen's life as objects to be used as leverage, as if they're just things for him to get his confession. I think he was the same person talking to some of these young girls too. Like, I try to not lose sight of that context, because these men were just dismissed. Like, there were some women who came forward with information about men in their life who put themselves at great risk to do so, solely to give law enforcement information they were begging the public for, and they put themselves at risk and were just cast aside and forgotten, never checked on again, at least by Unified Command. And the ones who did say what fed into what these very inexperienced officers in Carroll County were, what they thought, those were the ones who made it in the PCA. But even still, at least Mullen was putting words in the mouths of these women and girls. And I'm never going to expect a family who is grieving something that I genuinely can't fathom that kind of pain. Like when I think if I found out, if I lost one of my daughters that way, I would not be okay ever again. I just wouldn't. I don't know how anybody could be. I don't expect them to be on guard and like sharp as a tack and just whatever. I think they have been in survival mode and cope mode, but not the kind of cope that some of the weirdos in this community do. I mean, like genuinely trying to cope with a very gut-wrenching thing that happened. That makes absolutely no sense, at least not with what we've been told about any of it. I think it's the reason it makes so little sense is because they did so little investigating the actual crime scene, and the officers who did investigate that crime scene have not been allowed to really say anything. And the ones who tried, we only got excerpts. We didn't even get the full story, and they didn't even get to finish their investigation. So it's very difficult. I don't know what I would do in that position. I also don't want to make anybody think they're crazy for being skeptical and not understanding, because statistically, you can't vibe check people and say they're good because I vibe checked them. Like there needs to be something to dismiss them with, because that is what kids deserve. At the very least, they deserve someone actually finding out what did or didn't happen. And you can't always just leave it up to the people in their life, because the people in their life are not always reliable or trustworthy. So it's been one of the most difficult parts about this case and dealing with it, is because agreed, criminal network. Where did I just set this little, hold on. Hang on, I need to reach my charger cord. Hold on. There we go. Sorry. It felt just a little too far out of reach. Yeah, I think most people who do have kids, like, we kind of fall into two camps in this case. We fall under I think no matter what side we fall on, we all can understand that none of us would ever be okay if this happened to our kid. Like, it's hard for us to even imagine something like this happening to one of ours. And so even just being able to sympathize with any family who has to deal with that, regardless of whether we think they're good people or bad people, or good parents or bad parents, or if they're mixed up in stuff, that doesn't matter. Like, on a human level, you feel for them, because it's what happened to those girls is gut-wrenching. And I feel like that is the only thing that we are all in agreement on. And everybody does want justice for them, even if we disagree on what actually happened. Like, at the end of the day, I think, like, even the weirdest people in this community, in this space, I think in their own weird way, I would hope at least that they actually do want real answers. But there are red flags all over the place. And because of the nature of the gag order and the protective order, and how stigmatized anything and everything about this case is that does not align with law enforcement and the state, I'm unaccustomed to that kind of dynamic. I'm used to there being lots of different perspectives. I think it'd be weird if we all were on the same page. But I'm not used to that being treated so, like, it's just so polarized, I guess. So I never want to make people feel bad for questioning the family, because in a lot of these cases, it is the family. It doesn't mean it's always the family, but it's because because law enforcement has been so wishy-washy and gone back and forth. And, oh yeah, we found that guy, we cleared him. Oh, we take it back. Okay, now I know we said we're looking for the younger guy, but the one who looks like the older guy, we're going to go with that now. And they just say it without ever correcting anything. They just keep moving the goalposts. It makes it very difficult for people to know what's what. And so, ideally, the family would want law enforcement to be more honorable than they've been. But again, it's hard. It's just, I am incapable of not defaulting back to the fact that they've experienced something that is unimaginable to me. So it's hard for me to fault them for it too. I know that frustrates a lot of people. But just because I default back to that doesn't mean I'm not trying to act like I don't see what they're talking about with the changing stories, and then certain things don't add up, and there are very real concerns. I don't think that necessarily means they were involved or did anything, but there are things that concern me, like especially with the juvenile girls situation, not necessarily the ones that were there, but other stuff that predated the stay and things that had been happening. I am very concerned about it, and I don't think we'll ever get answers about it because of the way this was allowed to. The fact that it got as far as it did makes me think we'll never know, because there's too many people who would have to kind of do an about face, that because of how things are in a small community, it's very difficult to deal with these kinds of things in a small town. It just is. And it does pain me though, because unless someone does come forward, the thing is, why would they after what happened? I don't think anyone will ever come forward with useful information about Flora after this. But I do think, I don't know any of them. Like, I know of them, but I don't know who they are. Like the Cheyenne and either of the Shelbys, Dana Pearson. I don't blame them for just being so checked out of this case at this point, because I think I would be too, especially if I had like my name and my face and everything about my family had been out there. That's probably got to be weird. But I don't feel like we got actual answers. At least, like, Cheyenne said some things that I haven't heard from anybody. And I have so many follow-up questions that I don't think I don't know if they would be in her letter that she wrote law enforcement. I don't know if I'm still just very skeptical that we're ever going to get those public exhibits. I feel like Gull's going to find some way to justify prolonging it. But I am looking forward to at least that one. But I do hope that at some point, those people who have tried to come forward and people have either spoken for them or about them, like, in some ways, I don't think they changed their stories so much as updated them after checking their phone records or whatever. Or maybe they just, because of the way law enforcement was questioning people so willy-nilly and not very thorough, and I'm trying to be more careful by saying law enforcement, because in the beginning, there was a lot of really experienced and honorable people who dropped what they were doing and drove to Delphi and lent a hand for like a month. There was a lot of really good ones. We haven't heard any of their names. and the prosecutor could not have been any less interested in any of the work that they did. But I'm very interested in it, and there's some of the witnesses that I feel like they could provide a lot of insight. And one of the reasons I try to be as thorough as possible is because I don't know that we'll ever get that chance to hear from any of them. So I'm trying to just work with the information we've got. But if they ever are inclined to help further clarify or explain, I think if we can create maybe more of a environment where it is okay for people to clarify, that seems to be met with, I don't know, like I like it when people clarify things, but sometimes when people in this situation try to clarify something, like I know I said this, but this is what I meant, people are not real open to that. I usually am, because sometimes people are like, well, it was the way it was worded, or maybe the way my answer was reported wasn't actually correct. I didn't actually say that. Or in the same way that Mr. Allen's memories were messed with, I think that happened with some of the witnesses too, because they remembered one thing and then they're like, oh, like at one point Cheyenne thought she saw Derek and Tara. I'm still confused about that, because we now know that that Derek and Tara were in the parking lot at some point, but so was another couple on a moped. And that's I kind of don't want to get into that, because I had started getting into it a little bit the week before that report came out about the Evan Wood being found in the river by DNR. I had just put that kid's name in some of my timelines and docs and started reaching out to some people to figure out what time him and I don't want to say that name now either, but still, I have tracked down some people who, until trial, I don't think any of us had heard certain names brought up that were also out there that day. I think all the locals probably knew, but people who are not local didn't know some of these names. And I've been pretty knee deep in all these filings, in the weeds on anything I can be. And some of these names were new to me even. So that's another issue I have, is who else was out there that we don't know about? Like we're trying to say, like a lot of people didn't see each other out there apparently, or did they, or I don't know. But once the gag order is lifted, I think we've got to find a space where these people can tell what they remember to the best of their ability. And instead of treating them like they're being cross-examined all the time, I think we need to be more mindful of how memories work and try to be as generous as possible with the people willing to open up and clarify these things after all this time. I just think that would be good for a lot of things, because law enforcement's never going to do it. The state's never going to do it. And yeah, it's just, I think it's real weird that we can't get clarification on a lot of this stuff because everybody's scared to talk. Let's see. Hang on, I'm trying to scroll through these. Man, I don't want to hear from the jurors. I just don't. I understand why a lot of people do. I don't really have any questions for them. That is a bell you can't unring. And I'm aware that they were fed a very curated narrative. But there was no evidence he was even there when it happened. I feel like the bar was already low, and they still convicted. The state did not have an actual timeline or an actual theory. And even the innuendo they presented, they couldn't even substantiate. And some of the staples and foundation of their innuendo circumstantial evidence, they had to walk back by the end of it. And they still convicted him. Like, it's just, I don't really. I'm not one of those of the belief that after the trial was over, that they went home and then started getting online and trying to look stuff up. I don't think people who can come to that conclusion were thinking very hard at all about that decision they made. I don't think, maybe they were burnt out after all those weeks. I don't know. But I overestimated them once. I'm just not going to do it again. Hang on. The Shelby statements on the stand are very confusing to me too. I would very much, the way I'm approaching it is, I think it's very clear there was a lot of misunderstandings from the beginning, but I also didn't know until trial that there was 3 occasions. I don't know if it was in the same visit or what, but on like 3 separate times, law enforcement tried to kind of like read technique her the way they were doing with Mr. Allen, where he was saying, I think I was wearing tennis shoes. They're like, wait, but do you mean this actually? And they would rephrase his words in ways that he didn't, like, they would repeat it back to him, saying things that he didn't say himself. And that was kind of the impression I got from Cheyenne, from her statements, was she was trying to tell them she was with Shelby Duncan, and they were like, do you mean Shelby Hicks? And she was like, no, Shelby Duncan. And they were like, no, you mean Shelby Hicks though, right? She's like, no. Like, she tried several times to say who she was with. Like, Daniel Pearson was with Shelby Hicks, and Cheyenne was with Shelby Duncan, according to those 4 people. I do not know any of them. The way I work is I try to take people at their word when they are saying what they remember or believe. And then if there's not really anything to substantiate it, then we're going to have some problems. But like, I do think the best way to arrive at what happened is by, most people think, even if they're a shit person, they still do things for what they think is the right reason, even if their moral compass is off. So if you try to give them that, if you try to be generous with them, like, okay, they're obviously a shit person, but in their minds they're not. And so what would be the most realistic thing that they would do in that position? You can get closer more times than not to what actually happened by being generous. And I'm not bringing that up because I did not mean to associate that with any of the 4 people. I meant, like, even with the investigators, like when I'm trying to figure out what they were up to, I'm like, okay, I have no respect for Unified Command in general for a lot of reasons, but I do think in their minds they were doing what they thought they were trained was the best thing to do, even though I don't really think that was what the training actually, I don't even think they were rising to the level of the read technique. I don't even think they were doing that correctly. But still, my point is, until we're able to hear from these people and have just normal conversations instead of all this secret behind closed doors and private and please don't tell anybody and whatever, like there's got to be a way where they can just tell what they remember the way they remember it. And the discrepancies are viewed as people see things differently, remember things differently, and not as something sinister. Because if we cannot guarantee that for them, we may never have anything more to work with than what we've got. And what we've got, even with trial, is not enough. But I'm very concerned about, like, even with Bree, they tried to convince her the person she saw was younger. When they came back to her around the second time, even though the person she remembered she described them one way, they tried to convince her it was someone different. Or it might have been Riley. Sorry. I keep saying Bree, but it might have been both of them actually. But still, that's kind of my point, is the problem with that happening at all is it does mess with a person's memories, even witnesses. And so then it just gets even more difficult. So if we could just find a way to at least go back to the beginning and find a way where they can say, this is what I remember, in a way where they're not having to feel like they're being put on the stand and having to just, like, I don't even know if that makes sense, but I've just, in my mind, I think things can always be, I always think things can be made right. I think the only time it can't be made right is if someone doesn't want it to be. And so things can always be cleared up. And even if we don't get every detail that we'd like, we could still get closer to finding out what the fuck happened out there. And I just don't even know how to make space for that for some of these people, especially when they're all burnt out. A lot of people are burnt out, and I get it. But I feel more confused about what I thought now than I did before trial. Because there's a lot of things where I'm like, okay, I thought the complete opposite of that. But you're telling me, like, I've been under the impression that Shelby Hicks never saw anybody and she didn't even remember. And that Daniel Pearson was the one who came forward. And apparently she did actually remember, but when they got there way earlier than what we thought. They actually went down towards Freedom Bridge when they first got there and hung out there for a little while. And then they went out to the bridge. And there was already somebody at the bridge taking pictures when they got there. And that is my other question. If Cheyenne took that picture at 2:49, she would have had to have started crossing the bridge at 2:40. The thing is, when she got there, there were already people there on the platform sitting there talking. And so for them to have, like, if you back engineer when they would have had to have arrived with all of the things that they do agree on. I also didn't know Dave McCain said he was there from 2 to 3 until trial. That was news to me. I always thought he got there sometime around 3. He got on the stand and said he was there from 2 until 3. And he placed himself on that first platform on the bridge. He parked at Mears Lot and got out and he walked right to the platform. Well, guess what time that is? That's right around the time we're told this crime happened. And so that messed with my head. It still messes with my head. He also, though, says that nobody asked him about the girls until he was leaving. And James Latrell, who can't trust anything from him. So I'm not saying this because I think that's what happened. I'm saying it because he brought it up and it bothers me. But when Derek German was on the stand, when it was Dave McCain was on the stand, I'm sorry. When Dave was on the stand, he was like, did you see a big guy in an orange jacket? And he's like, yeah, when I was leaving, somebody in a bright orange jacket yelled at me and asked if I'd seen a couple of girls. He said that happened on his way out around 4 o'clock. But we've been told that him and Derek ran into each other around 3 when Derek first got there, and Dave had already been there for a while. And then Derek saw Dave McCain again later in the day, like later on the trail. Like, I don't know if it was 30 minutes later, 45 minutes later. I'm not sure. That, I made that one reenactment video with everybody's timelines, and it was according to the PCA and according to all of the information that people who had spoken to all these people time and time again had come to the, it had been followed up on, and people had tried to reach out to them again to clarify. And as far as we knew, as best as we could tell, that's what, like, the most up-to-date interviews, that is what I made for that reenactment video of everybody's timeline. And after trial, I went back and watched it again, and I'm like, none of this makes any sense. And how they didn't get a Frank's hearing, even just on the timeline alone. Because when you actually get, once these people were able to speak for themselves on the stand, and we were not relying on their statements according to law enforcement who was speaking for them in PCAs, it was not quite the way law enforcement presented it. They actually had to speak for themselves for the first time. But I don't know what to make of it, because I'm not blind to some of the things that people are saying about some of these people. But hang on. I need to know how they got in the creek too, because the timing of it even. And if they were in the creek, there were a lot. I mean, some of the girls who were there that day said they went down to the creek and were taking pictures in and around the area where those were found. And I know they might have been in one place at one point, and then they went downstream later. I don't know. I can't believe I just saw how long this is. This is what happens when I hold off on. There's no way to get into the weeds with any of this stuff, and there's no way to do it concisely because there's so many things that are still unanswered. That's the other thing that drives me crazy about how they came to a verdict, because we still don't know what happened to the girls. Like, the theory makes no sense whatsoever. Well, we don't know if they were full on in the creek or if they were in the branches near the creek. Like, some of them were in the water, but they were not submerged. And they might have at one point been like thrown, like maybe somebody tried to throw them in the water, but they got caught up in the branches instead. And it wasn't until the next day that they were in the water. Like, there might have, we also don't know whose face covering that was found with all the stuff. How they just dismissed that is beyond me. I'm baffled by how the state thinks this is solved. Especially this Brad Weber story and the fact that Nick did not give Harshman Walla's report until August of 2024, leading up to trial. He's like, hey, by the way, here's this report from Walla, and it has this confession in it that supposedly took place on May 3rd, not April 3rd, even though the timeline of all of those log sheets and reports make no sense. Like, the timeline, according to the safekeeping hearing, is in conflict with the timeline according to the 3-day hearings a year later. And the state has not accounted for those discrepancies. They've just moved the goalpost and blamed the gag order for not providing any real answers for that. But after after reading the timelines or reading the testimony and creating, let me pull this other doc up. Hold on. The 213 one. Give me just a second to, I think I might have actually pulled it up already. Hold on. Hang on. Here it is. Hang on, let me get it to load real quick. Okay, 13th. So I started this one at 8:30 a.m. because I'm trying to stick to the filings. I understand there was a whole weekend of things that happened beforehand. There are other people who've spent a lot of time already doing all that. But I'm trying to stick to the public record because that is the only one we can really deal with in a court of law. And let me scroll down to, let's see. The first thing that confuses me is we've got some testimony from some of the girls saying they left around 11:30. I don't know where their house actually is and how long it takes to walk there. But if they left at 11:30, why didn't they get to Freedom Bridge until 12:25? And then they walked to the High Bridge. Well, if that's the case, at that point, if Mr. Allen got there at noon, he could have already gone to that little side bench that's kind of a little ways off, like off to the side over by the Mary Gerard. Or I don't know if he got there a little before, a little after, or I don't really understand what time they actually did get there. I know they didn't get to, according to testimony, they didn't get to Freedom Bridge until 12:25. And then that does seem to make more sense if they took a picture at High Bridge at 12:43. But what they did between then and 1:26, for me to make those reenactments work, I had to have them walking all over the south end of the bridge and exploring and going down under the hill, where it's like a lot of people who posted footage before the murders happened. A lot of them went down there and got in the creek, and some of them were swimming, some of them were fishing. It was kind of reminds me of like Austin, Texas, where there's a lot of different springs and rivers, and some people are fishing in some areas, some people are swimming. There's Enchanted Rock, where like there's just, it wouldn't be weird for anybody to do one versus the other. But that was the only way I knew how to fill the time to make their timeline work for their timestamps. But I don't understand how Betsy Blair saw them in the time frame that she did and how she was there. She did 2 loops at one point. I don't know when she left to go to the bathroom because her Fitbit data, the people who actually inspected the exhibits, Wayne 15 said, let's see, the data from her Fitbit showed that she was walking from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. That would be the first 2 laps. And then there's a drop in activity, and then it shows the 3rd loop. She did not state the time of the increased activity level in court. However, Wayne 15 was able to view the exhibit up close, and the 2 green lines indicating activity were observed to be around 1:30 to 2 p.m. So the way they worded it, though, I'm like, okay, so she did the first 2 loops from 12 to 1, And then the third loop was from 1:30 to 2. But she didn't leave until 2:14. And so then I don't know. That's why I want these exhibits, because I can't really make sense of that. I have questions about why they all didn't see each other, why she didn't see him. Like when she says she saw the 4 girls crossing the bridge, is that when she was walking? Like, did she walk to the library or did she drive to the library? When I look at all the different reports, they all heard something different. I don't understand. Hang on, where's the next one? I think it's okay. At 12:39 from the cast report, we've got that first phone that comes within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene. I don't know who was on that side of the trail because law enforcement never looked into anything that was going on the other side. We've got the picture at 12:43 and then 12:45. This was me trying to reverse engineer his. I don't know. He said he was there around an hour. We don't know if he got there a little before noon, a little after noon. Kind of like I was talking about earlier. If my husband said he got somewhere around noon, it could have been anywhere from 11:30 to 12:30. And it's not because he's trying to be misleading. It's just for the same reason. I'm like, we probably left to take the girls to school at this time, but it could have been 10 minutes earlier, 10 minutes later. I don't get too hung up on like the using it as an indicator of deception or not. I just know like, okay, this could be a range because that is just how some people are with time, especially if there's nothing particular going on that day and they don't have a reason to really be paying attention while it's happening anyway. When people are trying to go back and remember something that happened that they weren't really paying attention to specifically, there's going to be a range. And so that's just how it is. But after 1 o'clock, it starts getting very confusing to me. Between 1 and 3 p.m., I am not clear on what was going on with any of these people. Let's see. I'm going to go to around 2 o'clock when let's see. I would very much like to talk to these 3 because I don't know what time. I've seen 2 different accounts from the time frames that they were there at City Park, and I'm not clear about one of the accounts where they were at High Bridge at one point or they weren't. And it's hard because some people were speaking for them. I would just like to hear from them. I feel like they could clear at least that part up. But around 2 p.m., Betsy Blair's Fitbit data shows, well, this is when it ends actually. So that's the way they reported it. So that's what I'm stuck with until we get transcripts. But according to Fox 59, Dave McCain testified that he was on the trail between 2 and 3. And he said that when he parked at Mears Lot, no other cars were parked there. There is no time frame in here where nobody was parked there unless he got there much earlier. Before Betsy Blair, maybe he arrived when Betsy had driven to the library. But she said when she parked, nobody else was there either. That's the other thing I don't understand. At some point, these 3 go downtown to eat lunch. We don't have an exact time for it. We've got some timestamps from Cecil for the photos, but I don't understand how, because at least one of them, I guess they were using this time from when the phone was unlocked as the timestamp for her photo. But it's weird that they can see she accessed the app, but they couldn't find both of the pictures. But at the same time, some of this, I hate not having the transcripts. But still, Brad Heath sees an older model vehicle, but it wasn't at the CPS building. It was on the side of the road. But the thing that, between now and how the clothes ended up in the creek, the thing that breaks my brain the most, I think, is if the girls were right behind Betsy Blair. Betsy had started walking to Highbridge first, and the girls were only 2 minutes or so behind her. If this man was standing on the first platform when Betsy saw him, he would not have really had enough time to get all the way to the other side of the bridge in that amount of time before the girls got, like, he would have still been pretty much on the first platform when the girls got to the north end of the bridge. And so how did they go from the north end of the bridge pretty much right at 2 o'clock to being dead within 30 minutes on the other side of the creek, on the other side of the trail, and their clothes, at least one of them has clothes in the creek? How is that phone underneath one of the girls under a shoe and it never moves again? When they didn't, I don't understand how they got from 218 on the other side of the bridge to where they ended up, and Abby was already in different clothes and the phone was under her and it never moved. How did all of that get done within 18 minutes? I'm not. The fact that the power off log was lost means the record of when it could have been in airplane mode, and that could explain what was going on with it. But we have no idea because the power off log was lost, and there's a lot of data that was overwritten because of the way the phone was handled. That infuriates me. Let me see. Oh, hang on. Hang on. How many photos? Let me see. I don't think it was until after trial ended that I found, because I was so caught up in trying to get all the notes and organize them and account for all of them and look at discrepancies and put them the way the pull reports are and the way they posted their stories were all out of order and kind of backwards. And so I made doc versions of all of the media pull reports to put them in order to make them actually readable instead of out of order and confusing. But it was quite some time before I went back to the day where they were discussing the injuries to the girls. I do not have words for it, for those, especially Libby's. It is the strangest thing I've ever seen. Even the diagrams were difficult to, like, even those were like made my heart hurt. I don't know how accurate they are compared to the photos, because I've never seen the photos, but it is the strangest crime scene I've ever heard of. And injuries, everything about it is strange. But I don't know how they got over there, and one of them was already in the other's clothes within 18 minutes. And one of them was clean. Like, there's just, it's just so, I can't make any sense of it. I don't think Libby's phone data supports the state's theory at all. I've heard some people acting like, oh yeah, it adds up totally, it's just fine. This actually works out perfectly. No, it definitely does not. Let me see. It's more than 2. Yeah, I don't know how they make. Hang on, let's see. I'm gonna scroll up. Come in. Hang on just a second. Come in. Husband's checking on me, sorry. Well, I guess I'm still doing this like a crazy person. Let's see, when they spoke of, I have not heard 11 photos. I thought there was, well, hang on. I don't know that they crossed either. Like, I think that is the strangest way for them to get where they got. There was a much more sensical way to get to that other trail, and that's the way everybody else took. If they wanted to go to that part of the trail, and even if they tried to make a run for it, how did the hair survive? Like, if the hair came from the hoodie pockets, how do you cross the river and that hair does not get, like, it's still wrapped around the finger? That doesn't make sense either. Like, when I try to answer one question, then it presents another problem for the other one. And I think that's what happens when there's still very crucial pieces missing to the story. Hang on. Her during all the hearings. Yeah. It's very frustrating because there are people who I inherently trust just because, like, when Grady says something, I'm like, probably true. I still check everything just for due diligence because she probably does the same thing. Like, even if I say something, she's probably like, it's probably true, but I guarantee you she still goes to check it. And that's also why I link all the docs the way I do and make citations for everything so that people can go look for it themselves. And I kind of hope that people who are that kind of thorough, if they see it differently, I'm inclined to believe that they would turn around and be like, hey, what do you think about this, though? Those are the kind of people I like hearing from because they are usually also trying to clarify things. And I think it's very good when two people who are more concerned about, like, trying to figure out and scrutinize and troubleshoot. I feel like that's productive a lot of times. But at the same time, like even with Walla, we don't have transcripts for her. We have some transcripts from the 3-day hearings. There are still days where we just have people's notes. And we've learned, at least through trial, that some of these hearings, some people hear one thing, another person hears another, and it's just because of the acoustics. And so it's difficult not even having audio or anything like that to be able to just sound check things or verify them that way. But I am glad that between all the hearings, there are at least a handful of people who took as thorough notes as they did. It's a lot more to work with than like Reddit and all the speculation stuff that before any of these hearings happened, before an arrest, it was really just word of mouth and vibe checking different things. But that would be Veronica, that is the best idea I've heard for we need to have our own like Delphi Con, like Crime Con, like every year people travel to the Delphi Con so that we can add the newest revelations. Trying to figure out what's happening because law enforcement made it impossible to, like, if you take all of the work that they presented, I don't want to say all the work that they did, because a lot of the work that a lot of these men did not even make, I hope it made discovery at least, but it definitely didn't make the theory or the state's case that they presented. But man, I feel like it's just going to take a group effort sorting through all of it and making sense of stuff that was reported and could have been, like, wouldn't, like all of the Daniel Pearson stuff. When I go back through and try to revisit that, I do understand why people thought that. And even when the Keegan Klein stuff came out, I understand why people were all in on that, because the way it was presented, as far as everybody knew, like, oh, if there's some woman saying, I met Keegan Klein out there and he said he's going to slit my throat and all the other stuff that Murder Sheet made up. Like, if those things were true, yeah, that totally that would make sense. But I'm just looking forward to the day where we get to find out if it was even true or not, that somebody reported it or not, or like where it all came from, so that we can get in a conference room and have like stuff strung together and trying to sort through it. Let's see. Hang on, let me scoot my chair up here. Oh my gosh, there we go. It's moving fast. I'm not sure. The question about Abby's clothes. Hers went to a specific police post because theirs apparently have some sort of special setup where I don't know if clothes can be dried there or air dried there, or like, I don't really know what specifically about this police post is specifically designed for wet clothes. But yes, there was testimony that her clothes went to a different, it didn't go to Lafayette. I think it was the Putnamville. I don't know if I'm saying that right. But it went to a different police post. But the thing that I also didn't realize is I think that the ERT, which is the FBI Emergency Response Team, I think they were on site before ISP was, because they were there. They were only allowed to collect the items that were in the creek, and they were kept separate from the crime scene. And ISP was the first law enforcement on site after Yoder and Giancola, after the searchers. Like, the searchers were already there. The first people from local PD was Giancola and Yoder, and after that, they said the next people to arrive were ISP. But the testimony between all of those officers was, that one has been, like, let me scroll down to show you. I don't know that I'm trying to make sense of it. The next morning, hang on. Let me see. Oh, hang on, just knock this over. Hold on. Okay, I think I'm getting closer. I'm trying not to make anybody dizzy scrolling down. But like when the search resumes the next day, and then from the moment Pat Brown is driving back to the trails and he gets a call from Tom Mears talking about Shane they found something there. They want somebody to go over to the creek. Like this time frame, all of their testimony, when I tried to put it together, I went through the media reports for every single person who testified, and I made their timeline individually, and I identified discrepancies between reporting, and then I annoyed a lot of reporters trying to follow up with them, asking them if they could help me make sense of certain things. And some of them were able to, others were not. But then when I tried to sync up all of the individuals who testified and their testimony, I'm still not clear on that about some of the stuff. But like at one point, Derek said that Kelsey was with him walking back when they ran into Melissa. But then when Kelsey testifies and the other people testify, they weren't together. She was with the other people. And I don't know at what point they split up, because apparently in the morning they started out together at one point. But then, hang on. Okay, so I understand the searchers found the clothes much earlier, and it took a while for people. I also didn't know that for like 30 minutes to an hour after they found the clothes, they were trying to contact the sheriff's department and the police department, and they couldn't get a hold of anybody. The reason Pat Brown was called is because all the people who were out there searching, they started having to call each other. Somebody was like, well, Pat's on his way back. We'll see if since he's coming in, we'll see if he can go park by the cemetery and go check the other side of the creek that way, because they were in the water on the other side. And it's very difficult trying to make sense of their descriptions, because some people are like, well, I could hear them, but I couldn't see them. And I could see them, but I couldn't hear. Like they all had a different account of certain aspects of this. And it's very confusing understanding who arrived when. But according to Giancarlo and Yoder, they got people's names who were already there, which would have been Pat Brown. But they said 2 women at one point were already there in addition to these other people. And they didn't always use names. And then later on, we've got one person saying that ISP was the first on site. But then the first person who was ISP didn't arrive until, at least the ones that testified didn't arrive until like 1. But when he got there was already 2 people there. But still, there's like this 30-minute gap. And so it's very difficult to understand when, like Holman says, he was just herded on the scanner traffic. So he invited himself into this, which that was the worst thing ever. But ISP Sergeant Jim Cody and the coroner were inside Ground Zero when the CSIs who testified showed up. I don't know if that counts as the 3rd, 4th, and 5th LEOs to arrive. I don't know if the coroner would count. But the coroner was within Ground Zero, and if it wasn't them, like, I have these parts in this document highlighted because I'm trying to figure out. I think it was, dang, I can't remember which one it is now. Like, see, I'm trying to figure out, does that include the ERT team? Jason Page, when he got there, he said a certain number of people were already there, and he was the 14th person. We know that Giancarlo and Yoder were the first. We don't know how many people were with ERT, but Sergeant Cody and Olehi and Datsman were already there when Paige got there, but I don't know if those three are actually the 6, 7, and 8. I don't know if these are the same. When Derek testified, he said he saw 12 cop cars drive by. Well, that would fill it in kind of nicely, but then I don't know when these people arrived. So that's one of the most frustrating things that I've been dealing with, is these are things that should be real easy to actually clear up because there's a list somewhere, and the fact that it's just still this blurry drives me crazy. Let me see. But yes, I do know the ERT. We don't have names of any of them, but they were the ones who collected the clothes in the creek. And that went to a different police post than where ISP sent all the stuff they collected. I have a lot of questions about that. Let me see. I'm trying to go through these comments. Let me scroll back a little bit. Hang on, where did it go? Criminal Network. Lord. I think I missed something. Sorry. Hang on. Oh, Putnamville. Yes. Okay. I think that. Hang on. Where is it? It might be further down in this one. Or I think I did at least list it out. If not, it's on the other one I linked to. But this is the other thing I was confused about too, is Alehi was at the crime scene all day. He was the one that was, I think he was the one flying the helicopter, taking the aerial photos of the crime scene. And he went to the autopsy the next day to document at least, I don't know if he went to Putnamville or if he went to the Lafayette Post. Or if he went to one for the autopsy, and he's the one who, hang on, I just saw this. At some point, the phone was collected at the autopsy, and it was swabbed at the autopsy. And then by 3 p.m.-ish, it was rushed to Sergeant Bunner. And whoever brought him the phone stayed and waited for him to do the extraction, which can take hours sometimes. And they waited for him to finish the extraction. And then he said, when he testified, he said he wanted to get the phone to investigators as quickly as possible, which is weird because the point of the extraction is to get like the information in that. You don't need the physical phone for the extraction. But then it makes me wonder, okay, is that when Chapman did the enhancements on the audio and the video? Because that image was released later that night. I think at 7 p.m. on the 15th was the first time it was reported in any of the media reports. And so if he did the extraction, he started at 3 and it takes quite a few hours, and then he had to rush it, and they rushed this enhancement. And I don't know if Olehi went to the autopsy and then went to, because the clothing went to a different place than the autopsy. Like, I don't know if he collected the clothes there and then from there it went to 2 different places. But I do know Datsman, somewhere during all of this, he went back with the crime scene photos on the 15th to the crime scene to collect the sticks. That was his testimony. But we were told that Dan Doolin went out there on the 17th and he found sticks with blood on them. And he's like, y'all need to come collect these. And according to Carroll County, that was the first time anybody collected them. But according to Datsman, he collected them on the 15th. So I'm having a lot of trouble with all of that, but I thought I put it in here where it went, where each one went. It must be on this one. I've been trying to merge these two. But do you see, let me make sure it's sharing. Do you see these cars that are all lined up out here? I think it was it JC Music Man. I think that helped. I can't remember now. He was trying to look at the RTV6 footage the first time I posted anything about this. When I was trying to identify all the cars, I was trying to figure out what time of day this was taken. I know it was 30 minutes and it was done before the press conference, but I was trying to make sense of it between when these people testified they arrived and when the press conference happened. But I think he was able to come up with an actual, like what time it actually was when this footage happened. But this is a lot of this is more than 14 people are there. And if you look at that footage, even within that same 30 minutes, you can see the roads are blocked off at this point, but there are several cars that arrive in like a 10-minute time frame. So it must have been close to right after they discovered the bodies. But the other thing I don't understand is Pat Brown said that he left right after this. They told everybody to leave, but his truck is still there. So I don't know if he walked to Mears because he was friends with the Mears, and maybe he's one of those people who are standing outside of Mears on the chopper footage. But this is... Oh, it might be on the autopsy doc, though, if it's not on this one. But still, where all the stuff went with the clothes and who collected it, and then was that the end of ERT's role in anything? Or did they actually... Okay, so here we go. The only things that were sent to Putnamville Post was Abby's Hollister jeans, Libby's tie-dye shirt, Abby's zip-up hoodie. I know they were each other's clothes, but I mean who was wearing it when they arrived. The Sonoma pink underwear, I think that is what Abby was wearing when she arrived. A black and a purple sock. We don't know if that's because Libby wore mix matched socks or because one of each of the girl socks were gone. There's also, I've seen green head scarf and white. I've seen bandana. I don't know what it actually is. And then the little black camisole, which is basically just a black spaghetti strap shirt. That is what was sent to Putnamville. It was stuff that was collected from the creek. But they made it sound like Abby's clothes were also wet on her. And if they did cross the creek, her shoes would have been wet. So I don't know why those wouldn't have gone to the Putnamville Post too. Let me see. But the stuff that was on Abby when she was found seems to be, if it was wet, I don't know why that... It looks to me like the ERT team sent the stuff that was in the creek to the Putnamville Post because that's where you take stuff. That's the one you're supposed to send it to according to all the testimony. That's the one you send it to if to let it dry out, to be able to recover evidence, whatever. But according to Yoder and Giancola, Abby's clothes that she was found in were wet. But those were sent to Lafayette, not the other one. I don't know what to make of that. It drives me crazy though. Let me see if I can scroll back down. I don't know what was going on with the feds and ISP this day or why they were staying so separated. I do think that's strange. But what is the strangest thing to me about the FBI presence that day and like with the press conference, I can't get over the fact that they briefed the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That is wild to me. There are so many field offices across the country and in other countries. The notion that they would pencil in time in the director's schedule to brief him on what we are now being told was just totally standard small town murder by a man who has no criminal history. That makes no sense whatsoever. You don't brief the director on anything that is not a national security threat. That's just how it is. I'm at a loss for words at how they went from something that would rise to that level to just saying, oh, well, they were all cleared. All these people that we thought were doing gang shit, they were actually doing totally normal things that day. They're just at work, nothing to see here. They're just at home, nothing to see here. They were at the hospital visiting a friend, apparently nothing to see here. But then when people who are not from Carroll County are brought into the case by Elvis Field's sister, they did not clear these people. They tried to, and they could not clear them. I'm still very confused about Agent Pohl and Sergeant, is it Goody? I don't know how you pronounce his name, but he's the police sergeant from Hammond. Those were the two who interviewed Brad Holder and Brad Weber. I'm not sure if they were also the ones who interviewed Westfall, but I do know they interviewed the first two. And I have so many questions. It drives me crazy. In the Franks filing, defense mentions, at least with Brad Holder's report, that he says there's this FBI report for Brad Holder, and there's almost a word-for-word identical report from a local police report. I thought at trial that would have come up, but I think it's very interesting that in discovery they were given the federal report, but not the local report. I don't know how they could have known it was almost a word for word, unless they had both. But if that was the case, I don't know why defense was stuck trying to introduce the 302 from the FBI instead of just the local PD report, and then whoever took the local PD report. But I also don't know if one's local because Godey was a Hammond police sergeant, so maybe he filed a local level report, and Agent Pohl is the one who filed the federal one. Because I'm unclear on how they were filing the reports and the procedure and the protocol. Because Orion is not banker boxes. It's not a system where you have some random volunteer file reports for police officers. It's just isn't. That is not common. And if you look at the protective order that the prosecutor requested for discovery, he mentions a protective order for Sentinel information. That's the FBI database. That's not banker boxes. That's not. So I just have so many questions from all of this. And I don't know if defense was able to get to the bottom of all this. I don't know if they will be able to. I don't know who Gull is going to appoint for the next phase of this. I think defense it frustrates me too. I just saw Veronica's comment. My understanding is that I don't know if my understanding is what actually happened. But when I was trying to go back through, I don't remember if it was criminality or at the time CJ. God. But it was one of the streams that Julie Melvin did. She was discussing the night of the search and the different people that were there. And that's when I was trying to go through criminality's Prezi to figure out the other people who were there during the night and trying to make sense of who was actually there at nighttime that wasn't part of, like, that didn't come with the fire department or the sheriff's. My understanding is that Julie was trying to be helpful in figuring out who was there to help streamline getting interviews with certain people. I don't know if interviews is even the right word, but it was a lot of the stuff she discussed on all these streams, like who was there, whatever. And I don't know that those people were cooperative, though, if that makes sense, or made available to defense through the proper channels when, because you've got people who are like Eric Williams was doing media interviews. He was not hard to identify. But when it comes to, like, I'm not clear about Brad German when he was there. I've seen conflicting reports about what he said to different people. And it's hard because I don't know these people, so I can't just reach out to them and clarify it. So all I know is there are conflicting reports. I don't know what the protocol is when you're the defense attorney and you're trying to reach out to people, especially in this environment where nobody wants to talk. And I think the only reason you're not supposed to ask questions you don't know the answers to. And so that's my assumption on why it didn't come up, is because if you have not been able to depose someone or meet with them and you don't know what they're going to say, you cannot put them on the stand without putting your client at risk. I don't like that answer. I'm not, I find that equally as frustrating. But I also don't know, I've never had to try to depose people and track witnesses down and all the things that go into that. And I've never had to do it when it's an adversarial situation. So, like, there's a lot of stuff they were prevented from mentioning, but that was not one of them. And the only reason I know of why they wouldn't have mentioned it is because of just the golden rule of you never ask a question you don't know the answer to. If they had not been able to have a productive deposition, like, they were having trouble getting even the experts deposed and who the state was going through. So when it comes, like, if they were already having trouble with that, I imagine they were probably having similar issues with witnesses, but I don't know because they're not allowed to say anything. It's very frustrating. Let me see. I think a lot of people would have. I think some people actually did try that. I think some sleuthers. I just saw Shacey's comment. Let me see. Oh, what do you mean it doesn't match? I think I missed something. I'm not smarter than one either. I'm still at the stage of like everything I know comes from the filings, and that is a very limited view. But that's also why I'm trying to glean as much as I can from them, because that's all I have, because nobody's allowed to talk. But I do know Bob Mata was going on and on about it for a while, about like, if it were me, I would go find me some searchers and attack the timeline. I do think there were, as far as I understand it, there were attempts to do that, but I don't know what came of those attempts. I only know about what came of the attempts to do the depositions and those things that did end up in the filings. But hey, let me scroll up and see if she. Hang on. I need a drink too. No, it's. Hang on. I do the same thing, and it's. Part of it is because one of the most difficult things is I try to be cautious with my, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? Because I think I try to remember, at least, they were not dealing with honest actors. They were dealing with Gull, who did what she wanted, whether she had the authority or not, and Nick, who was playing games with Discovery, and Mullen, who was playing even more games with the Discovery, on top of these officers getting on the stand and saying things that were not true, and then some people saying they could, like, even Ajay spent, I don't know how long she spent looking for a special agent that turns out didn't exist. They had her on all these wild goose chases. They were saying, oh, we don't have any records of that. And then 2 minutes before a deposition would start, they would hand them like a 3-page report right before the deposition starts. So even though they did get to depose the person, they were not as prepared as they could have been. And then they got like that would eat up a whole afternoon of those scheduled depositions. And then they were having to try to go schedule follow-up depositions because they couldn't answer questions, or they couldn't ask questions that they didn't have a chance to meet with their own consultants or experts to find out what questions they should ask. So there's a lot of that was going on. And I try to remember that. But even still, I don't know that they didn't meet with some of the searchers. They might have tried, but like, I just don't know. But I do know that there is a general rule of, if you don't know the answer to the question, you don't put someone on the stand, because the stakes are too high for your client, and that it's just a risk that I don't think any attorney would take. I don't know that's the case, though, because they're not allowed to talk about anything, which is crazy, and that frustrates me more than anything. But I am very curious, because I do know that some people were contacted by both the state and the defense throughout all this, especially the closer to trial it got. But I don't know what came of any of it. I was surprised that Shelby Hicks was one of the witnesses even. That still is difficult for me to process, because for so long I thought she didn't know or see anything. And apparently she saw more than Daniel Pearson did. I just saw somebody with the screenshot of Vinny. That was so funny to me. I guess he didn't know he was on camera when he's listening to them talk about this, all the crazy shit the sheriff and the judge were up to in Kentucky. Oh my God, that is there's going to be some, I feel like I feel like they have just opened the floodgates and we've not even begun to hear the worst of it. You can have social engineering. Yeah. Well, I think there have been attempts to do that is what I'm saying. But some of the people who did that are not very honorable characters. So I feel like because they did it first and they were not honest in what information they obtained from that little social engineering attempt, after that, people were on guard. And so it's hard to socially engineer someone who already got socially engineered, if that makes sense. Like even with Greeno, like with Cheyenne, he either made a fake account or he used one of his existing accounts and he just changed the display name and had a conversation with himself. He's not the first person in the space to do that. I'm pretty sure Meerkat has done that to quite a few people. It's just so many people did that in the earlier days that it made it very difficult to reach out to anybody, and people didn't want to answer questions to anybody because they were afraid that anything they said would be twisted or misreported, and they just got worn down by some of the crazier people who did that. And so it's hard to blame them in some ways, because if I had been a witness to something and that had happened to me, I'd be like, I'm not talking to anybody else ever again. But I'm also the type where like I'd rather clarify it, and I would probably be like, oh, we're gonna deal with this. So I don't know. Like I don't think me and them are the same, and that's fine. But I also have never had my whole family and stuff put out there like that. When I initially started out doing this, I stayed private because I wanted it to be about the facts and the case and the filings and not about me. And I thought it would be weird to even try to put my face to any of it, because I thought, if anybody does that, that means they care more about me than they do about the case, and that's weird. But somewhere along the way, I discovered a lot of the more unstable people in this space, and I'm glad I was private, because there are some people who just, like, if anybody, like, I've been very clear that I am a nobody special, regular ass person. I don't have anything to hide. I'm not staying private because I'm embarrassed or scared. It's more of it's about the case, not, like I'm not trying to be an influencer or whatever the people do. I feel like the only people who follow me are just fellow nerds who like to get into the weeds and just want to sort things out. They want some real answers, because I'm obviously not doing this to be cool and fun. I have no video essay skills, but still, if anybody were bored enough to try to dox me or whatever, and they tried to like drug, good luck. My husband is way too normal for all of this. He's not very online, and so if somebody were to like how they were doing with Snae's wife, like they were trying to accuse her of stuff because she was just on some of the streams participating, like just being social and normal. Like she seems pretty delightful, but she seems normal in the way that like my husband does. I think HCC is always the one who says like only one person can be super into the case. The other half of the couple has to be normal. My husband is definitely the normal one, but that's the only reason I have stayed private, is because my family is way too normal for some of this. I mean, they're wild and crazy, but still, I'm like, I'm not going to there's no reality where I'm going to ruin it for them. Like I'm not going to try to explain who Greeno is to somebody in my family. Like, or Turbo, like these people, or Jinx even. Like, how do you explain? Like, I'm not going to ruin normal people who don't know who they are. Let them keep living their life without knowing who those people are. So that's kind of the only reason I've stayed private. But it is difficult when you are anonymous to reach out to people at the same time. So I feel like it's kind of Well, like I've definitely talked to my mom about the case just because of her experience in the field that she's in, but I don't think she could pick it out. Like if somebody was talking about it out in the wild, she might not recognize it because I've been very cautious to not be too specific about where it's happening or any names. But she also is, she should have retired a long time ago, but she's one of those who doesn't like to walk away because it's a field where there's already not enough people. Like there's a shortage of good people who work in that field. And so, especially when you're working with kids, it's just hard to walk away. But still, like she's also working other cases and doing all kinds of stuff. So I try to only pick her brain when I feel like it's not going to overwhelm her. But, you know, some of the people in my family just don't know enough about it. And they're like, okay. Most of them are like, oh, kind of like that True Detective season. like they're very normy. And they're like, oh, it sounds like that. I'm like, it's kind of, but like I'm such a nerd. I'm like, I tried to watch that season, but it's very hard for me to sit still through an episode of anything. So I don't really know if it's all that similar or not. Why did you have to duck? What are you talking about? I didn't want to. Oh, yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I usually try to stay focused on the case, but the only time I get in the mud is when every now and then it's like there are waves of who gets attacked and who gets dogpiled. I don't like that stuff at all. And I do not even have to particularly like the person that's getting dogpiled for me to just be like, I'm going to give these people doing the dogpiling some busy work. And so I'll just kind of get in the mud a little just to draw some fire, because there are some people who've been following this case for so long that has got to be overwhelming and discouraging. And sometimes it doesn't really, sometimes it works fine, like drawing fire. Like those people are just, I guess, bored enough where they play right into it. But other times they don't, and it's because I've clearly struck a nerve, and they almost just never mention certain things ever again, which I have found very interesting too. But I do think it is, in some ways, it's easier for me to be a little bit more feisty because I've chosen to stay anonymous. But I try to use that only for good and not evil. I try to use it in a way where it at least allows me to just give someone else a break, if that makes sense. I don't know really how else to describe that, but like I got accused of running cover for people before I had ever actually really had a one-on-one conversation with some of those people. I don't think the people accusing me of that really understand that I've talked to and at some of them more than I have spoken directly to the people I'm accused of being in cahoots with. At least privately. Like I talk to most people publicly. I think Criminality is probably out of all the creators, she's the only person I've talked to privately more than anybody. And even that has been very limited. It's mostly just been publicly, like in our chats and just like talking outwardly like I talk to any of y'all. And I guess because some of those people have their own Discord servers and they have each other's cell phone numbers and all kinds of stuff, they must assume that I'm in that same kind of whatever. But I I'm usually lost on who's had the falling out with who, and all. I definitely can't keep up with most of that. And the only stuff that I have paid any attention to is because it either came from the filings or because people made some very serious allegations of kind of like that Don Turdy thing. If you're going to say that you knew like Richard Allen was your POI in 2020 and after he's arrested, you're going to say, well, oh yeah, I can't talk about it though because we sent all that stuff to law enforcement. Yeah, I'm going to have some questions about that. But even with her, I do think that was more of a case where somebody is bringing their memories in line with their beliefs and not the other way around. I think there's a little bit of rewriting history there, but I don't know her. But I would think someone following this case, at least in the circle she's in, even though there are some very sketchy people on that side of things, I don't think she's one of them. I think she was a good faith person. And man, I'm very confused about why she's pretending she knew who someone was, where he had no digital footprint. If you're a state away, how do you know someone even exists, let alone suspect them? So I do have questions, but I don't know. I think some people remember things, they fill in the blank after the fact. I think that's a very real thing. I don't think it means that's what actually happened. But when it comes to like the jinxes and people who are actually stalking people, I'm not, I don't really actually understand who they're friends with, who they're mad at, or who, I don't understand their interpersonal dynamics. But I only take swings at them when they are doing crazy shit, like inventing lore for Kathy Allen and stalking her and pretending they have recordings of her that say one thing that it doesn't. I have never spoken to Kathy Allen. I do not know her from anybody else. I wouldn't know her from one of your sisters or mothers. I think the way she's been treated is horrible, though. And the people going after her, I'll draw some fire. I don't have to know Kathy Allen to give those weirdos some busy work. Oops, I just knocked this over. I scoured Facebook, Reddit, YouTube comments, Truth Tellers, all of these different sites, even the Tap to Go, 4chan, all of this for mentions of Richard Allen or Rick Allen online in 2020. I even looked at all of the histories of all of these people in this Facebook group that Don Turdy was talking to and interacting with to figure out what all they were discussing at the time of the post that she wrote those initials. I spent a lot of time doing that, like an extensive period of time, and then following up on some of it and going a little deeper with other things. And I'm not talking like private investigator search. I'm talking like just Boolean search skills with Google and looking at archives and that kind of stuff. Like I went through tons and tons and tons of posts. It was very tedious. And I did that because I was trying very hard to confirm or deny it or dismiss it, because that was the one thing that would have given me what I needed to get off of the fence and let some of this other stuff go. I was hoping it was true, actually. Like I was very hopeful when I first heard it, when the first time I discovered that post and all of the lore behind it. But nobody was discussing this man in 2020 or 2019. Nobody was reporting any of that stuff to law enforcement. There were other things that were reported at that time that make more sense to me than Richard Allen. And it bothers me that some people are still pretending that it was him that whole time when I dug up the original post of stuff, that is not at all the nature of those posts or the discussions. And it bothers me that they're still pretending it was. And it bothers me because I don't think there's a way to ever get clarification from people who've taken it, like once they've taken it that far, thinking nobody would ever take the time that I took to get some real answers. I just don't see them admitting that maybe some of the statements they made after the fact were less than truthful. I wish they would, but I don't know. Let me see. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, the Don Turdy stuff. I don't know what Alex. I see things very differently than him. I don't think he's wrong. I just haven't. When people say they've had their hands on it and it's real, I'm like, okay, then show me. But when I looked through the 4chan stuff and all the Don Turdy posts, those things were not what they've been presented as. They are just not. I've made a community post linking to all of the original postings of those things, and it's even in the folder. And people keep telling me they have things. I'm like, okay. And I even saw a prof's post about, well, Don Turdy said these things. He's like, those are receipts. I'm like, no, those are claims. A lot of people say things. Where's the cases that she thought he was probably involved in some of the petty crimes that were going on there? Which ones? Which petty crime did she, and which petty criminal did Don Turdy mistake for Richard Allen? They can't even point to a specific, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like, those screenshots of her taking credit for something is not the same thing as her having actual knowledge that Richard Allen was a person that existed. And those kinds of things I get very frustrated with because I'm not willing to take those leaps. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just like, I don't take people's word for stuff. I will take it into consideration and I will try my best to do something with it. But if that's all it is at the end of the day is just a claim, I'm not going to take a leap with it. I'm going to just keep looking for something I can work with. I'm glad they are digging into some of that stuff, but it's not enough for me, is I guess the best way I can put it. Let me see. I'm not even sure what you're referring to, though. I don't know what it is. Let me see. I've never actually spoken to him privately whatsoever. I've had a few, we've commented at each other back and forth. At some point, I plan on asking Adrian to find time to chat. Because I watched that AMA and I definitely see quite a few things differently than they do, but I love Adrian. I do not have to agree with her or see things the same to find her just as warm and lovely. I genuinely like her. I do not know Alex from anything. He seems like a wild child. I got a couple of those in my family. So it's I think he is looking for answers too, but there are some things that I just don't know where he's getting stuff from, and I don't say that in a dismissive way. I haven't spoken to him. At some point, I would like to talk to both of them because I think maybe we could clear some stuff up. But I understand there's a lot of fear for some people that they don't want to talk about some of the information they have or the receipts or whatever they're talking about. I just wish they would be a little more patient with me because if I don't know what those things are, I don't know what they expect me to do about it or how to have any sort of position on it, if that makes sense. So when I disagree with them on the Dawn stuff, what I'm trying to do is because because I reached out to her directly to ask her if she could help me understand how she knew who Richard Allen was, someone that existed in 2020, and what it was that made her suspect him. And I mean, she just didn't even respond. Like, it was a very genuine, open request. And I even explained to her why I was asking. I saw this on Captain Howdy's video, because that is where I saw it. And I was like, I'm just trying to follow up. Would very much like to know more about this. I didn't tell her that, I wasn't going to like explain to her, like, this would really help me get off the fence here. Can you please, but at the same time, like, she doesn't know who I am. So it was frustrating to get no response, but I also don't fault someone not answering a request from someone they don't know who they are. The problem with that is, like, I can't do anything with it though. Like, it kind of leaves me in a place where I'm stuck. And I'm not going to go based off of just screenshots alone if it's not something I can follow up on. But I just don't know about anything more about anything Alex has that he hasn't discussed on a stream. But I've never really seen any of the things he's mentioned. So I don't know what to make of him, and I can't really do much with him. I'm just the type that if you bring it up, I'm gonna I'm still going to try to follow up on it for my own sake. And it's not because I think I'm more thorough or whatever. It's just so that I can say for my own sake, like kind of how you were able to say, like, I held it in my hands or whatever. I don't like to perpetuate something unless I can say I saw it for myself. I found out for myself. I asked for myself. That's just, I think most people understand that. But hang on. Let me see. I hear what you're saying too, Ashley. I guess, when people say receipts, in sometimes the receipt, like just the fact that someone said it, a receipt is helpful if you're trying to, like with Fig, when he made all those confessions about working with someone in Goal's office, the receipt is the posts that he made voluntarily confessing to that. That is a receipt. But it's not a receipt that it actually happened. Like, just because there's a receipt of him saying it, that is one thing, but that does not automatically, at least the way I am, I don't automatically think that means it therefore happened. And I think a lot of the problems with this case is because Unified Command did do that, because they were waiting on someone to show up and explain it to them, and they were just taking people's word for stuff without actually verifying any of it. I feel like that's kind of how we got into this mess, is by just vibe checking stuff instead of actually vetting the information itself. And like, I understand Alex, the way he describes the Keegan Klein stuff, like that would be an instance of, like, when someone says, like, that's not just a receipt, that's an actual validated fact. He got that information and sent it to law enforcement. Like, I feel like that is a very different thing than a receipt of what someone posted. And so I'm not as comfortable taking screenshots at face value as others, and that's fine. I don't think that means it's not worth looking at. Like, I still try to follow up on those things. I just don't really, I don't give them merit until I have something to give to something with some weight to it, I guess. I'm going to say that one's false. Criminal Network. I know of him. I know who he is, but I only know of him through Adrian's streams, and he did a stream with Rick Snay way back in the day. I don't have much context for him at all. I've never interacted with him privately or more than like a couple of like a comment and then a reply. Like there's never been like a thread even of comments back and forth. And there's really nowhere to go read up on, like, he doesn't, as far as I know, he doesn't have like a channel or a place where he's posted the different things. So it's like, I know there are some people in this space who've done all kinds of research on different aspects of this case, but I still do the work myself, for my own sake, because I need, that's just how I work. Like I start with the filings, and then I start trying to poke holes in the filings to see what checks out and what still needs to be answered. And because a lot of the, like all of the, I don't even know their names. I'm really bad with the who's who of like all of the meth stuff. Like I'm familiar with the general problem in Carroll County, but I don't, like, I know there's a Tina and that kind of stuff. The Megan Allens, all of that. I've looked at all of their old Facebook, like I've dug up the original posts of old remnants of metadata. I have better luck searching old Facebook posts through Google than I do through Facebook. And so I try to go find the original information. And I do that because a lot of the people who post the screenshots and all the receipts, they don't post the link to that stuff. Like I can't do a lot with a screenshot on its own. So it actually just have ended up where I may be behind and just now coming to information that they have already arrived to, but it's just my process of like, I don't consider Reddit posts and stuff that don't have a link to the original whatever or a way I can follow up on it. It's a real good way for me to waste a lot of time trying to just follow up on screenshots, because in the end I'm still gonna have to go try to, like, those things are not enough for me. Like I still need the original post, and I need to try to reach out to the people and talk to them. And I don't see, like, through my efforts to do that, I do not have the same conclusions that everybody does in this case. But in the same way, I think it was good that Click, Ferency, and Murphy were doing their investigation, even though Carroll County was on their own page with their non-investigation. I think it's okay, and it's good that if they're seeing that, like, they should continue pursuing those leads in the way they see fit while I do this, and we can compare notes. I don't think they have to be in conflict or competition, if that makes sense. Yeah, it is only like, that's why that even all that murder sheet stuff drives me nuts. All that was just a slimy attempt to publicly degrade people that Anya Kane has a personal problem with. All of those clip art screenshots and selectively cropped and omitted out of order screenshots, the same way MRC did with those Robert Fortson messages and stuff. I'm not a fan of any of that, because, like, I want the full thread. I want all the context, or don't expect me to take it seriously, because you can paint an entirely different picture by omitting certain things and putting things out of order. But if I can't validate the information at all, like I do, it is helpful to know who posted stuff, and a screenshot of where to start is great, but screenshots on their own are not anything. They're just not, other than whether or not someone did or didn't say it. But people say stuff all the time. It doesn't make it true. I agree, Sarah, for sure. That is why that's why these docs that I'm working on are getting overwhelmingly longer and longer, because I'm trying to identify the errors, and I'm also trying to identify the people who were not interviewed or questioned. I don't mean like POIs, I mean witnesses who may have other information that can help with like in the post-conviction phase. You need new information when it comes to the appeal side of things. But when you're talking about structural errors, you need stuff like, was this sent to the right place? Was Brady information withheld? Was like, that's kind of why I also don't get too lost in, like, other people talk about their whole research for the whole case. I can't I can't do anything with any of that with the post-conviction stuff, at least not on its own. And so that's kind of why I'm like, I feel like they're holding down that fort just fine at the same time. So while they continue, like, there's certain aspects of this case that have not been researched and followed up on or validated or dismissed, or like, I'm trying to use my skills towards that, I guess. Yes, for sure. Agree with this. Oops, I'm trying to go through them, but yeah, I'm very concerned about the post-conviction stage, because I don't know who Gull is going to appoint. And if they are starting from scratch, like, a lot of people accuse Osbrook and Kara of being in cahoots with defense and doing all this stuff, but sometimes when you hear from them, they are not real up to speed with the details of this case. And that's because Kara's role was about error, and Judge Gull improperly striking filings from the court file and things that will affect the post-conviction phase of any case. That was her interest in it. It had nothing to do with, I don't even think she knew the defense attorneys before this. I don't think she knew who Rick Allen was. I don't think she knew anything about his actual case. And for her, it was about the law and the procedure, not actually what was actually happening. She was concerned about this defendant's ability to appeal if this judge was improperly hiding information from the public and the defendant and removing stuff from the actual record. But, even with them, they're not up to speed on the case. The reason I'm trying to do what I'm doing with these documents is to make it easier for whoever comes along, whether, defense had Max Baker, Osbrook had Emma and some of his students for a while. This was a great learning experience for them. And I just want to have like a hub where someone can go in and have the individual documents to get caught up on the actual case file in a way that's accessible. But I also want them to have timelines where, once they are digging in with the transcripts and the access to discovery, that I think for a while, even though the exhibits and stuff will be made public, the case file is not all of the discovery. That's different. There's going to be some things that I think a lot of it technically will belong to Mr. Allen himself. Like, his whole court file belongs to him. And until he's done defending himself, I think there's some discretion there, but I don't know if that's an Indiana thing, because I'm in Texas. So I'm not clear on all of those things, but still, point is, I'm trying to make this to where someone can come along. Hang on, let me switch back to this one actually. I don't have citations for all of these, but I have at least. This is the same thing I do on all of them, like with the phone data document, like all of the pings and all the stuff on place. I'm going through to try to put where this information came from. So when the transcripts and stuff is public, anybody who accesses this doc can go figure out where to go follow up on this piece of information. It came from this testimony, and they can kind of take it from there. Also, they can help fact check these timelines, because as of now, we are relying on other people's notes. This timeline is only as good as the media reports and the people who are in the courtroom taking notes. The next stage will be, once we have the transcripts, fact checking whether or not this was accurately reported, and if so, then we can start trying to vet. Then we can finally start trying to vet the information itself. But this, like all this stuff I'm doing, the amount of time it takes, and even just the amount of time it took to track down all of the filings, it took an immense amount of time. Like even just talk about this one doc that I was trying to get through today. I didn't even get through all of it, and I've been going. I can't believe I've been doing this for 6 hours. But it takes a lot of effort, and there's a ticking clock once you file a notice of appeal, and these attorneys cannot possibly be expected to just jump in and get caught up on 8 years of investigation and 2 years of trial and compile all this, and then before they can even begin to start prioritizing which issues they have the best shot at, which ones are the strongest, which ones can have the most supporting evidence. They can't be walking in there with screenshots of claims from other people. And so I do think it's good for those to continue, because trying to get new people to come forward is absolutely valuable. But in the post-conviction phase of things, it's just not going to cut it. I wish it was that easy, or that, like, it is. The procedure is not always common sense, and it's not always even fair. It's supposed to be, but it's not. And so it's been a source of frustration for me, because I'm like, it doesn't, like, in my mind, I'm like, you should be able to make things right regardless. And if the law is preventing that, or some ridiculous rule or precedent that shouldn't interfere with someone's ability to defend themselves, they should just be able to clear things up. And so it's so strange to me that it actually is, they only can clear it up if the judge allows it to be heard in the first place. And when you've got someone like Gull who's making these decisions that require her discretion, it's just like a whole other layer of obstacles. It's frustrating. So it's going to take a group effort, but it's also going to take a group effort in a way where y'all go work on this while we work on that. And we will, in our own way, have a more comprehensive thing to work with in the end, if that makes sense, because we can't all possibly be tracking down all of this. Like, no one person can deal with all of this. And even, like, I don't even know how some people follow more than one case, because this one is a lot to follow up on and keep up with. Let me see. Absolutely. I think I'm looking at these last comments. I think it's good for even those of us who are not on the same page or leaning all in the same direction on everything, to be open about that and to be okay with it, because we can't all be right and we can't all be wrong. And so the more good faith people looking at more angles of this, in my opinion at least, the better. Because I do not think I'm the only person who would do a 180 without hesitation if someone was able to verify something that led to an actual break in this case. I would be thrilled with that. And at the same time, I don't think it would be a waste of time either to continue on the tracks that we are all on individually and the different branches that it's taking us. Because then when it does come back to that break in the case and you get to the end, you can honestly be able to say those other aspects were thoroughly considered and followed up on. So I don't know, just in my mind, I think it's good that there are at least a handful of little factions who have been able to get to a place where we might not see all of the stuff the same way, but we are all still on the same side and still supportive of each other. And we don't, it's not a competition. It's like a cooperative effort. I like that. I'm comfortable in those kinds of spaces. But let me see. Yeah, Gulls, man, I still can't get over those orders where she was clearing third party suspects in her orders. She was entering orders on the docket, clearing suspects. That's definitely not her job. And she was doing it as that's what she was citing as her reasoning for denying certain things without a hearing. So it's a level of wow that it's bold. And it's a level of self-importance that someone in her position should not have that warped of overconfidence, I guess. When I looked up, I was trying to follow up on all of that pilot program for the cameras in the courtroom. And I think it was like 5 counties that participated. And it seems to me they were picked at random. And it did not appear to me that she was on the innovative frontier side of it. There were a couple of judges who, after the program ended, there was an effort to reach out to judges, clerks, media, and even some of the attorneys to get anonymous feedback on their thoughts. And there were a couple of judges who had some really encouraging things to say, where one judge was very honest. She said that in the beginning, she thought this is never going to work. This is a terrible idea, because she was so preoccupied in the beginning with making sure that the jurors were protected and that witnesses were protected from being caught on camera. And she said it was very distracting and hard for her to relax about that in order to really give the person speaking on the stand the attention they deserved, and meeting her obligations as the judge to be fully engaged and paying attention. But she explained that over time, as they kind of got into more of a groove, she thought, okay, once we get the hang of this, like I think this will be a wonderful thing. And I know that was not Gull. I don't know that Gull even responded or they published any of her, like all of these comments from, it didn't name them, but it identified the position of the person making the comment. And there were some very encouraging responses from them. And there have been a few judges, because you at least know what counties participated in the pilot program. And so I was looking at the counties that participated and the judges and just looking up, kind of Googling what were those judges up to after that pilot program. And there are some of them they just about stream everything. They've made their courtrooms very publicly accessible in a meaningful way. So I have an idea, I bet it's this person. I don't know it is for sure, but Gull has not made any sort of supportive, I don't think that was a great experience for her because she's such a weird one. She's an odd one. Her reasonings for her rulings make no sense. And a lot of times they're not based, her reasoning for clearing Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were false. She said it's because they were not considered suspects at the time, but we know that's not true because defense got the emails between Carter and Abbott, and they absolutely were suspects at the time. So the fact that she was writing these orders and making judgments based on facts that were not true, and it was just allowed to proceed that way, and that is how that altered the course of the proceedings. And there's been no accountability for the wrong turns that led the entire case in. It frustrates me, but I think she was happy to take the credit, the political capital that came with to be seen as an innovator and very transparent and can be trusted. She was fine with the accolades for that, but I do not think they're not merited, at least in my opinion. Yeah, they all resign before their term is up so that they can get appointed. And so then it kind of allows them to run as a quasi incumbent, I guess. But Shane Evans, man, that dude, I have some questions about him. Let me see. I agree, Criminal Network, with you on that. There are so many cases that need attention and more eyes on it. I don't think this case is unique in the sense that there's corruption and misconduct and it's plagued with lots of systemic issues, but it is unique in the way that nobody that should care does. The people that would be helpful to take a stand on it are not. They don't care about the misconduct, and they just rationalize all of the bad behavior on the state, and they could not be less curious about discrepancies in reporting and law enforcement theories that do not add up, and just straight up misconduct and abuse and violations, and them breaking the prosecutor, the rules of professional conduct. He does not abide by those. I don't know if Phoenix did, or maybe I know Judge Jessica and Kat have looked at a lot of other cases with a lot of people involved in this case. I don't know how extensive that is, but I know they have definitely done that. It would definitely be a worthy cause to follow up on all their previous cases, whether it's the judge or the prosecutor or the special prosecutors or some of these deputies, man. Let me see. keep trying to scroll back, but I've missed so many. I'm like, I can never get to all of them. The Supreme Court let her, I think that November 14th order, where she made it appear as if she had remedied or cured all of the errors that were brought up in the first original action, because she did that so swiftly. I think they thought, oh, she's not done. She's taking care of it. Let's free up the docket and get to the next thing. She's taking care of it. Turns out that was not wise of them to do, because when they allowed Kara and Mark to intervene and they don't always get to respond after, like, the person who files the original action. The judge gets to respond, and it's not always the case that the person who filed the original action gets to respond to that. But they got to respond a couple more times. And in one of those responses from Kara, she pointed out that only 20% of the errors had been cured by Gull, and the Supreme Court just let it slide. And even with the Justin Faulkner decision, when defense asked them to make a decision on whether or not she was a lazy judge, Justin Faulkner found that Gull was 100% lazy. But instead of doing anything about it, the defendant was punished for it, because his attorneys kept working. Instead of, in my mind, I've always understood it as the judge is the court. It is an institution. There's a person in that position, but you could swap them out, and it shouldn't really affect the case, because they're just supposed to evaluate everything individually. And so it's kind of strange that the fact that they kept submitting things to the court to continue meeting their obligations to their client was used against them. The whole reason they filed that was because she was being lazy, and they needed a judge who would not let everything get tied up and not dealt with, especially when trial was approaching. And the fact that they were punished for it is just, I don't think I'll ever make my peace with that one. Good night, Heather. I'm actually about to good night everybody too. I cannot believe I'm still up here rambling about all this. She definitely was, and it's terrifying that she had as much power as she did. It's terrifying that she did things that she doesn't have the authority to do, and nobody did anything about it. I find that very discouraging. Oops. I keep knocking my drink over. Let's see. Lemon, that's a good question. I don't know. I think that's probably what they were saying. I don't know too. I wish they would. I think with Gull, at one point she was appointed first, and then she was appointed to one role, and then from that point on, she was kind of like they've done in Carroll County, where Shane Evans was appointed before he ever had to run. So he got to be selected, and by the time the election came around, he was viewed as the incumbent, and then he was unopposed, because it's a lot of work for anybody to run for prosecutor or sheriff or judge if they are not already in office and there's already an incumbent. It's a very difficult thing to unseat someone in those kinds of positions. I think the only reason Liggett was able to do it is because Tobe stepped down. Like, I don't think he would have won against Tobe. But that's kind of what they do in Carroll County. They step down and then appoint each other. And I do think it is weird that Tobe stepped down, though. Like, why wouldn't he want to run again? It's not like he was ready to retire because he's still with the department. I do think that one was weird. Back at you, Ashley, and everybody else. Jenny, hey. Did you just get here? So I'm from Texas, so like I'm used to some, I mean, I have some real conservative people in my family, and even they call Abbott and Paxton, all of them, they call them the Texas Taliban because they are true ideologues. They've just recently made it to where if you are part of the Republican Party for the Texas GOP, not the national one, like just for Texas, if you don't go with the, like there's the DNC and the DCCC, you know, they have the ones who pick the candidates, and then they have their financing arm. The equivalent in the GOP in Texas is kind of the same, but a little bit different. But they are very uncompromising in a way that is, it's difficult. It's just difficult. But in Texas, there's almost, it's kind of, I guess, judge shopping is the best way to put it. They've made it to where the party decides everything. Everything comes down to political favors, and I feel like at least the ones in Austin, they are, you know, they're very, very Christian men. You know, they're very pious, and I think most real Christian people see right through it, but they're still in power, even though some of them are absolute lunatics. Like they're just like it's their entire personality, and they will go with something that they don't even believe in just because they're not going to go against the party. The newest thing that they're doing is if a member is censured for not going along with what the party puts forward, you get censured, and then you can't even run for 2 years. Like the retaliatory measures they've put in place. So it's not that Indiana is unique, but it is different. There's something different about what's happening. Like here, you're not, like if you speak up about how there would be just, if there were a lot of Democrats in Texas, I would probably have some examples for them doing it as well. But it's a pretty red state. So it's just by default that it's a lot of GOP shenanigans here. So, but here, nobody's going to gaslight you for calling some counties, especially down in Austin, though. There's so much corruption, but if you say that, people are like, right? You're not going to be looked at like a crazy person for saying that someone like Ted Cruz is like an Ivy Leaguer weirdo. Nobody's like, yeah, he's the right example for everything. But he's just been in power for so long because these the way people are anointed into these positions and that it's just very difficult to unseat them once they're in power. That is very real across all states. But in Indiana, it's different because if you state the obvious, the amount of backlash for it is, I think that's what's unique to me. In Texas, it's, like, we will shit talk the feds and the ATF all day. That is the one thing, no matter what your political position, party, what denomination of church you go to, everybody is united on that. But in Indiana, it's like you're not allowed to question it, and that's strange to me. I'm not accustomed to that. And I'm not accustomed to the fear of speaking out or speaking up or disagreeing. It's very weird. Trying to see these last ones before I have to bounce. Everything with judges, unfortunately, are political. There are exceptions to the rule. There are some people still fighting the good fight, but they are a rare breed these days because, like, even the Supreme Court of the United States, they are so corrupt. It wasn't until very recently that they even wrote certain rules of ethics for them. The amount of kickbacks and stuff some of them are getting, and even though they're appointed by presidents, and usually it goes along party lines, even though it's not supposed to, it always does. And the amount of influence on these judges, the only thing that's crazier than that to me is when people are in denial about it. I guess a lot of times some people don't want to acknowledge it if it hurts their team, to acknowledge a fact that the other team put forward. A lot of times people just are like, they're team players. And in some cases that's fine, but when it comes to judges who can just ruin a person's life or make just very detrimental decisions, you would hope it would not be political, but it just is. But in Indiana, it's almost, I do think, I guess that is the thing. I have not been able to put my finger on it before. Just a few minutes ago, it must be the fact that people who speak out against it are just, they're dogpiled, man. I hate teams in some cases, and others, there's a time and a place for it. But when it comes to certain institutions, it should not be a team thing. It should be all on the same side. But I think everything gets more polarized every year. And that's a hard one to halt or stop or change. Because once things get to a certain point of contentious, it's just difficult to dial it back. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people in this community where I think if they knew all of my politics, they'd probably be like, we're done. And that's fine. But like, I don't think I would. I probably lean a lot more ways. I probably could pick a side. but the side I pick would probably get just as frustrated with me because I'm not all in on anything, if that makes sense. Like I can be all over the place because for me it's about issue. I feel like the problem is sometimes the team you pick, they're not always principled. At least when politicians are entering the equation, they put all of their teammates in one predicament after another because they're not always principled. And so then people are constantly put in a position where, okay, well, I voted for these people because overall we're on the same page, but then people end up screwed on other things that their team is not on board with. And so I wish we could vote on policy, not party. That would be great because a lot of times there's a lot more agreement between the actual people than there are the parties. Let me see. Yeah. I'm going to read this last one. The judges here own ABK, most of the treatment facilities. They send drug court and work release people too. They also own the house arrest place. 2 of the judges here actually lost their benches. Wow. Man. That's a lot. There's a lot in that little comment. Oh yeah, I know that's what you meant. They're not supposed to. I was agreeing. Yeah. They're absolutely not supposed to, but they just are. And it's because there's nobody, there's supposed to be checks and balances on all of the branches. But with judges, there's very few actual mechanisms to actually enact those checks. And the problem is the only people who ever have the political power needed to do that are usually wielding political power in a way that's corrupt and not for justice. So it's like, even when there are mechanisms, they're corrupted. It's very frustrating. But I do think that's why it's important to, like, even if, like, I don't have to agree with everyone on everything to be able to, I think we all just have to be more strategic, where instead of drawing red lines with each other, we should just draw those red lines with leaders and not let them scapegoat the other people, like the actual people. I feel like a lot of times the people get scapegoated a lot, and that kind of allows them to proceed with some of this corruption, because they view themselves, even if they're on opposite sides, they view themselves as colleagues. They have a certain solidarity where the Democrats and the Republicans will unite when they need to crush any sort of united effort from the people. Like, if the people agree that certain things are corrupted, man, both teams' leaders will unite to crush the dissent. That one's always a tough one. Hang on, yeah. There are some people in this space too that have almost like a childlike faith in some of these institutions, and presumption of innocence is something they will signal to. Oh yeah, I totally believe that. This is the greatest country ever. That's one of the greatest things about our institution. But they just have this inherent bias towards judges and prosecutors and police, that they don't realize that that bias itself kind of neutralizes any presumption of innocence. And so a lot of the pro prosecutor people, like the normal people, I'm not talking about the weirdos, like that little fringe group of weirdos. I mean, just like the normies who are not real plugged into the details of the case. A lot of them just implicitly trust what the state presents to them. And it's frustrating to watch, but at a certain point, it's kind of like, okay, I can be graceful with them, but not at the expense of innocent people being imprisoned for the rest of their life. You know, like at a certain point, I'm like, okay, I'm trying to be gracious about it, but that's also kind of why I don't want to hear from the jurors. Because they've already done enough. What if they come out and we hear from them and they just double down on that dumb shit because they feel so attacked that they just kind of end up being defensive, and instead of digging into the facts of the case, they end up just doing that. And then that's what the prosecutor holds up every time anybody tries to challenge the conviction. He's like, well, the jury of their peers. And they have, they're not being gagged anymore. And they have seen all the other evidence that the judge, he'll pretend like the judge is the reason they didn't hear it, and not because he requested that she exclude it. But it'll just be another thing he can kind of gaslight people with. So I kind of don't want to hear from them. I feel like they've done enough. But yeah, I feel like the default is to assume they're lying until they prove they're not. when it comes to the state. Because they seem to think just by default of them being the ones to decide something or determine something, it is by default probably right. And it would set a terrible precedent to question it. And anything that could be objectively questioned, they just prefer to hide that stuff. They definitely do see themselves above. I don't think they ever interact with normal people. The only people that they're ever around that aren't subject to their authority in the courtroom are either colleagues or their families. Nobody that is going to have them self-reflecting on anything. So it's hard to watch. It's real hard to watch. I'm going to scroll back one more time. I am kind of surprised that anybody is still here hanging with me. But I'm also not surprised because we are all ADHD and I think we all have some sort of insomnia. So I'm not surprised. There are some nights where I'm working on stuff and I wish someone was streaming so I could listen to it at least in the background. So I'm not just like totally isolated in the weeds on this stuff. But yeah, I wish I was not a night owl. I wish I envy those people who have good sleep habits and sleep schedules. I've just, when I was in school, they would always say, oh, you'll adjust, you'll adapt, whatever. I'm like, I am decades past graduation and I'm still waiting on that adjustment to happen. Oh, it's 10 a.m. where you are. I forget how many of us are on opposite sides of the world at the same time. I forget that for some of y'all, while we're out and about, y'all are sleeping. Man, I'm still scrolling up. I guess after been going for, good Lord, 7 hours. Jesus Christ. Let's see what time it is. Oh my God, it's 3 where I am. Wow. Yeah, it's 3:15 here. I haven't been looking at the clock. I do the same thing with my phone. My family doesn't understand it. They're like, "You've been staring at your phone. How do you not know what time it is?" I'm like, "I'm not looking at the clock." It's the other thing with ADHD is out of sight, out of mind, literally. If you're not looking directly at it, it doesn't exist. That's Sarah, that's kind of where I'm at. I thought there was a chance before trial that I would finally get something that would I don't think I would have been comfortable with how this proceeded regardless, but I would have at least had some comfort that maybe they did get the right person. Maybe there was something that I just wasn't seeing before, and now I can at least see, like, I would still be all in on the post-conviction to correct the errors and all of that stuff, because I do think that is important regardless. But that trial just convinced me that they have no clue. I think I even hoped it was him. I hoped it was the right guy in the end. Just for the sake of, okay, well, at least it's the right person. Not that it would make all of the wrong things okay, but ultimately, I think what everybody cares about is that they get the right person. And I feel like they took that last shred of hope from me. And now I'm just irritated, but it's just difficult once you know someone is innocent. It is very difficult to just go back to your life and ignore that, if that makes sense. I think there's a lot of people in this space who feel that way. I'm glad we have all found each other because I think some of our families, at least, are probably like, okay, you're working on what now? I mean, my mom gets it because she gets pulled into stuff that are not her actual cases all the time. And it's hard to walk away from someone who's just getting railroaded. Let's see. Yeah. Well, welcome aboard, Sarah. We are all in that cursed space right now. We are all having a hard time letting it go. I didn't think I would like a lot of the answers that we got at trial, but I was still willing to accept them, even if I didn't like them, as long as we got some real answers. We got the same stuff that we already had before trial started. There was nothing new except for Brad Weber changing his story. But they didn't even substantiate it, and they didn't even try to. And I understand the state was in a difficult position because you don't really want to introduce evidence placing a witness at the scene of the crime when you can't even place the defendant at the scene of the crime. But I don't think that's why they didn't introduce evidence of that. I think there was no evidence of that. They didn't have anything to place Brad Weber actually driving by at 2:30. That's just where I'm at with it. Woman, you're the right kind of crazy, though. You're the kind of crazy is not the right word, though. When I say wild and crazy with my family, I mean that in the best possible way. They are wild and crazy. Never a dull moment. They're the right kind of crazy. That's how I feel about woman. What's up, big fish? I definitely didn't mean for this to go this late of a live. It's just been so long since I've been able to check in. There's never a good time during the day or in the evening. And when I finally get to sit down and like debrief on stuff that I've been way in the weeds on, sometimes I forget how much there is to unpack. Trying to scroll. Man, there's so many in here that I'm like, as soon as I put that on the screen and ask about it, there goes another hour. I wish I was better at keeping up with it in real time. One of these days, I'm going to do a live where I'm not trying to get through a document or walk my way through something or like flesh something out, and I'm just going to try to be like a normal person who only talks with chat in real time. One of these days I'm going to do that. I don't know when, but I will get good at that at some point if it's the last thing I do. I mean, if my husband was in jail, I would not be able to sleep. I would not, especially if I knew he was home when this happened. Like, I know some people think that family can't be biased, but my family is one of these days. If there's ever a way to introduce y'all, I will. But we are a very direct people. We do not. When you have a good support system and happy, healthy people in your life where you can be honest about just about anything, it's not difficult. Like we've had those kinds of issues. Statistically, our family is big enough to where it would be weird if we didn't have anybody who had a fall from grace, I guess is how my grandma would put it. But they're not easy conversations to have, but they're not impossible for people to be able to recognize a problem or something going on. But we also have examples of that in this case. It could not have been easy for Elvis Field's sister to actually contact law enforcement. The first time Elvis talked to her about all that stuff, she thought he was just being crazy because she had no context for what he was saying. They lived in Rushville. They had no clue, or she had no clue about a Libby and an Abby, or that girls were missing in Carroll County, or that they were found. Like, it took her weeks. And the FBI actually going national with their media campaign to get the word out. That's what it took for Mary Jacobs to even hear about it. And as soon as she did put two and two together. And it could not have been easy for her. And it clearly wasn't easy for the other sister, because in one of the filings, when Ferenczi and Murphy interviewed Joyce, 2 previous times she denied that he ever said anything sketchy to her. And I think that's probably the best example of how even if one person in the family has a harder time coming to terms with it, there's going to be another person in the family who, like, they're not all going to have a hard time with it. Some of them are going to be more like, we got to find out if this is true or not. Like, this is the right thing to do. Every family has more of those than the ones who are like, no, it could never be true. I don't know if that's probably the worst way to describe it, but it's just the notion that Kathy Allen and his daughter are only standing by him because they don't want to see it. They're in denial. I don't think that's true. I think you know your spouse. You don't raise a child with somebody without getting to know them, especially if you've lived with them for that long. You can't hide stuff from them. At least not forever. But you would think once the feds are involved and people are watching him 24 hours a day and they have access to every transaction he's ever made and all kinds of stuff, the fact that they didn't dig up anything, I don't think his family is in denial. I think like with all these other cases, when they start digging into the person's life, more victims start coming forward, and there's all kinds of skeletons that start falling out of the closet. I don't think this man is some sort of mastermind. Like even Rex Heuermann, he got away with it for years. But there were still traces of the history of all of it. Like, people who do this kind of stuff, they don't get rid of everything. And the fact that I still think it's funny that they tried to characterize that bullet like it was in a keepsake box and it's some sort of trophy or something. Like, I'm from Texas. Bullets are fucking decorations. In some cases, for some people it's jewelry. Like it for them to like turn it into some sort of symbolic thing. I have seen some explanations where because he did attempt to take his life at some point or was thinking about it, they were thinking it was more of a reminder kind of thing, maybe. But that doesn't mean there's a keepsake box for this other thing, I guess is the only point. Like, I can see where they're coming from. I'm open to it, but I just think it's crazy how far this got on so little. I guess that's probably the thing that baffles me the most about this case is how they were allowed to get this far on so little while dismissing other stuff that had more weight to it. Yeah, the way it was, that was the other thing. Apparently they also, and it was what was real strange is it was the only Smith & Wesson in the house. Everything else was Blazer. And I guess they needed that one to be symbolic. I don't know where all the other ones were, though. Why he would just have one left, unless he didn't know it was there. But I think it's real weird that there was only one in that entire house. I think it's weird that that's the one they said matched. Just because that's what was at the scene. Let me see. Don't get caught. Yeah, that's definitely the best. Like, if you're going to do it, that's definitely the best plan. It's just harder than it sounds, I guess. that's where I'm at, Mar. I just, like, I don't even think there's any evidence he was there. Later than, like, for a while, I thought maybe he could have been there until 127 if that was his car. That was clearly him leaving, not arriving at the CPS lot. And I thought that is the only evidence that he was even there that late. But I wasn't even convinced that was actually evidence that he was there that late. I do think he left around 1. I think he got there around 12, left at 1. And that was that. He went home. Nobody wakes up one day and does this. That is not a thing. It takes years of escalation to get to this stage. Like, what it actually takes to do something like this. Nobody wakes up one day and just snaps like that. Not in the way, like, I hear people say that a lot, and you have to skip so many stages of escalation to snap like that. And usually when people do snap like that, it's not against strangers. It's the people who take the brunt of it are people in their life, not just random people who didn't do anything. And if it was a psychosis thing, most people in psychosis, they are trying, like, when they see people, they want away from them. They're trying, like, they will go out into the desert or out into the woods to get away from people. Like, if they see people, they'll go away. They're not going to go towards them. So it's just one thing after another. The harder I try to entertain the different things, I'm like, that's just another reason why it couldn't, it's another thing that doesn't make sense. The fact that Mullen showed up and Vito was there, I'm like, those are already a couple of red flags right there. And Holman's out in the car with him, and he's trying to act like him saying, well, this is clearly over. Y'all, he'd been interviewed, and they started pointing the finger at him. So, yeah, he's like, great, they think I did it. And Holman takes that as a admission of guilt. It's just wild. Never talk to cops. Because the other thing we have learned is even if you say something that is helpful to your case, you're not going to be able to introduce it at your trial unless you want to forfeit your Fifth Amendment right, even though that's not how it works, but that is the position the prosecutor and the judge put this defendant in. And even though they shouldn't have done that, there was no one there to stop them. They were allowed to do it anyway, because what are you going to do when the judge is saying it's okay? They're like, fine, let the appellate court decide if it's worth the fight. And that is scary too. Man, I keep scrolling up and up. There's so many good ones in here that I hate that I missed. One of these days, I've got to figure out a way to get a more fancy setup to where I'm not having to go back and forth between tabs so that I can keep up with both. Man, some of these are good. Let me see. I'm going to go a little bit further up just to check. This is so, I thought, okay, I'm going to try to go through some of this just to kind of put it back out into the ether, get people's juices flowing on all the things that we are needing to start focusing on. And then I thought it'll take me like an hour, and then I'll try to start chipping away at emails and DMs to get caught back up with people, because I'm perpetually behind on all of that. Here I am 7.5 hours later. That obviously didn't happen. Okay. That could be true. They're fragile little egos, but man, he wasn't wrong. How else would you have described what they did? He was a lot nicer than I would have been, that's for sure. Yeah. Absolutely, Sarah. I think I'm going to end it on that note because that's a good one. I know I've got to go live more often, but sometimes I don't like to split people's attention. And so if I see someone else scheduled it, I'm always like, okay, I'm just going to let them, so that way they don't feel like they've got to cut it off or start earlier, especially when it's around times that there's a lot going on. I just like to make it easier for more people to go from one to the other, like more people in one, so that we can all be in the same place, because I don't like to miss it either. But it's just, scheduling is difficult. But yeah, let me go back to Sarah's. Absolutely, fully agree. I hope he continues to survive while we sort this out. And I also hope that if there are any, I guess not all of them are actual locals, but I guess honorary locals, if Cheyenne and Shelby and Daniel Pearson and or any of the other people who are out there, if they are ever up for just one more attempt to clarify some things, I would very much appreciate any time that they were willing to give for that, because I'm really struggling with, like, even at trial, they were still saying she arrived around 2:50. Well, you cannot be parking around 2:50 and at the end of the south end of the bridge at 2:49. Like, even 15 minutes. Like, even if we could have her arriving 15 minutes before then, like, even then they would have to park and just make a beeline for it and no stopping, and it would have to be like power walking. But even if I could just clarify that much with her, were y'all power walking? Like, to just drill down on some of these details to get an actual timeline, because the state clearly is never going to do that. I would be very mindful that, like, there's no agenda to do a gotcha or to take them out of context or anything. Like, I'm genuinely wanting clarification. I don't know if anybody even knows them, if they're burnt out. I also wouldn't fault them for that. But if they are ever up for it, I would very much be up. I would make time for that. Absolutely. I think more people do believe in his innocence and his guilt. Unfortunately, the very small group of people that ultimately got to decide on it were also prevented from having any of the actual facts, of at least in their entirety. Like, even it was just such a curated, limited scope that they were given, and normally those kinds of things are only limited so as not to prejudice the defendant. But somehow in this case, the judge and the prosecutor did it in a way that only allowed for one conclusion to be drawn. He was not really allowed to present his theory of the case or a counter to anything they said. Gold pretty much only allowed what supported the state's case and excluded anything that undermined it. So it's really not that surprising that when you look at it under those circumstances, I don't know how we had any hope at all that they could have at least had one holdout. But I do think it's good to destigmatize questioning this conviction, because it's not one of those. I don't follow any of the other cases enough to know. Like, I understand some people get like fascinated with the killers or the shooters, or like, I know that's a thing. It's a fringe thing. It's not really a real concern in most cases, but like, I do know it exists. But this is definitely not that. Some people are under the impression that we all know he's guilty. We just defend him despite that. When the reality is, we genuinely think he's innocent. And that is all the reason anybody needs to keep fighting for someone. If I was innocent, I would hope people would help me fight that. If it was someone in my family, I would appreciate all the support we could get, making noise about it. So it's just kind of where I'm at with it and why it's important to me. But let me see. Oh man, that's another good one, JC. I'm not even gonna go there though, because I'm trying to end this. That will have me in here for another hour or two. Hi, Lily. Yeah, I cannot believe that I'm still sitting here. Expose, and expose. True. Yeah. I thought Holman and Mullen would have had them for sure. Like, oh, these dudes are lying, because they were. But this is a good example of why you should never talk to police. You should. They will only use it against you. They will never use it to help you. And jurors, man, they just have. I know a lot of them take it seriously, but the type of people who show up for jury duty usually have that childlike faith in our systems. And they think if someone's sitting there in the first place, they probably got the right guy. It's just, presumption of innocence is not something that people really it's not that they don't honor it. It's that they think, a lot of times they think they are. But there's a lot of people who think that the defendant still has to prove their innocence. Problem is, the system does not really allow them to, in the way, like a lot of us are like, well, just clear it up real quick. Why don't you just explain what happened then? The system is not designed for it to be that easy. I think that's one of the things that frustrates all of us. Like, in my mind, that's why I'm like, if we could just talk to some of these people once this gag order is lifted, we could probably sort this out. A lot of times, if you just sit down with people and talk, you can clear things up. It just doesn't work that way in a courtroom. It can't be stressed enough that even expert interrogators will admit that they would likely fall for talking to cops because they act like they're just trying to get help from you. And it's true. They are very good at that. And most people are like, I know I shouldn't do this, but that would never happen to me. Oh boy, that's If you ever catch yourself thinking that, some people are just, they think it makes them look guilty to not want to be cooperative. And so they end up doing it just for the sake of appearances. And the risk is never worth it. I think it was Andrea that said she's convinced after watching the latest John Benet Ramsey thing, she thinks the only reason that John Benet Ramsey's father was not arrested is because he did lawyer up and he did not speak to them. He did not try to help them. And I think one of the best things that I can tell people is police don't need your help. They have all the resources and the toys at their disposal that they need. They are more than capable of doing their job without your help just fine. If they're ever trying to tell you they need your help to solve it, they've got nothing in the first place. But they're so terrible at accurately interpreting people's words and statements because they inherently question everyone and think everything is suspicious. To a detriment, I guess. It is uncomfortable, and they are trained on how to really make you feel that discomfort with being silent and not being helpful. I guess it's just the best advice for anybody probably is to not wait until you're in that situation to really do some sort of brain exercise, imagining and practicing enduring that. You don't want the first time you ever give that a try to endure something like that to be when your life may depend on it. Same. I hate telling them no, especially when I'm like, oh, if this is what their livelihood depends on, I'm going to want to help them out. Problem is, sometimes when they're selling stuff, I'm like, I don't want or need it. So I'm like, I don't like being wasteful either. That's why I'm like, we are not home. I'm just trying not to answer if I can help it. Okay, y'all, I'm at the 7:43 mark. I feel like I'm probably still going to go read some more before I actually do fall asleep. But I appreciate everybody being here. I can't believe this many people are still here. A bunch of wild childs, my people. Love me some night owls. Makes me feel, actually some of y'all, I guess it's just different time zone, but still, I feel comforted by the fact that there are other night owls out there. Okay. That one's funny. But yes, appreciate y'all being here. Everybody enjoy the rest of your night, or I guess for some of y'all on the other side of the globe, enjoy the rest of your day. And I will catch y'all at some point. See y'all around.